On l'ouvre les portes. It being 11:05, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill 567, an act to amend the Access to Information Act, Transparency and Duty to Document, standing in the name of Mr. Martin.
Débat. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. It's a pleasure to get up and add our voice to this private members' bill to amending the Access to Information Act. It's a piece of legislation that keeps governments to account. No matter what government is in power, having people having the right to access to information and keeps everybody on their toes. Because when you're governing this country, you've got to make sure that Canadians have a right to the information that the government collects on them, a right to the information that the actions of a particular government to participate in active and proactive access to information legislation will relate a lot of secrecy and will not be able to keep a government to account. So our access to information laws have been there for many years now. But you know, every now and then it comes a time to review our legislation and to review it and to update it with the times. This particular piece of legislation will help the Access to Information Commissioner do their jobs in getting information, in compelling government to provide the information, and making sure there's recourse there for individuals if they do not get the information in which they're seeking. Then they'll be able to go to the Information Commissioner and put a case out. Also, there's a need for timely disclosure of information. Quite often, information is not disclosed in a timely manner. Some of these requests are legitimate if it's so many documents that the various departments have to go through. Then it's something that is important to note. But over the years, governments have become more and more not compelling on information. I'd just like to quote an article here from the Canadian Journalists Association. The Canadian Journalists for Free Expression reported that from 1999 to 2000, the federal government disclosed information requests under the Act about 40% of the time. You know, that's not really acceptable, that only 40% of the time that they're disclosing information. But by 2011, 2012, under this current government, that number dropped to 21%. And a recent study for the Center for Law and Democracy reported that Canada ranked 56 out of 96 countries for the quality of their information laws. So it clearly identifies a need to change our information laws. And whether it's by design that this information has been less and less being made available, it's something that it needs to address. This particular bill will do, among other things, give the Information Commissioner of Canada the power to the government to release documents. B, require the government institutions to create records to document their decisions, recommendations, and actions. Establish an implicit duty to comply with orders from the Information Commissioner, and provide those orders may be filed in a federal court and enforcement if were judgments of that court. And often, I'll go back in reverse order here, judgments of the court. Often, time and time again, we see the Information Commissioner having to go to the court to compel the government to release information. And this is a long, drawn-out process, and it needs to be updated. Order-making powers. Well, we recently see our Fair Elections Act bill is an example that where this conservative government doesn't really want to make order-making powers and compelling different commissioners of this institution, of the House of Commons, to provide information. And this is something that we've been calling for in that particular piece of legislation. But also in this one, it gives order-making powers and to compel the release of documents to the Information Commissioner. We're not talking about just releasing it to anyone. It's allowing the Information Commissioner to have the tools to do her job and to release the information to her or to that office, and that's the office that will make the decision on what information should be released. Of course, there's always good reasons for information not to be released to protect public safety, public security, to protect our armed forces, to protect individuals' right of information, to protect commercial confidence. So there's always a good set of reasons listed out why information shouldn't be released, but let our commissioners of this House have that ability to see that information, compel the government to give the information to that office, and for that office to make the decision on whether the information is to be released, not the government department that's in question. This bill, sort of C567, were commitments of the Conservative Party in their 2013 2006 election campaign platform, Stand Up for Canada. So, you know, when in 2006 they were in opposition for a number of years, they saw a need to update our access to information laws, and they thought enough of it, they put it in their platform. So, you know, but since they've taken government, they haven't done a whole lot on that. So, you know, a lot of these commitments should be supported by all members of this House, including the government. They're the ones that made these commitments in their platform, and it's something that is important. And it's just giving the Information Commissioner the power to order departments to release information to them. Just a Freedom of Information request goes to a particular department. Each department has an individual or individuals that review that information, and they release the information to the person requesting. Then, if the person requesting the information isn't satisfied that they've gotten all their information, they can ask the Information Commissioner to do their job and review the request, see what was given and see what wasn't given. And the only way to do that is if the Information Commissioner can get all the documents to review it for themselves. And that's something that's essential to freedom of information legislation. Currently, if a department fails to release documents, the Information Commissioner may have to go to court and challenge for the release. So, you know, that's a lot of time and effort that goes into making sure people's information is released. And for the Information Commissioner to have to go to the court, lawyers are involved, and the Information Commissioner and the department involved, and it could take a long time. So this is something that we're trying to avoid. Let the Information Commissioner be the one to look at the information and decide on what information is to be released. The Commissioner has no authority to review information which government fails to release, claiming cabinet confidences. Well, you know, yes, cabinet confidences is a very important part of our system, but you know, the government at any time can say everything is cabinet confidences. If a piece of information is being requested, the easiest thing is say, oh, that's before cabinet, that's a cabinet confidence, we can't do that. Well, you know, there needs to be a backstop. There needs to be an individual or a department, and that's our Information Commissioner, to say, hold on a second now, is that cabinet confidence or not? We appoint, this body appoints this commissioner to work on all our behalves, and that's the in-between on that. Of course, cabinet confidences can't be disclosed, but to have everything put into that broad window really doesn't give access to information teeth in our country. The current Information Commissioner has indicated their support for this particular piece of reform. It's been on the table now for several years now, and it's something that is important. So, you know, I'm hopeful that we can move this piece of legislation through this place to committee to have a review of it, and it's a very important piece to keep government to account on their governing of our country. So our party will be pleased to support this piece of legislation, and I hope all parties do so. Thank you.
Would it please the débat, resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As always, it's a great honour to rise and represent the people of Timmins, James Bay, and I'm very, very proud to support my colleague from Winnipeg on this bill to deal with the right of Canadians to access information. And this is not a policy wonk issue. This is about ensuring that government is held accountable to the people, and not in the case of this government where the people are supposed to be somehow accountable to the government with their widespread snooping that we know is going on across the country. The principles of this bill are very straightforward, and in 2014 they almost sound radical in terms of a government that is so obsessively opposed to ensuring that the officers of Parliament have the tools that they need to ensure any levels of compliance in following the laws of this country by this government. So we'll go through what these principles, what this bill lays out, to give the Information Commissioner the power to order the release of documents, to expand the coverage of this Act to all Crown corporations, offices of Parliament, foundations, and organizations that spend taxpayers' money or perform public functions. To subject the exclusion of cabinet confidences, this means government all the time says, oh, you can't see those documents, they belong to our cabinet. To have them reviewed by the Information Commissioner to see whether or not those exclusions are fair. To oblige public officials to create records to document the decisions they make when they decide that they're not going to release documents. To provide a general public interest override for all exceptions so that the public interest is put before the secrecy of government. That the public interest is put before the secrecy of government. And ensure that all exemptions from the disclosure of government information are justified only on the basis of the harm or injury that will result from this disclosure, not simply blanket exemption rules. Yes, Mr. Speaker, in a world where Canada, that was once a world leader in access to information and accountability for citizens, is now behind Russia, Colombia, the gangster state of Honduras and Nigeria in terms of getting access to information to Canadians. That's fallen year after year. These recommendations sound almost radical, very reformist. But these 5 recommendations were the 5 promises made by the Conservative Party in the 2006 election. These were the first 5 promises that were broken by this government. And when you look at this, you can see why they set out, after misrepresenting themselves and telling the Canadian people that they would stand up to end the culture of secrecy in Ottawa, that they set out to break those promises first. Because by excluding information, by creating black holes of documents in the ministerial offices, by continually obstructing the work of the offices of Parliament, this government has been able to create an unprecedented level of obstruction, secrecy, political misinformation, and just plain thuggery. We see that for the officers of Parliament, who, for the Canadian people, need to understand the officers of Parliament are the referees, the ones to make sure that the government plays by the rules. And yet we see unprecedented attacks to ensuring that the officers of Parliament do not have the ability to challenge whatever the Prime Minister and his thuggish minions decide. That the Parliamentary Budget Officer, Kevin Page, was attacked and undermined. That we see this government even attacking the head of the Supreme Court of Canada. The attack on Mark Mayrand, Elections Canada. The insinuation and the lies that are told about people who protect the interests of the Canadian people. So let's look at what's happened under this government. I will talk about the recent report, just the report released just a few weeks ago by Suzanne Legault on the interference and the breach of law by Conservative staffers and interfering with the quasi-constitutional right of Canadians to get information. Now, this is what Suzanne Legault says in her report about this government. The Access to Information Act is a legal framework that confirms a quasi-constitutional right of citizens to access government information and establishes an objective and nonpartisan process for obtaining that information. The integrity and neutrality of the access system depends on strong leadership from the top. Well, they're obviously not going to get that from this government. Ministers and senior managers must ensure their employees know their responsibilities with regard to access to information and the limitation of their roles. Political and institutional leaders must ensure that their organizations follow the policies and procedures governing access. And what Suzanne Legault found in her report were that political staffers Sébastien Togneri, Marc Toupin, and Gillian Andrews interfered with the rights of Canadians to get information. That the ministerial staff testified that they were aware that they did not have the delegated authority under the Act to interfere with the information. That they also aware that those with delegated authority had made the decision to release documents to the public because it was in the public interest. And despite being aware of these facts, these political staffers of the Conservative Party undermined the law by refusing and overriding the delegated authorities in the civil service to keep the documents suppressed. And according to Commissioner Legault, this was part of a culture of keeping the minister happy. So what we see now, and this is where this gets, Mr. Speaker, into the unaccountable world of this government, is that the Commissioner does not have the legal authority to press fines or to hold these political staffers to account for the possible breaking of the laws of Canada. No, she has to go to the minister and ask the minister to decide whether or not that the minister will hold their own staff to account. So the Information Commissioner has written to the minister saying that these 5 files in which the Commissioner has concluded there was interference, that they be forwarded to the appropriate body. The appropriate body, Mr. Speaker, is the RCMP, because we're talking about crimes committed in a minister's office. And what does the minister respond? Quote, "It would not be a prudent use of the RCMP's limited resources to refer these files to them." So we have a minister daring to speak on behalf of the RCMP about crimes committed in her own office, and she says it's not prudent because the RCMP don't have the time to look into it. That's the notion of accountability in this government. That it's okay for them to break the rules, that it's okay for them to break the laws, and they will choose to speak for the RCMP on whether or not laws have been broken based on political expediency. It would not be prudent, they say. And that the Information Commissioner has to go and ask the people who committed the crimes, who oversaw this in their own office, to see if they will turn it over to the appropriate authorities. Mr. Speaker, this is a far cry from another promise that was made by this Prime Minister to the Canadian people, which he broke, and is probably one of the most cynical statements that has ever been made, where he said in 2006 there's going to be a new code on Parliament Hill. Bend the rules, you will be punished. Sure. Break the law, you will be charged. Abuse the public trust, and you will go to prison. He didn't tell us, though, he only meant that if you're a Liberal. If you're a Conservative that breaks the rules, you're going to be promoted. If you're a Conservative that breaks the law, well, you could work right in the Prime Minister's office. You could perhaps be his lawyer, for example, or his chief advisors. If you're a fraudster like Bruce Carson, you could actually get promoted to work in the Prime Minister's office. This is the culture of contempt that they have for the Canadian people. And it comes down to one of their fundamental pillars, which is their ability to retain secrecy. So we see situations now, Mr. Speaker, where the Department of Defense says it's perfectly okay to refuse to allow documents to be released for at least 1,000 days, or other documents that are simply blacked out, page after page after page blacked out. This is not democratic accountability. This is not in any way meeting the basic tests that are laid out in the laws of Canada. But we see a government that believes it's above the laws of Canada. And we will talk later today about their online snooping, where we find now, in contrary to the laws of this country, that every 27 seconds someone from a government agency picks up the phone and demands information on Canadians, and they get it. And they get it for whatever reason. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is about whether or not this Conservative government lied to the people of this country in 2006. They made these promises. This was part of their election platform. We're saying stand up for that promise that they made to the people in 2006, or my God, how far they have fallen.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to stand today in the House in support of an act to amend the Access to Information Act, Bill C-567. There's a critical issue at play here, Mr. Speaker, the transparency of government. Many have spoken down through the many years in simple and profound terms about the centrality of this characteristic, transparency, to good and, importantly, democratic government. The concept is simple enough. Absent the ability for citizens and elected representatives to see into the workings of government, to access information concerning the decisions and decision-making processes of government, government is free from scrutiny. Access to information is a precondition to the kind of government we want, one that is accountable to opposition and accountable to the electorate. And importantly, we are talking about a continuous state of accountability and, by extension, a constant access to the information necessary to ensure that condition. We all agree, in words if not deeds, in principle if not practice, Mr. Speaker, that accountability should not just rise and recede with the electoral cycle. No one professes, at least, satisfaction with a system that would allow government to disappear and operate behind a curtain between opportunities to throw it out. And so one can find, Mr. Speaker, a long and interesting history to this bill and the principles of transparency and accountability that motivate it. A good place to start is 2005, with the Access to Information Act, nearly 2 decades old. Then Information Commissioner John Reed put forward a package of legislative reform for consideration. My colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre, put forward that package in the form of a private member's legislation in 2006, 2008, and again in 2011. While it never passed, it is not as though there wasn't support outside of this House for greater access to information. In February 2009, then Federal Information Commissioner Robert Marleau released his 12 recommendations for strengthening the Access to Information Act. The House Access, Privacy and Ethics Committee issued a report in June of that year endorsing some of those recommendations. In 2010, there's a call from information and privacy commissioners across this country for more open government. There's calls for reform to the Act, Mr. Speaker. I remember not long after getting elected, a constituent who was at one time a journalist and an editor for more than one national newspaper chain came to my office for a chat. At the time, I was critic for military procurement, and the government's plan to purchase F-35s was a hot topic. And in that context, we were talking about access to information. As a general rule, he advised, if you want to know what's happening in Canada, cross the border into the United States and ask from there. Government is far more open there. I confess I was shocked by that, but my experience has proven this true, Mr. Speaker. More importantly, greater authorities have done ample analysis on this issue to support the contention that here at home we find ourselves in very sad shape on this important measure of democratic government. Take, for example, an international report comparing Canada to 4 other parliamentary democracies, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, and the United Kingdom, put Canada in last place on access to information. That report graded us an F for fail, in fact. In 2011, a joint project by the Halifax-based Centre for Law and Democracy and Madrid-based Access Info Europe ranked Canada in 51st place against measures of access to information. In 2013, Canada's Information and Privacy Commissions and ombudspersons passed a resolution on modernizing access and privacy laws for the 21st century that included recommendations to improve access to information. And so we have, just last November, Suzanne Legault, our Federal Information Commissioner, tabling her annual report to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, highlighting weaknesses in the information system that need to be urgently addressed. According to the Information Commissioner, and I quote, "Altogether, these circumstances tell me in no uncertain terms that the integrity of the Federal Access to Information program is at serious risk. It is imperative that the problems in the system be fixed promptly and substantively," end quote. And so here we are today, Mr. Speaker, with a substantive and obviously prompt response to problems in the system. Now, this is not the full package of reforms to the Act that the member for Winnipeg Centre has previously tabled in this House. Instead, Bill 567 is, in his terms, and I quote, "a modest effort and seeks to address only those aspects of reform on which there is a stated and documented consensus." The bill, therefore, contains 6 key clauses. The first would give the Information Commissioner of Canada the power to make orders to compel the release of information that is, in his or her view, should be released. The second expands the coverage of the Act to all Crown corporations, officers of Parliament, and foundations and organizations that spend taxpayers' money or perform public functions. Third, the bill subjects the exclusions of Cabinet confidences to the review of the Information Commissioner of Canada. The fourth requires public officials to create and retain documents and records necessary to document their actions or decisions. Fifth, the bill provides for a general public interest override for all exemptions so that the public interest is put ahead of the secrecy of the government. The sixth and final part ensures that all exemptions from the disclosure of government information are justified only on the basis of harm or injury that would result from the disclosure and not from blanket exemption rules. Let me, Mr. Speaker, applaud my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for being such a consistent, indeed stubborn, advocate for greater openness and transparency, not just over time, but importantly from within this House. Over time, there have been just a handful who have led this cause from a seat in this place. Mr. Speaker, there are others who have called for reform of the Act for greater openness and transparency, but rarely from inside this place. The former selves of this Conservative government are one such example. In fact, the substance of this bill, the 6 simple points set out above, as the member from Winnipeg Centre happily acknowledges, are lifted straight from the 2006 electoral platform of this Conservative government. Throwing back the curtains and shining a light into the dark recesses of government was once a good idea, they thought. In fact, they raised the principles of openness and transparency and accountability into an ideology unto itself. Fair enough. But now, having listened to this debate and having read the speeches from across the aisle, we find again that they left the white horse they rode in on tied up outside. We have a government justifying keeping those curtains shut tight and the light out, justifying governing hidden from the gaze and scrutiny of those whose lives and country they govern. How can we be open and honest all at the same time, they ask, in opposition to this bill and in opposition to their former selves. It is a government obsessed with ensuring its own privacy, but equally obsessed with knowing the business of Canadians. Their objection to governing in the light of day comes coincident with news, further evidence, I should say, that they have virtually no regard for the privacy of Canadians, it just being revealed that this government has made 1.2 million requests for private information from telecommunications companies. So egregious is this level of warrantless snooping into the phone and internet records of Canadians that we, the NDP, are dedicating the rest of the day in this House to a motion calling on the government to take better care to safeguard the privacy of Canadians and put an end to the indiscriminate requests and disclosures of personal information of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, there's an opportunity here today for reconciliation, for the government to reconcile its current self with its former self, for the government to reconcile what it proposed in opposition to what it does in government, to reconcile its brand with its product, its ideology with its practice, to reconcile its obsessive grip on its own privacy with its disregard for the privacy of Canadians. I urge it to support Bill C-567. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to rise on behalf of my constituents to discuss this bill put forward by my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. C-567 is an act to amend the Access to Information Act, Transparency and Duty to Document. I never thought we would have to advocate so directly and aggressively with the Conservative government in order to get support for this bill, which is just common sense. For decades, there have been calls for this type of amendment. There's been a lack of transparency. There's been no meaningful access to information in various ways. What's even more surprising is that the Conservative government, I remember in 2006 all too well, because that's when I stopped being a member, because people climbed onto the bandwagon of the Conservative promise to be transparent and more accountable than previous governments. People trusted the Conservative government back then, but since then, they must really regret it every day. We know that free access to information is the very basis for government accountability. And we also know, Mr. Speaker, that our system is currently in crisis, and I'll come back to that in more detail. In September 2013, so not so long ago, I was taking part as a lawyer in the Quebec Bar. In order to keep up your membership, you have to take some training. And so I spent a full day at the University of Ottawa at a big seminar. And it was a day on the right to information, and it was fascinating, Mr. Speaker, to hear the various panelists that day. Because, and this is what we heard that day, we heard, and I was actually quite floored by this, we learned, the experts on access information told us that Canada was ranked 5th globally when it came to access information, according to a recent study put out by the Centre for Law and Democracy, and that we also had a very poor showing when compared to the provinces. Unfortunately, in Canada, various governments copy one another, and there's a risk of really a race for the bottom. The lowest common denominator seems to prevail, and the expert talked about the need and the right to information. And in fact, the expert, one of the experts won the Charles Lynch Prize, and I'm talking about the journalist, star journalist Bob Fife from CTV, and the constitutional expert Benoit Pelletier, who was the Quebec Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, and another expert was Guy Jolo from Fasken Martineau, but people know him better for his connections to the Prime Minister or the Premier. And all those experts agreed that Canadian society should be more accessible, more transparent, and as many people said, it would be nice if Mr. Joanneau could have convinced his boss to follow his advice. But when you look back over the Conservatives' record, the Prime Minister's record, when he was with the Alliance and the Reform, there was every hope, because this is what he suggested in various forms. As I said at the outset of my speech, in 2006, the Conservative government was elected in the wake of the sponsorship scandal, and they held themselves out to be open and transparent. They were very respectful of the Auditor General's work. And, of course, the ad scam was one of the biggest scandals ever to surface, and the Conservatives promised that this would never happen again. But, unfortunately, once, of course, when you know history, you should try to avoid it, at least in all its negative aspects. But that's not what we've seen with this government. This government promised strong legislation, the toughest legislation on accountability, government accountability. But in the end, the legislation they brought forward was very weak, and all we've seen is one scandal after another under the Conservative government. We've never seen such a secretive government in all of history. If the Prime Minister was looking to leave some sort of a legacy I think his legacy will be, he'll go down in history as one of the most secretive prime ministers, most secretive governments Canada's ever seen.
We'll soon be celebrating Canada's 150th birthday, and we'll look back to the Conservative years, which I hope will soon be behind us, with a shiver down our spines. Our big institutions, be it the Auditor General, when they were happy with the Auditor General, she was a star, but now the Auditor General has fallen out of favor, be it the Parliamentary Budget Officer. All these people have become persona non grata, and this is particularly unfortunate. I am the justice critic, and really, I fell off my chair. There was the whole controversy surrounding Judge Nadon's appointment, but after the Supreme Court decision, which the Prime Minister said he accepted, which is what we all do because it is the last recourse, it is one of the pillars of our democracy. So when this last pillar made its decision, everybody agrees and moves forward in a positive way. Well, that's the impression the Prime Minister gave us until he said, and I think this really showed one striking side of his personality, his vindictive side, his side which does not breach any dissent. This is unfortunate because when I prepared my speech on this bill, Mr. Speaker, I went back to what the Prime Minister told his caucus at several stages, be it on the Accountability Act. It's just their way of being. He said in 2002,
light of day, Harper had the Prime Minister, had some thoughts to share with the House about the idea of a legacy, as he criticized the then Liberal government's recent throne speech, as well as then Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin. We heard grandiose rhetoric delivering little or even the opposite of what it promises. We heard communication strategies that talked around real issues, ignored previous failures, gave no details, no plans, and no price tags. Why? The most obvious explanation is that yesterday's throne speech was not really about anything except two men, one desperate to leave a legacy and the other whose legacy will simply be leading, if only for a short period of time. And he continued by saying, what is a legacy? The word is bandied about a lot here. Why does the government not have a legacy after 9 years? Creating a real legacy was the reason my party was founded. Boy, did I laugh this weekend when I read that phrase. It was not the lure of power nor the attraction of the spotlight. It was not to pad our resumes, reward our friends. Do I have to remind all the nominations that government did in the Senate and elsewhere? I could go on and on and on, but I think I will conclude with the time I have with a letter I received from one of my constituents, Sylvia Renaud, who was qui m'a juste fait un cri du cœur, Monsieur le Président.
It was a cry from the heart, and I asked her if I could read her letter in the House, and she said, go for it. Speaking of the Prime Minister, she said, I can't stand it anymore. I get anxiety attacks. This man is in the process of silently destroying everything that keeps our country together. It is removing services which citizens need, and he is constantly attacking the bad public service. He's home delivery and other services when the population is growing old. What is the logic of this government? MPs have to deal with the fact that many bills are being passed quickly without being fully studied. This is starting to look like something other than a democracy, and now they are stealing our personal information without even asking us for permission. We have never given him this mandate. Aren't you afraid of the fact that all we get is silence? The Prime Minister is giving himself great powers, which he can do with his majority government, and he uses this as an excuse to commit all of these abuses. This great silence, this invisibility of our Prime Minister as the country's top manager, there is a lack of justification, the lack of engagement, the lack of dialogue, the lack of listening to what the population really needs. This woman keeps on talking about these things in his letter. It's a cry from the heart. And even backbenchers here were elected on a promise of transparency to their constituents. So please support Bill C-567, which will hurt nobody.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't want to reiterate what has been said by my colleagues, but unfortunately it's necessary to reiterate to try to communicate across the way how this government has let Canadians down on what they have so long promised. Many of my colleagues have read back what the Conservatives promised in 2006, and they continue to espouse that they are the government that believes in open, transparent, participatory government. And yet, bill after bill shows that they are going exactly the opposite direction. I think it's really important, Mr. Speaker, at the outset to actually read out what the promises were of the Conservative government when they ran on a platform of open, transparent, participatory government. And in fact, at that time, they were actually commended by Duff Conacher from Democracy Watch as having the best accountability package, and therefore Canadians should consider supporting them. Well, what did they promise? That they would give the Information Commissioner the power to order the release of information, to expand the coverage of the Act to all Crown corporations, officers of Parliament, foundations and organizations that spend taxpayers' money or perform public functions. Third, subject the exclusion of Cabinet confidences to review by the Information Commissioner. 4, oblige public officials to create the records necessary to document their actions and decisions. 5, provide a general public interest override for all exemptions so that the public interest is put before the secrecy of the government. And finally, ensure that all exemptions from the disclosure of government information are justified only on the basis of the harm or injury that would result from disclosure, not blanket exemption rules. Well, Mr. Speaker, here we are. How long has this government been in power? How many elections have they gone through, continuing to promise to have an open, transparent government? And what are the exact measures that they have failed to bring forward in their accountability legislation? Well, exactly those measures. And it's absolutely reprehensible, Mr. Speaker, that it is up to the official opposition to be tabling the very measures that this government has promised. And so it is very logical, Canadians out there can very logically presume that we will have the full support of the government of the day to this excellent bill, Bill C-567, that my colleague has tabled. He has tabled exactly the measures that this government has long ago promised and are necessary to ensure that we have an open democratic government. Well, Mr. Speaker, why would we want to have open disclosure of information to the public? Well, for a good number of reasons. How about simply that we have fact-based lawmaking? How about when we are actually, the government is delivering on its constitutional duty to consult, consider, and accommodate First Nations interests? Does it not seem normal and reasonable that, in fact, it would be necessary for both sides to have access to the same information so that they can proceed in a constructive way based on the same facts and information? Now, this government, Mr. Speaker, is actually bragging that they've received 27% more requests for access to information, as if that should mean that they are an open, transparent government. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's quite the opposite. It's absolutely reprehensible that there has had to be 27% increase of the public having to go through the complicated process of a formal access to information request. And while the law requires a 30-day response to that information, the fact that people have to wait much longer. And why is that critical? Because decisions are made every day by this government that impact Canadians, whether it's health, whether it's their environment, whether it's their drinking water, whether it's equal access to education, and they need that information in order to make sure that their rights are being considered and looked after. Well, what are the main provisions that this bill is bringing forward? Well, one of the most important provisions, Mr. Speaker, and as a person who used to draft legislation, I fully agree and concur with this proposal. The first amendment is to actually clarify the purpose of the law and to actually expand it to make the government institution fully accountable to the public, to make good record-keeping necessary to be held by the government institutions, and that those be fully accessible to the public. So very clearly, an Access to Information Act, that is exactly what it should provide for. And I commend my colleague for coming forward with that proposed amendment, which is very straightforward. Well, why is that necessary? Well, we've lost track of the times where people have sought access to information and been denied. Those of us who were in the previous session of Parliament recall when the government absolutely refused to disclose information on the Afghan detainees, and we're up against the wall. Canadians should have the right to information about the way that the government is conducting itself, not only in our country, but overseas. And it's very important to the reputation of our nation. The second proposal that the member has recommended, it goes to the application of the law and the duty to disclose the right of access, that it should take precedence over other laws. The way that the law is put forward right now, Mr. Speaker, is it's rather an exception. And reasonably, the proposal in this private member's bill says that we still would have reasonable exceptions to that, including national security and under the Privacy Act. The third provision that the member is proposing is on record keeping. Well, that's just common sense, Mr. Speaker. How are the public going to gain access to information if the government does not actually record its decision making? And we have seen circumstances arising where the government simply says, oh, there's no record, or that record hasn't been kept, because so much information now is exchanged by tweet, by email, or by text. And so this provision, I think, is very sensible, and it would require the documenting of decisions, actions, advice, recommendations, and deliberations. Well, why would that be important, Mr. Speaker? Well, we think about a good number of critical decisions before the country right now. For example, the approval of pipelines to the West Coast. We're seeing increasingly, even though departments are mandated by legislation to have the powers, the ministers, the powers to make decision-making, increasingly those decisions are concentrated in the Cabinet. Why is that significant? Well, this legislation right now excludes decisions of the Cabinet, decisions by the PCO. So the recommendation in this legislation is we should have more open access, and in fact there should be a lessening of the exclusion and the exemptions, and that Cabinet confidences should be not necessarily automatically excluded. I'm advised, Mr. Speaker, that we are the only Commonwealth nation that actually provides for a Cabinet exclusion. There is also a recommendation that to add a public interest criteria. That just seems to make common sense, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, when the government is measuring whether or not they should be holding information in confidence, if it would be in the public interest rising above all other interests, then that information absolutely should be released. Now, Mr. Speaker, Duff Conacher with Democracy Watch has actually called this law, rather than the Access to Information Act, the Guide to Keeping Information Secret. Now, that may sound like a rather humorous description of the Act, but when we look at example after example of the struggles that Canadians go through to simply gain access to information, it's probably an apt description. Suzanne Legault, who is the Information Commissioner, has actually called for substantial reforms to the legislation. And because the government has not come forward, I think it's incumbent upon all the members of this House to seriously take a look at this bill. They are the kinds of measures that she has been recommending. They're the kind of measures that a good number of legal experts have been recommending, and they actually parallel exactly the amendments that this government promised to make in 2006 and still has not come forward. Well, I would like to close, Mr. Speaker, by simply speaking to an area that I'm deeply concerned about and I've had the opportunity to work in for quite a number of decades, and that's the area of the protection of the environment. And nowhere is it more important to have access to information than the area of protection of the environment. Access to timely science, access to deliberations by the government, whether or not they will regulate a toxin, whether or not they will make a decision to protect a river, and on it goes. And I think it's important to keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that this government often forgets or ignores undertakings that they previously made. And this government is actually committed to the North American Agreement on Environmental Cooperation, where they actually have an obligation to promote transparency and public participation in environmental decision-making, and actually have an obligation under Article 4 of the North American Agreement to publish in advance any such measure it proposes to adopt and provide interested persons and parties reasonable opportunity to comment. So obviously not much point in commenting unless you actually see the details of what the government is considering. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre will now. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre will now have his 5 minutes of response.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to close the debate on my bill C-567 or 567. I appreciate my seconder, the member for Victoria, for being the seconder of my bill, and thank you to all of my colleagues who have entered into the debate. I can only point out I'm surprised and disappointed that no government side members have seen fit to enter into the debate on this important subject. Mr. Speaker, let me say in the few minutes that I have that it's a fundamental cornerstone of our democracy that the public has a right to know what their government is doing with their money. And the instrument by which they are allowed to exercise that right is the Access to Information Act, our Freedom of Information laws. And let me put it to you, Mr. Speaker, the reason I put forward this bill is that our access to information regime is broken. It is dysfunctional. The wheels have fallen off it. If I was in Newfoundland, I would say the arse is out of her, Mr. Speaker, and the alarm has been sounded by better speakers than I on this whole regard. Mr. Speaker, part of the problem is the government treats information as if it was theirs, as if they have some proprietary right to information, and they'll ration it out in little tidbits, only when necessary and only when it serves their purpose. They're completely off-center in this. It's not the government's information. It doesn't belong to the government. It doesn't belong to the bureaucracy. It doesn't belong to the public servants who created it. It belongs to the people, to the taxpayers of Canada who commissioned that information and whose tax dollars paid for its creation. And the public has a right to know. Now, the government members used to profess this. Government side members will recognize all 6 points in my private member's bill, because all 6 points come from this very document, Mr. Speaker. It's called Stand Up for Canada, and it's the Conservative Party of Canada's federal election platform.
I remember that.
Some of the members across stood on the doorstep and promised Canadians with this very document that if we are elected, we will give the Freedom of Information Commissioner the right to compel evidence and documents, the duty to document. All of the 6 points that I've put in my bill are directly from this document. So, Mr. Speaker, either they're going to support their own promise to Canadians, or we are going to witness the outer limits of hypocrisy. They are going to push the envelope and expand the notion of hypocrisy to something that Canadians have never seen. Because never before, I don't think, has a government been challenged by their own words in so obvious and clear a way. It was tempting for me as the chairman of the Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics Committee to put forward a whole rewrite of the bill, because God knows there are many, many clauses in the bill that would benefit from amendment. But I used some restraint and I limited my bill to exactly the promises they made. Now, how in all good conscience will my Conservative colleagues stand later this week and vote against their own promise to Canadians? Mr. Speaker, it was the culture of secrecy that allowed corruption to flourish in the Liberal years, and a lot of Canadians believed the Conservatives that when they got elected, things would be different. Now, I guess in their minority government, they could have used the excuse, well, it's a minority. Give us a majority and we'll fulfill all the lofty promises we made to Canadians. Well, they've had the majority for years, and now they have the opportunity to make manifest those lofty promises they made at the doorstep by voting for this bill, at least send it to committee so that we can, for the first time since 1983, have a serious review of the Access to Information Act at a parliamentary committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll quote in my closing remarks the former Information Commissioner John Reid when he said, "A government and a public service which holds tight to a culture of secrecy is a government and a public service ripe for abuse." Secrecy, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't agree with him more. The seeds of corruption are planted in the dark, Mr. Speaker, and the black shroud of secrecy will become the most lasting hallmark of this administration if they don't stand up and be honest with Canadians and vote for what they promised they would do. as soon as they can on Bill 567. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The question is as follows. Mr. Martin, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moved that Bill C-567, an act to amend the Access to Information Act, Transparency and Duty to Document, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion.
All those in favor, please say yea. All those against, please say no.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 7th, 2014, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders. Business of supply, opposition motion on safeguarding personal information in the name of Ms. Borg.
Madame Borg.
Ms. Borg, seconded by Mr. Angus, moves that, in the opinion of the House, the government should follow the advice of the Privacy Commissioner and make public the number of warrantless disclosures made by telecommunications companies at the request of federal departments and agencies, and immediately close the loophole that has allowed the indiscriminate disclosure of the personal information of law-abiding Canadians without warrant. Debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in this debate today and table this motion. However, I'm very disappointed to have to rise once again in order to speak out against the highly offensive actions taken by this government. I would have thought that after 3 years they would have finally understood. But once again, the government has been caught red-handed spying on its own citizens. Whether it's through ridiculous statements that we do not support, if we do not support Bill C-30, that we're on the side of the pedophiles, the government has not stopped trying to minimize the impact of what it is proposing that affects Canadians' lives and boasting about their actions. I'd like to say also that I'm going to share my time with the member for Timmins, James Bay. This has been proven to be false by separate stakeholders. The Harper government has qualified it as speculation and irrational fears raised by alarmists, that it's hysteria from the NDP. After having been seriously criticized by the people, the media, and defense groups for civil rights, and people working in the area of the privacy, the government finally listened to us and withdrew that bill. However, we have to remind the government once again that the exploitation of Canadians' private data with no good reason is a major violation of their privacy. And furthermore, I'm not aware of the 1.2 million criminals that we have in this country, apparently. Last week, there were new revelations indicating that agencies and government departments have asked telecommunications company to share personal data without mandate, not once, not twice, but 1.2 million times. We are against this highly debatable mechanism because there is no legislative oversight that allows to distinguish the validity of the grounds indicated by the government on which they wish to access this data. I understand and I support, like many Canadian citizens, the need for responsible authorities or those responsible for our safety to have certain tools at their disposition. However, how can you justify 1.2 million requests in a single year to reach this goal, which has been the case since 2011? And on top of that, without it being necessary to explain why the data is necessary.
nor how they will be used. And when I think of the majority of people who are law-abiding citizens that will be affected by these requests, I think it's unacceptable, it's revolting that this government treats them like criminals.
Canadians has been taken lightly by past Liberal and Conservative governments for far too long, and Canadians affected by the thousands of data breaches in government agencies are paying the price. To hear that the government is snooping on them like common criminals when they have done nothing wrong, on top of it all, is another blow. Last week, the government tried to make us believe these requests were made for public safety reasons. But let's look at the case of the CBSA. In response to my order paper question, after reviewing the number of requests made from the CBSA in 1 year, no requests were made in exigent circumstances. The 18,849 others were made in non-exigent circumstances. From these requests, only 2 were made for national security reasons, none for terrorism alerts, none for foreign intelligence, and none on the grounds of child exploitation. So it's hard to believe the government when they say that these millions of requests were made for national security reasons, when the numbers speak a very different truth.
Canadians understand that the institutions, the law enforcement agencies, need information to identify, catch, and try criminals. But when we learn that the government has turned to telecommunications companies 1.2 million times per year to obtain personal information of Canadians, it's not simply a failure, it is spying. Now, furthermore, the great majority of Canadians are law-abiding. There's therefore no reason to justify this massive spying tactics carried out by the government. If the Canadian government wants to spy on its own citizens, they should do so on solid grounds and only after obtaining a warrant. If the law justifies this level of spying, it must be changed, and that's what the NDP is proposing today. The government needs to have a mandate to listen, or a warrant to listen to Canadians' information. And
extremely urgent circumstances do not permit for the intention of a warrant. However, the information we received from the Privacy Commissioner last week goes far beyond the imaginable. 1.2 million requests for subscriber data without a warrant is unacceptable and unjustifiable.
In Canada, we're very lucky to have a legal framework surrounding the issuance of warrants that serves to protect Canadians and avoid abuse on the part of the authorities. But unfortunately, there's a loophole in the system put in place by the Liberals. What we've seen today is that the Conservatives are abusing of this loophole to spy on Canadians. Clearly, the government has lost control of its procedures for the disclosure of information without a warrant. As I said earlier, this is snooping carried out by the Conservatives. It is not justified by national security reasons. And on top of that, it was in secret. The Privacy Commissioner was not even aware of this.
Motive for snooping on Canadians. They would have no problem whatsoever to warn Canadians when they're being snooped on. They would have no issue working with the OPC. And they would strengthen our laws to better protect Canadians against these types of abuses.
We have neither the reasons, the frequency, nor the history of this government snooping. Even more incredible, the Conservatives have long tried to broaden the legal framework around these information requests that are warrantless. If the government wants to snoop on Canadians, they should be ready to produce valid grounds under the supervision of a court and in exceptional circumstances. What's even more ridiculous is that lack of a will to protect the privacy of Canadians and their complete lack of an understanding of the scope of the problem. In fact, just last week, the Privy Council office required that all departments provide them with details on the number of requests for personal information that were submitted to telecommunication companies over the last 3 years. This proves that the government has so abused of this loophole that it's lost control of its departments in this regard.
Prove that they are unable to protect the privacy of Canadians. The Privacy Act, which dates back to 1983, before the arrival of the internet, and on the other hand, PIPEDA hasn't been updated since the year 2000, before the age of social media.
Rather than strengthening laws and making the government more accountable, the Conservatives are going in the opposite direction. Rather than protecting Canadians' privacy, Bills C-13 and S-4 will increase the possibility or the opportunities for the government to spy on its citizens. From an ethical perspective, this is very problematic.
People who can make requests for subscriber data so that people, let's say, like even Rob Forward, could access your personal information. It creates legal immunity for voluntary disclosure of personal information and expands the circumstances under which personal information can be disclosed.
And as if that wasn't enough, the government is using Canadians' own money to snoop on them. In fact, governmental agencies pay between $1 and $3 to telecommunications company to request this information. That means that, at a minimum, Canadians have paid between $1.2 and $3.6 million to get snooped on. And this is, in fact, a minimum, because only a minority of telecommunications companies have disclosed the frequency with which they were providing information to the government. If all of these requests were justified and the telecoms were afraid, they wouldn't be afraid to reveal their practices. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are tried very hard to hide all of this, and it's worrisome. What have these millions of requests obtained? Clearly, there are not 1.2 million Canadians per year who are criminals. The government considers them criminals because they are snooping on them, unbeknownst to them, and they suspect something. Since I've been the critic for digital issues, I have risen a dozen times in order to emphasize and speak out against the alarming situation of the state of our legislation in terms of protection of people's privacy. The legislation should have been revised or reviewed years ago, and it's now inappropriate to protect our citizens and children.
Not one, but 4 different pieces of legislation introduced in this House that would facilitate government snooping instead of fixing the problem. Canadians are worried. They are right to be. The Internet that they have known as an open and free space for social and political discussions is threatened by the snooping of their very own government. Law-abiding citizens should be able to benefit from the Internet without the threat of being treated like a common criminal.
I'm asking all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this motion, which would restore Canadians' confidence in the protection of their privacy and protect the Internet as a political and social tool that it should be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague. I have such respect for the excellent work she does on this very important file for Canadians. I'd like to ask her about the spin we're hearing from the government. They keep changing their story about how they actually somehow care for Canadians' private information. And the Minister of Industry is telling us that Bill C-13 and Bill S-4 will fix the problem. Oh, well, it's going to fix it all right. Under Bill C-13, that anyone who's designated as a public officer will be able to gather information without a warrant. It's in the bill. So if you look up in the criminal code under Clause 20, what these public or peace officer or public officer, what that includes, that would be warden, reeves of small towns, sheriffs, justices of the peace, persons designated under the Fisheries Act. So folks in Timmins James Bay who are out fishing, the Fisheries Act would be able to get information from the telecoms on you. And, of course, mayors. It seems to me that the government is now moving backwards to actually legalize widespread snooping and opening up the snooping to all manner of people who have no business being able to find out what your personal information is, what you do on the Internet, or who you phone. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why she thinks the government is telling Canadians that allowing widespread snooping by wardens, reeves, sheriffs, mayors, and people designated under the Fisheries Act will somehow protect Canadians' privacy.
Honourable Member for Terrebonne, bienvenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his work on these very important issues. I was very happy to take over from him and talking about some time ago, and he did a lot of work leading up to this. So to answer his question, we have a government that claims that, yes, we have a fantastic bill that's going to do everything to protect Canadians' privacy, whereas in fact, it's a bill that's supposed to be against cyberbullying, that's supposed to, over some 70 pages talking about lawful access and things, but in fact they're broadening the number of cases in which they can obtain information through warrantless disclosures. And according to my colleague, that's broadening the number of people who could be the victims of this. So this is all under this government. So I ask Canadians to really think about this. Imagine the scope that the changes in the definition would have on the number of requests for access to personal information from the telecoms, and without any transparency and without the requirement to obtain a warrant. It's problematic. It's very problematic, Mr. Speaker, and I sincerely hope that the Conservatives and the Liberals today will take an initial step and support our motion to close this loophole in the legislation.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also could sing the praises of the member for Terrebonne-Blainville. She's a member who does a lot of work in her riding for her constituents, and I've seen that several times when I visited her there. But also, she takes care of major issues here in the House and is doing wonderful work. This is another example, I believe, Mr. Speaker. Here we can see that the Conservatives seem to not even want to ask questions on this, but the truth is, or the reality is, that when you look back at the last elections, when the Conservatives complained that the census was an intrusion on the privacy of people, and the people didn't need to say how many bathrooms they had in their house. That was something that was anathema to them. And at the same time, when the Conservatives were in government, they were sending 1.2 million requests for personal information from telecommunications agencies. We don't even know what kinds of questions were asked. And today, we're asking, indeed, to have an appropriate process and to have a warrant required. So I'm asking the member from Terrebonne-Blainville why she thinks that the Conservatives seem so reticent to prevent this kind of abuse that we've been seeing for months. The honourable member from Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, this reticence is most troubling because we know that they're only supposed to ask for personal information in cases that have some connection to national security. But as I said in my speech, for the Canadian Border Services Agency, only 2 out of 18,000 requests were on issues of national security. So we're asking for transparency so that we can see that it's indeed not just the case. And that's a question I'm asking myself as well.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today on this very important issue as the Democratic Party calls for accountability and an explanation on behalf of Canadians into the widespread spying and interference of Canadians' internet use and their cell phone use under this government. What we are asking for today is eminently reasonable. We're asking simply to ensure that the powers of the Privacy Commissioner, the member who represents us for the as a parliamentary officer who represents the Canadian people, that she has the authority to ensure that the laws of this land are being followed. Now, we have a government, of course, that will do anything they can to obstruct the work of the officers of Parliament, because right now the officers of Parliament are about the only bulwark standing in the way against numerous underminings of Canadians' legal rights and even the illegal activities that are being undertaken by the Conservative Party. Now, it has been said that one of the foundations of a democracy is to ensure maximum transparency for government and maximum privacy for citizens. But under this paranoid and secretive government, they flipped it. They have maximum privacy for their black holes of administrations where they refuse to answer the most simplest questions, and they're getting maximum transparency on the lives of Canadian citizens to the tune of last year 1.2 million requests of telecoms. Now that's a conservative number, and I say conservative in the way it's the Conservatives have begun to use it, because not all the telecoms even bothered to respond to the Privacy Commission. That's a very disturbing trend. But what do 1.2 million requests mean? It means that every 27 seconds, someone from a government agency, who? We don't know. Under what reasons? We don't know. For what possible motive? We don't know. But every 27 seconds, they pick up a telecom and ask information about the private lives of Canadian citizens, and they get it without warrant. So let's debunk the excuses we've heard from the Conservatives on this. First is the boogeyman excuse. Now, they use the boogeyman all the time, that the boogeyman is out there, he's roaming the streets. The member from Markham the other day made it sound like his neighborhood sounded like a case of Shaun of the Dead, that there's these violent criminals and terrorists all over the place. And so they have to be able to call up the telecom and immediately gather any information they need whenever they want. But those laws already exist, Mr. Speaker. It's fairly straightforward to get information if a violent crime is occurring. But we're being led to believe that the boogeyman is out there and this government has to stop them. Now, how did the government define terrorists? Well, I refer you back to February 2012 when Vic Taves, and I think we should be talking that this whole piece of spying that we're dealing with, this is the revenge of Vic Taves. But Vic Taves branded the, quote, new anti-terrorism strategy, the Building Resilience Against Terrorism, Canada's first counter-terrorism strategy, so that the government was going to go after terrorists. And that included domestic extremism that is, quote, based on grievances, real or perceived, revolving around the promotion of various causes such as animal rights, environmentalism, and anti-capitalism. So if you are against the Northern Gateway Pipeline, under this government's framework, you're a potential terrorist. So if they decide that they want to follow your movements, you're one of the boogeymen. If you're concerned about animal rights, now this isn't animal rights like our Prime Minister's wife, who tells us that, you know, 1,000 murdered and missing women may be a great cause, but they're here for abandoned cats. No, they're probably not spying on the Prime Minister's wife, but someone else who might have concerns about animal rights, it's in there. That's a potential terrorist worthy of picking up the phone. Now, one of the other excuses is they're not asking for anything that's not already very normal. It's just like picking up a phone book and looking up a number. So you just call a telecom and demand private information on Canadians. It's just like using a phone book. Ontario's Privacy Commissioner, Anne Cavoukian, says that that's a load of bunk. She said that getting even basic subscriber information such as ISP numbers is, quote, customer name and address ties us to our entire digital life, unlike a stationary street address. Therefore, subscriber information is far from the modern-day equivalent of publicly available phone book. Rather, it's a key to much wider, sensitive subset of information. Of course, then they say, what, don't you trust our police? Well, we certainly would trust the police. However, we also see that Anne Cavoukian has said that at no time have Canadian authorities provided the public with any evidence or reasoning that Canadian law enforcement agencies have been frustrated in the performance of their duties as a result of shortcomings in the current law. And the Privacy Commissioners, in their joint letter, also write to the Prime Minister saying, quote, the capacity of the state to conduct surveillance and access private information while reducing the frequency and vigor of judicial scrutiny. This is the heart of the issue. But, Mr. Speaker, we all remember when Vic Taves stood up in the House and he told Canadian citizens who were concerned about the fact that they were being spied on, that they were basically in league with child pornographers, if they had the nerve to stand up for. Now, of course, that was such a boneheaded move that it caused such a blowback on the government that they had to retract the legislation. Now, why were they so intent on pushing that through? We now know, Mr. Speaker, they were trying to legalize what has become the common practice. So in their shadow world of spying on Canadians is not legal. Gathering this information without warrants is not legal. This is why they put the former Bill C-30 up to attempt to deal with facts like, remember, Vic Taves had one of these pieces that the minister, quote, may provide telecommunication service provider with any equipment or other thing that the minister considers the service provider needs to comply with their ability to spy on Canadians. Now, that seemed like such a bizarre request at the time, but we've seen with the NSA. and the widespread spying on American citizens and citizens around the world. Exactly what Vic Taves was getting at, which is the ability to create mirror sites, the fact that we just learned in Der Spiegel that the NSA tapped the underwater cable networks between Europe and USA to listen in on what ordinary citizens were doing on the internet. So this government has the same vision. They wanted to legalize that ability, and they were frustrated. Now, the biggest excuse we're hearing from the government, they realized the Vic Taves approach of accusing ordinary Canadians of being like child pornographers. Well, that really didn't work. So now they're going to reassure Canadians that they're going to fix it. So yeah, they're going to fix it all right. They're going to fix it so that not only they get to spy on Canadians, but anybody who wants to spy on Canadians, corporations can spy on Canadians, and all manner of very dubiously named authorities will now be able to spy. So let's go through some of these issues on Bill S4 and Bill C13. That, according to Michael Geist, Bill S4 will massively expand warrantless disclosure of personal information. Because under S4, an organization may disclose the personal information without the knowledge of consent or of the individual if the disclosure is made to another organization. So not the laws of the land, not the RCMP, not anti-terrorism units, but if you're in dispute with a corporation over some contractual obligation, that they can call your telecom and have your information handed over and you will not be told. So they're certainly going to fix it. They're going to fix it to make widespread snooping of everything you do all the time perfectly legit for any corporation who just phones up and says, hey, I want to know what they're doing on the internet. Now, that's not all, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at Bill C13, which will give a public officer or a peace officer the ability to call telecoms, demand information, and the telecoms will receive legal immunity for passing over this private information. An interesting article in the National Post points out that Rob Ford will now be able to make these requests because, oh yes, he is a public officer, and under the Act, Rob Ford, if he wants to find out what his neighbors are doing interfering with the drug gangs in Rexdale that he might have friends with, he would actually be able to make the calls. The criminal code describes these peace officers, public officers, as including reeves of small towns, county wardens. They would be able to get information, and even people designated under the Fisheries Act. But there's another element that's really important. Under the present laws, even with all this snooping that's going on, there has to be part of an investigation, and guess what? This government is going to remove the caveat that said this snooping, this spying on the rights of Canadians, it doesn't have to have anything to do with an investigation. If they want a fishing trip, if they want to keep tabs on you, they will be able to do it. Mr. Speaker, this needs to be dealt with. This is a government that is spying on law-abiding citizens and treating them as criminals, and they need to be held accountable for this abuse of Canadians' rights.
Questions and comments? La députée de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
My colleague mentioned, and I would like to congratulate him on his great speech. He mentioned that in C13 we'll be expanding the ability for government agencies, public officers, we mentioned it, even certain mayors and certain people of the Fisheries Department, which was somewhat odd. But one thing it does is it gives legal immunity to telecommunication companies who decide to disclose voluntarily customer data. Now, one of the things, although this is a huge loophole in the law that we've created, and today we're hoping that we can close this loophole through our motion, but one of the things that a telecommunication might think before disclosing data is, could I get in trouble? Could I be sued? Etc. So that's the one little tiny threshold that we have in place right now, and we're removing that with C13. So I want to ask my colleague today, is he scared that we might actually be creating somewhat of a quasi-governmental spying agency through telecoms?
Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague and point out to the folks back home that you've probably noticed that the Conservatives have gone to ground. They don't want to stand up. They don't want to ask questions. They don't want to be accountable for the fact that they believe that in Canada in 2014, that anybody who calls about what you do on the internet or calls about your cell phone use should be allowed to get that information. And I'd like to point out to my colleague, and her question is excellent and right to the point, that what this does is not only does it vastly expand the ability of anybody, it seems. I don't know, they should have the exceptions of who can't call and get personal information on you, but that the immunity provisions for telecoms will mean that nobody's ever going to check up. You know, if police officer X wants to keep track on his ex-wife and who she's meeting, he just calls up. He doesn't need an investigation. And the telecoms are refusing to hand that information over to the Privacy Commissioner. So will there be abuse? Oh, yeah, there's going to be lots of abuse. But this abuse will now be perfectly legal. Right now, it's not legal. And it's been exposed by the Privacy Commissioner. But under the changes to the law, when the industry ministers tells Canadians, don't worry, we're going to fix it, they're fixing it all right. The immunity clauses will allow the transfer of private information of your internet use, of your cell phone use to anybody under any circumstances, and they won't have to explain it, and you will never know.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague's exactly right. I mean, here we have a government that seems to have a bit of paranoia as to what is actually happening in the background. 1.2 million requests for personal information is unbelievable. Now, my colleague mentioned with respect to that the government has indicated that they would be willing to give any equipment that they need to do that work. But yet we have people who have a hard time getting their CPIC clearance until months and months later and should be going back to work. Isn't that what the government should be doing, is working to get people at work instead, providing the police with the tools that they need, as well as what are people doing already with this information? And I'm pretty sure it's my colleague here from Hamilton East Stoney Creek who rightly pointed out about a situation where someone had tried to travel abroad and was turned around because of her mental health issue that someone found out about. She didn't have a criminal record. So why is it that the government is going in this direction and is not speaking up on the safety of Canadians and their privacy?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague. You have to ask yourself, what's going on in this country when every 27 seconds some unknown person calls and demands information on ordinary Canadians? When this government is stonewalling an inquiry into over 1,100 murdered and missing Aboriginal women. Now, we know in this country that under this government there's two kinds of victims. There's two kinds of criminals. And the fact that they will sit back and tell us that there's no need to investigate what happened to 1,100 young girls and young mothers who were kidnapped or disappeared or murdered, that's not of concern to them. But when they want to know if someone is speaking up on Facebook against Northern Gateway, well, under 2012 designation, that's considered part of their Building Resilience Against Terrorism, Canada's first counter-terrorism strategy. The fact that they're using our police resources to spy on Canadians when they're failing in their fundamental duty to protect certain segments of our society just because they happen to be Aboriginal, I find that an abomination.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, proud and pleased to rise in this House today to speak on this important topic, the privacy of Canadians and public safety. Let me tell you that I will be sharing my time with the hard-working member from Chatham, Kent, Essex. L'application des lois et la sécurité nationale.
Enforcement of laws and national security are essential roles of government, as is the protection of Canadians' ability, law-abiding Canadians' ability, to go about their lives without government interference. Our role is to protect Canadians and make sure there are no intrusions or violations of their privacy.
to be mindful of this balance, which also ensuring that law enforcement have the tools they need to do their jobs, with law-abiding citizens continue to be free from any form of government harassment. It is with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, that I can assure you, and I can assure this House, that our government and that I will strongly oppose the motion put forward by the member of the New Democrat Party from Terrebonne-Blainville. Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to strongly oppose this motion because it does nothing to guarantee the security of Canadians' data. Our Conservative government deals with the protection of Canadians' privacy, the privacy of law-abiding Canadians. We treat that as the highest priority. All government authorities, those responsible for enforcement and national security, have an obligation, and they do comply with Canadian law.
These agencies are subject to robust, independent oversight and review. The Canadian Security Intelligence Service is subject to thorough review by the Security Intelligence Review Committee. CIRC, Mr. Speaker, is keeping an eye on CSIS. That's what it is. This committee has significant powers to review decisions and compel documents. Additionally, it is made up of many eminent Canadians, including, currently, a former NDP member of provincial parliament, and it boasts, as a former member, the new Premier of Quebec. L'ancien Premier ministre.
The former Quebec Premier, Mr. Speaker, was also a member of the CIRC. Like former New Democrats, Canadian citizens are overseeing CSIS activities, and they're making sure that the law is followed. The RCMP is also subject to oversight. There's a public complaints body. These are independent, arm's-length bodies that make sure that public complaints about RCMP conduct are examined fairly and in an impartial manner. These bodies ensure that all laws are followed. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we increased the powers of the RCMP Public Complaints Commission, unfortunately without the support of the NDP. But people can count on our Conservative government to act to protect Canadians' privacy and safety.
Now, Mr. Speaker, let's examine the type of information that this motion and the NDP is opposed to allowing law enforcement to access. Only the most basic information, such as the name, phone number, may be released. In all cases, this is done voluntarily. That means that at any time, a company could decide not to cooperate if they did not feel a certain request meet their expectations of their customers.
And this information is essential for the compensation to people in the course of an inquiry. I am proud, Mr. Speaker, to be responsible for public safety in Canada. And as you know, every year the annual report is put out on electronic surveillance.
This opportunity to clear up a misconception being advanced by members opposite. Any invasive surveillance, such as wiretaping of the interception, or when we're looking at the content of an interception of any communications, it requires a warrant. Any of these form of surveillance, Mr. Speaker. That's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about phone numbers, name, address. Let's be clear. What we are talking today is voluntarily disclosure by private businesses to law enforcement. That's the way this model is working. And this is a Canadian way, but this is also a standard practice that has taken place for many years. Indeed, it was put under the previous Liberal government, supported by the NDP, and we find it, Mr. Speaker, in G7 countries. While we need to make sure that the privacy of Canadians is protected, Mr. Speaker, we must also ensure that those who break the law face the law and face it in its full force. C'est pourquoi, Monsieur le Gouvernement, depuis 2006,
This is why, Mr. Speaker, since 2006, we have implemented over 30 measures to fight against criminals. Often in the face of opposition obstruction, we wish criminals to remain behind bars.
the NDP have voted against such common sense measures. Just give me an example. Giving victims more information about convicted criminals. Ending early parole for white-collar fraudsters and drug dealers. Cracking down on drug dealers who target our children. Well, this is the law of the land, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to have supported those measures along with my Conservative colleagues. That is why Canadians know that only our Conservative government can be trusted to keep them safe. Mr. Speaker, yes, we put a high priority on ensuring law enforcement to do the work, but this is not a free-for-all information. Laissez-moi vous dire, Monsieur le Président, ce que le dirigeant...
Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, what the head of Bell Canada recently said. He would provide law enforcement agencies and other authorized organizations basic information such as the name and address and phone number, which is non-confidential as defined by the CRTC. Any other information, such as a private number, would require a legal warrant. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues will talk about another measure which we have put forward, a bill to ensure that Canada enters fully the digital age and that the privacy of Canadians is protected. We're going to do this while making sure that our law enforcement agencies will receive the information they need to bust open plots and to help protect the security of Canadians. And it's quite paradoxical that we have a motion here which would restrict our ability, rather the ability of law enforcement agencies to restrict their powers.
I'm proud to say that Canada is safer, more prosperous, and a better place to raise a family than it was prior to our government being elected in 2006. And, you know, after those years, it's clear that this government is committed to protecting victims. It's committed to keep criminals behind the bars, but it is also committed to put the privacy of Canadians as a target, and that's why I will support our bill on making Canada enter into the digital era. But count on me, I will oppose this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very disappointed to hear that the government will reject this motion because for me it is essential. Now I want to address certain things my colleague said. He said he wanted to oppose a certain aspect because he wants to protect the safety of Canadians, which is what we want to as well, but we want this to happen with warrants. I had put a written question to the government and to all departments, and the Canada Border Services Agency had made more 18,000 requests of telecoms for personal information. They did this in 1 year alone. Of those 18,000 requests, they said they weren't quite sure about the circumstances these requests were made in because they don't follow these matters too closely. But they also talk about a robust verification system. But the Privy Council office, no later than last week, asked departments and agencies for more information on the requests for private information they are making. So it's clear that the government is not even aware of all these requests are being made. So how can the member opposite talk about efficient verification? So, given all of these requests, which are allegedly legitimate, why not disclose this information? Why not make these measures more transparent? And why not require that warrants be obtained? The Minister for Public Safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for Terrebonne-Blainville for giving me the opportunity to remind her that a warrant is necessary when more specific information is required. And that is the difference here today in this debate, because as I said in my speech, what we're talking about in this debate is voluntary information being provided. It seems that the Members' Party had a different position 14 years ago, and now they've suddenly changed their minds. And this has consequences, Mr. Speaker, because the Canada Border Services Agency is in charge of enforcing the law, and every year around 250,000 citizens from around the world want to come and live in Canada because we've created a prosperous country where people can get a job and thrive and raise a family. But unfortunately, some people abuse the generosity of Canada. And this is why, since 2006, nearly 115,000 illegal immigrants were sent back home. And I would like to recognize the work done by the Canada Border Services Agency, which has used the information being debated here today, which has legitimately used that information to protect the integrity of our immigration system.
Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-13, presently before committee, contains in it an immunity for the voluntary, secret, and warrantless disclosure of information by telephone companies. Bill S-4, presently before the Senate, expands the entities who can receive this information. So the two of them added together will result in there being greater lawful, warrantless, and secret disclosure of Canadians' subscriber information. Does the minister not feel that Canadians have any right to know when and how their subscriber information is being disclosed to an increasingly broad audience?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member, Mr. Speaker, which in a past life I used to work for our veterans. Well, Mr. Speaker, the question is asking if this is complying with the law. If when I own a cellular phone, I'm willing to share some basic subscription information. The answer is yes, Mr. Speaker, and it's legal. But if this is to be more detailed information, then a warrant is needed. There's no need to increase in that matter the legislation. But yes, there's a need, and that's why Minister of Industry has brought forward a bill. And let me quote here what the Privacy Commissioner, Chantal Bernier, has told about the bill brought forward by this government. It contains very positive developments for the privacy rights of Canadians. So while maintaining safety first, we are bringing forward a bill that is increasing the privacy rights of Canadians. So this is the answer to my colleague specifically, and I would invite him to support the bill that is put in front of the House and continue the work at committee to make sure that the rights of Canadians are even better protected than they were before, and that we continue to move on as the technology is evolving. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House today to highlight the measures our government has taken to protect the privacy of individual Canadians. First and foremost, I'd like to discuss Bill S4, the Digital Privacy Act. This bill will make important amendments to the Personal Information Protection and Electronics Documents, otherwise known as the PIDA, with the express purpose of providing new protection for Canadians when they surf the web and shop online. PIDA was passed in the House of Commons in 1999 and implemented in 2001. There is nothing new about it, and there is no mention from the opposition on amendments since that time. With Bill S4, our government is implementing new measures to better protect Canadians' personal information. Mr. Speaker, let me speak a little about PIDA in general. PIDA is our primary piece of legislation that lays out the ground rules for how private sector businesses collect, use, and share personal information. What kind of personal information? I'm talking about names, age, banking records, shopping history, etc. We know that this kind of information is gathered by many companies and organizations in the course of their day-to-day transactions. The fear, of course, is that in the wrong hands, this kind of information can be exploited, in the worst cases used to commit fraud, identity theft, or other harmful acts. To combat these kinds of malicious deeds, the Digital Privacy Act will implement tougher rules to protect the privacy of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, protecting Canadians is a major pillar of Digital Canada 150, which the Minister of Industry launched this last month to help our country take full advantage of the economic opportunities of the digital age. Under the Protecting Canadians pillar, the Digital Privacy Act will protect consumers online, simplify rules for businesses, and increase overall compliance with our privacy laws. Before we tabled S4, the government consulted the Privacy Commissioner and got her views on how to best move forward with modernizing Canada's intellectual property laws. The Minister spoke to her again before tabling, and in fact, here's what she said about our Digital Privacy Act and our efforts to best protect Canadians online. She said, and I quote, "I welcome the proposals in this bill. This bill contains, quote, very positive developments for the privacy rights of Canadians," end of quote. In addition, the NDP critic, a digital critic across the floor from Terrebonne-Blainville, said about our government's Digital Privacy Act, "We have been pushing for these measures, and I'm happy to see them introduced. Overall, these are good steps," end of quote. The first element I'd like to touch on, Mr. Speaker, is a familiar one to Canadians in this digital age: data breaches. New rules in the Digital Privacy Act will require organizations to tell Canadians if their personal information has been lost or stolen. As part of this notification, organizations will also have to tell individuals what steps they can take to protect themselves from potential harm, actions that can be as simple as changing their credit card PIN or email password. At the same time, the bill will require organizations to report these data breaches to the Privacy Commissioner of Canada. With the passage of this bill, organizations that deliberately break the rules will face significant penalties of up to $100,000 for every individual they fail to notify. In keeping with the motion before us and its reference to the Privacy Commissioner, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the Digital Privacy Act's changes that will ensure that the Privacy Commissioner has the right tools to help protect Canadians' privacy. Bill S4 will give the Privacy Commissioner the ability to negotiate voluntary compliance agreements with organizations. Under these agreements, organizations make binding commitments to ensure the privacy of Canadians. This allows organizations to be proactive and work collaboratively with the Privacy Commissioner to quickly correct any privacy violations that may have been discovered. In exchange, those organizations can avoid costly legal action. At the same time, the agreements are binding and give the Privacy Commissioner more power to hold organizations accountable in court and make sure that they follow through on promises to fix privacy problems. The Digital Privacy Act also will provide the Commissioner with more power to name and shame companies that do not play by the rules. This will ensure that Canadians are informed and aware of issues that affect their privacy. And finally, the Digital Privacy Act will extend the time frame to 1 year for Canadians as well as the Privacy Commissioner to take a company to court. Under the current rules, the Privacy Commissioner has only 45 days. In many cases, this isn't enough time for an organization to either voluntarily fix the problem or for the Privacy Commissioner to prepare a proper application. At all times, an individual's right to privacy, as guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, must be respected. Despite any exception provided for in PIPEDA, law enforcement agencies must respect the Charter and have a warrant or other justification to obtain private information. And equally important, Mr. Speaker, is that in any of these circumstances, nothing in PIPEDA forces a company to turn over private information to police, government, agencies, other private companies, anyone. PIPEDA protects privacy. It does not force companies to violate it. Bill S4 makes sure that organizations can share information with appropriate authorities in situations that would involve providing information that will allow police to contact and communicate with the family of an injured or deceased person, sharing information in order to detect and prevent fraud, or allowing organizations to report suspected cases of financial abuse to appropriate authorities. All of these exceptions are clearly defined and limited to circumstances where sharing this information is in the best interest of persons involved. Here's an example, Mr. Speaker. Let's say a bank teller notices a regular customer, a senior citizen, is coming in lately with another person unfamiliar to the teller, and that they're making more frequent withdrawals for more money than usual, and the teller witnesses the senior handing over the withdrawn cash to the unfamiliar person. Most tellers or financial institutions would like to have the power to inform appropriate parties of this situation, such as the police, public trustees, or the client's next of kin. But at the moment, our privacy law prevents the bank from informing these people who could help. The Digital Privacy Act will remove this barrier and make sure suspected cases of financial abuse can be reported and the interests of seniors protected. The Digital Privacy Act also creates new rules whenever an organization asks an individual for their approval to collect, use, or share their personal information. This new measure will establish stronger protection for the privacy of more vulnerable Canadians, such as children. As children and adolescents spend an increasingly large amount of time online, it is important that they clearly understand the choices in front of them before they hand over private information about themselves. The Digital Privacy Act strengthens informed consent. Informed consent means that the individuals are not just told of what is being done with their information, but that they understand the potential consequences of clicking yes or no. This change will require organizations to clearly and plainly communicate with their target audience when asking for their consent to collect personal information, and they will have to consider whether their target audience is able to understand the consequences of sharing their personal information. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud of this aspect of S4. Given the proliferation of iPods, laptops, BlackBerries among our youth, the stronger rules included in this bill will make sure that individual Canadians, in particular children and adolescents, can understand the potential consequences of the choices they make. And in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the elements of the Digital Privacy Act I have laid out today have been carefully thought out with the best interests of all stakeholders in mind. Our government is confident that by better protecting consumers, streamlining rules for businesses, and increasing compliance, the Digital Privacy Act will make Canadians safer and more secure. The Digital Privacy Act will strengthen Canada's privacy laws by making sure Canadians are informed if their privacy has been put at risk, and by holding to account those organizations that would deliberately break the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions
and comments? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I'd like to say that even though I'd like to thank the honourable member for his participation, it seems that Conservative members are a little confused. We're not debating S4, we're debating an NDP motion which says that there's a lack of transparency when it comes to the information collected by telecoms. I have a questions for my Conservative colleague. We know that it costs between $1 and $3 every time a federal agency or department requests personal information from a telecom company. So if you add it all together over 1 year, we're talking about at least between $1.2 and $3 million, so per year alone. How can this member justify these costs to his constituents who have elected him? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the member for the question. I suppose the short answer would be it's the cost of doing business. She's right. That's the cost of a request, and that would be the subsequent addition in math, I suppose. But what we're talking about is something, a term we've heard repeatedly. 99.3% of all those requests are basic subscriber information. So an example of that would be the police, for instance, wanting to have information on a certain case, and that information is pertinent to a case. It's critical that they obtain that information. So on a voluntary basis, now this subscribed information can be given by whatever organization has that information now. And I suppose there's a cost involved, and she's right, that would be the cost, but I think Canadians understand that it's important for the protection of young people, of children, of seniors, that these measures must be taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you very much. I was going to get up and ask the member about what he thinks of how many warrantless requests are out, because this is what this motion is about today. The bill before the Senate and the privacy, we'll get to that in time, but how many of these are warrantless requests, and what information doesn't require a warrantless request? We're talking about how many times they request this information without a warrant. So he talked about basic subscriber information. Well, what exactly is basic subscriber information? Would the member be able to tell us what basic information is okay to be provided? Because there's a lot of debate about how far does this basic subscriber information go. So when you say it's easy, what is basic subscriber information?
Well, member for Chatham-Kent Essex.
I thank the member for the question. Again, short answer for basic subscriber information is name, phone number, address, email, and IP address. Anything over and above that would require a warrant.
Question et commentaire. Alors, la députée de...
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are unable to protect people's privacy. They are responsible for thousands of offences that have been revealed by the various departments by themselves. So why has the Conservative government been so bold as to put C-30 on online spying without warrants, and that the public's indignation was needed to make them step down? The honourable member for Sussex.
The member for the question. The question has to of course be understood that this is a request, and that the service provider can reject that request. I want to just mention one thing, Mr. Speaker. I had served, and many of us have been in this House for many years, and I have served for 8 years, and I think the first 4 years, we dealt with this issue, with PEPITA and the struggles, and during that course of evaluating PEPITA, it was obvious that there had to be clarification, and this bill, the bill that S14, basically just looks after those requests and those flaws within PPIDA that make it impossible for police to make the request, and not only for police to make the request, but clarity in the law so that subscribers really don't know whether or not they're allowed to give this. So I think this just clears the air in a lot of those areas that were so important that we had that fixed up.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to participate in this debate today and talk about what we've learned in the last few weeks from the from the Commissioner regarding how much information is being requested of government agencies and the frequency at which it's being requested and the backstops. What things are in place? So this stuff, it doesn't go unchecked. You know, one thing of a democracy, we have Parliament, we have commissioners, we have a number of different backstops to make sure that people's information is being protected. And we'll be supporting the motion today. I have a similar motion before our Privacy and Ethics Commissioner to dive into this issue in a little bit more detail, because it is quite troublesome to realize that when your privacy commissioner comes out with this type of information, that she has no way of knowing what government agencies and if the telecommunications companies are following the rules, and which government agencies involved. All we've heard, and I'd like to quote an answer from the Prime Minister the other day, because I think it's a little bit out of step of what is actually happening. When he was asked the question, the answer from the Prime Minister was, what we do understand is various Canadian investigative law enforcement and other agencies. Okay, let's just pause there for a minute. Other agencies. Well, what other agencies are we talking about? Are we talking about the RCMP, the Canada Border and Security Services? Okay, that's two agencies. How broad does this go into the Canadian government? Are we talking about DFO when they do surveillance activities? Are we talking about Service Canada when they request information on clients? We really don't know, so we really need to dive into what other agencies are we talking about here. The Information Commissioner doesn't know, and we have Canadians have a right to know what agencies of their government are asking for this information. The Prime Minister continues on from time to time, requests information from telecommunications companies. Well, time to time is hardly 1.2 million times. That would be, in 2011, where these statistics come from, would be every 26 seconds, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, is hardly from time to time. It's quite frequently that these agencies are asking for this information, and we need to know when and how, and some oversight into these agencies. And he went on to say they always do in accordance, they always seek a warrant. Always seek a warrant, the Prime Minister said. That's not quite factually correct either, because that gets to the heart of the matter here. We have warrantless requests and warrant requests. Ones that have a warrant where an agency goes to a judge, the judge reviews the information, and then discloses for a warrant for that information. And then there's the warrantless request. There's two facets of this particular debate. So to say that they always seek a warrant when they are required to do so, and of course we expect telecompanies to respect the law in all their dealings. Well, that gets to the heart of this. Which ones have a warrant and which ones are warrantless? What oversight is there for the warrant side of things? We put a lot of trust in our judicial system to do respect the Constitution, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms on people's privacy when it comes to a warrant. And from my limited knowledge of what judges go through, I think judges do a fair due diligence in whether they request or comply with a request from a law enforcement or another agency to grant a warrant. I have confidence in our system that they do that. Now, Are there emergency circumstances from time to time that would require to protect the public from harm? Yeah. Okay, and I think those are already dealt with in current legislation, and it's designed that way that if it's an immediate threat to life or national security, the telecommunications companies are empowered to cooperate with law enforcement agencies without a warrant. Yeah, we understand that. We get that. That's not where we're going with this. It's the sure staggering number of requests that have come in for this information. Now, people listening to the debate might say, well, what telecommunications companies are we talking about here? And the commissioner revealed that she had asked 13 telecoms and social media companies for this information, how often they were getting requests. Well, the 13 companies that she asked on the telecommunications side was Bell, Telus, Rogers, Shaw, SaskTel, Global Live. On the social media and companies on the other side, we had Microsoft, Facebook, Apple, Google, Twitter, eBay, and RIM. Well, out of that, 9 responded anonymously through their lawyer. Well, that first brings a red flag up the flagpole. If they're being so open and accountable, why do you need to go through your lawyer to reveal this information to the Information Commissioner? Wouldn't you want to be transparent and open about that? And what's also even more staggering, out of the 13, 4 just didn't bother to respond at all to the Privacy Commissioner. Responded at all, just left it mute. So it goes to the point that our privacy Commissioner needs to have the tools and the tooth to compel these companies to release this information to her, so that she can, her office can make a judgment. So this is really about oversight, and there is no oversight, and there is no court oversight. So we've got to take it, like I said earlier, into the warrantless disclosure and the warrant disclosure, and really get to the bottom of this. One of the things that we talked about here today, and I asked a question a little bit earlier, is basic subscriber information from an ISP, Internet Services Provider. Well, what is that basic information that was allowed when other legislation was put into force? What is being provided? And how far does it go? I asked the question a minute ago, and a member of the government said, "Was your name, your address, your phone number, your email address, and your IP address?" Well, your IP address is a pretty detailing piece of information about oneself, because it can detect a lot of information of where you go, what you send. There's a whole. I'm no techno geek or know enough about technology, but I know that your IP address is something that is pretty substantial piece of information in telling information about yourself. Well, experts in this matter also say that it goes even further than that. It goes into transmission data, or metadata as they call it. That it's not only this basic information, but they're interpreting this to go beyond that basic information. And when they look at metadata, it's like when the article I was listening this morning, I think it was Mr. HoC was the expert, so I'm going to credit him to where I learned this morning. It's like saying to Canada Post, what's the information on the outside of the envelope? Where is it going, and to whom it has come from? That is the basic information that is also being provided under basic information. So it's communication to and from, and at which time is some of this basic information that they are requesting. So, it goes a little bit deeper to that, and that's why I think that we need to support this motion, and I think we need to continue this debate and really get an understanding of the facets of this. We cannot, as parliamentarians and as people of protecting the public interest, we can't just take the word of government. We cannot just take the word of our law enforcement agency. There needs to be some checks and balances into this. And this is something that we genuinely, all members, should think that it's very, very worthwhile to dive into this particular issue and find out what's going on here. And hopefully, I'd be the first one to admit, hopefully, it's all above board. Hopefully that the warrant is, the information is providing on the warrant is being done in a truthful and open manner, and even the warrantless side of things is being done in a truthful but we shouldn't just hide under the guise sometimes of public safety and all that. I think we need to, it's our due diligence and to really dive into this particular issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I think another thing that was brought up this morning is the privacy bill that's over in the Senate right now. There's lots we could talk about that are coming forward in that particular piece of legislation, but I think we should not get this issue today confused with that piece of legislation that's before Parliament. These are two separate types of information. They're two separate things altogether, and we should be very, very careful not to combine the two, not to muddy the waters. The motion before us today is pretty clear. It talks about make public the number of warrantless disclosures made by telecommunications companies that request from federal department and agency, and immediately close the loophole that allow indiscriminate disclosure of personal information. So this is pretty specific. It's something that needs further study, and I'm hoping that we can study it before the Privacy Committee as well to see if it warrants some more investigation, some more legislation. So it's a pleasure to support this, and I hope all members do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my honourable colleague. What's being debated here in the House of Commons is the need to ensure oversight, to protect the rights of Canadians, to ensure that the laws are being applied. I think that would be a fairly straightforward thing for any normal government to support. Unfortunately, this government is very threatened, it seems, by anybody establishing any basic standards of accountability, which is why they continually undermine and attack the officers of Parliament. For the folks back home, the officers of Parliament have the role of protecting the basic rights of Canadians. So we bring forward a motion as New Democrats to make sure that the Privacy Commissioner has the tools to find out. When every 27 seconds somebody's spying on a Canadian citizen, what are the basis of that? Why are they snooping and demanding this information? And for the government to not want to give that information up, for the telecoms to refuse to cooperate, is very, very, very disturbing. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what he thinks it says about the culture of secrecy and obstruction within this government, that they want to deny the officer of Parliament whose job it is to make sure that laws are being applied fairly and that complied with, to keep her from doing her job of defending the rights of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. It's sad to see, because we see this government more and more often, even in this place here, go into in camera, go into secrecy. Like, you know, we're here to dive in, to ask questions. Do we get political? Do we get aggressive? Do we try to get a gotcha moment? Yeah, we do. But on something like this, something as serious as prying into people's information every 27 seconds, and it's serious, and we need to be able to protect that. And if our agents of Parliament, as was described, don't have the authority, the teeth to do it, and we can't do it, then who does it? We just toss up our hands and say, oh, well, that's it, we'll just hand it all over. And the other aspect of this is, I just, as the member was speaking, is, where does this information go after it's provided? Who is the caretaker of this information when someone calls up and says, we need to know this basic information about somebody, and it gets put into a database or a file, or where does it go? How does that information get protected? And the protecting of privacy and protecting of information. That's another question to ask on this, is once that 1.2 million times it was requested, well, it got written down somewhere. It got typed into some computer somewhere. So how do we know that that information is being protected once it leaves these telecommunications companies' hands?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my Liberal colleague. And, you know, he poses some very, valid questions that all of us should be concerned about. And I noted in his comments, in talking about the motions, he talked about the committee, a standing committee of the House, where maybe we would be able to get some of the questions that he has posed answered. And I think that there's a great deal of merit in terms of exploring this issue in a more formal fashion. And what better than having a standing committee, in which I know the member is a member of a standing committee, to be able to examine, especially if you take into consideration, Mr. Speaker, that over the last number of years, technology, whether it's the issue of identity theft, privacy concerns over the Internet, that this is something that's more and more on the top of individuals' minds. And we do need to do more work on that. And maybe if my colleague could provide some further thought in terms of the important role that a standing committee could play in terms of looking into this matter in a more in-depth fashion.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, and our committee has been doing some work into these and other issues. We just finished a study on protecting people's privacy online, and we quickly learned through that particular study that the laws are made years ago. Even it doesn't seem that long ago. Technology moves pretty fast. Things change rapidly. There's more technology, more things happening. So, our laws need to keep up to date with the changing technology. And also not to be too restrictive. You have to go with an open mind that people's different levels of privacy has changed over the years, and we shouldn't impress our own views on our own privacy. We have to keep that in mind too. But we've got to make sure that our agents of Parliament, our independent agents of Parliament, like the privacy, like the access to information, and the Ethics Commissioner, have the tools to be able to do it. If you don't trust us with the information, then trust them with safeguarding. We put our trust in them as we select them. So the committee is a very good place to do this. And if you do it on a nonpartisan basis and you dive into an issue, we're studying an issue right now of identity theft, and we think it's a very important and prudent study. And we're learning a lot about that. And if we can do that in a nonpartisan, tone down the rhetoric way, it can happen. And last week, our Information Commissioner put this information out there that it's something that needs to be addressed. And I think we have a duty as politicians and parliamentarians to dive into that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to me, Mr. Speaker, that some time ago when the current government cancelled the census, the long-form census, one of their arguments was that they felt that the census was an indefensible violation of Canadians' privacy rights. Many of us disagreed with that, but that was certainly one of the lines that I heard from this government repeatedly. And yet here we are discovering that over 1 million times a year this government is permitting the private information of Canadians, without them even knowing about it, to be divulged by telcos to government agencies. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague sees the same hypocrisy and contradiction that I see in that, and I'm wondering if he has any comment on what that says about consistency in government policy.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Absolutely. When you look at the census information, some vital information that is provided to government to make good government policy and to plan the future of our country was deemed as an intrusion into people's privacy. But your subscriber information, your basic subscriber information, like I think in the sense it was how many rooms are in your house. Well, you shouldn't know about how many rooms are in your house, but your basic subscriber information, your IP address is fair game, your address and all that, no problem. That all can be done without a warrant. And that's the real part about this is the warrantless side of this. How often does it happen? What agencies? Is Statistics Canada one of the agencies asking for this information? We don't know. The Information Commissioner does not know what government agencies are asking for that information. And the warrantless side of it, I think these Conservative members should look back and reflect on the stand they've taken on other issues about people's privacy and take this one on with such vigor as well.
Questions and comments? La députée de Charlebourg, Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Charlebourg. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Privacy Commissioner reported that there had been an astronomical amount of data disclosed about Canadians to the RCMP, CSIS, and others. My question is the following. Why didn't they take action a long time ago to create standards to avoid having this kind of thing happen now?
Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, these standards and these things that are required are needed of our Information Commissioner. Our Information Commissioner is the one saying, listen, give me the authority, let me dive into this and see what standards need to be put into place. And they have recommended a number of standards over the years and recommendations through other means, but it hasn't found its way into legislation. And, you know, a lot of these telecoms companies, they do business with government. They're government regulations. So they're not going to ruffle too many feathers when someone comes asking for some information. They're going to say, okay, no problem, we'll give that information. So it's not their responsibility to be judicious over our information, even though they do have some responsibility. But you need oversight, and this is why the Information Commissioner is there. And when she puts her hands up in the air and says, we don't know, we simply do not know what's going on, that should raise concern, and I think that's where we need to dive into is why our Information Commissioner can say, I don't know what's being requested.
Before we resume debate, I see the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre is rising on a point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to respond to the question of privilege from the member from Malpeque. And it is particularly important for me to clarify this issue on the eve of Israeli Independence Day. Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate that the member opposite may like to revisit history around this topic, he is both wrong on facts and on procedure. In 2002, the previous Liberal government was asked nearly 24 times that they recognized the fact that Hezbollah was a terrorist entity. Time after time after time, we were told that the Liberal government would not proceed on this matter. On April 10th, 2002, Bill Graham, the former Liberal Minister of Foreign Affairs, said that there is a dimension of Hezbollah with whom we will work, close quote. Further, on December 2nd, 2002, the member from Malpeque said that more research was required to determine whether Hezbollah was indeed a terrorist entity. It is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the only reason that Hezbollah was ultimately listed as a terrorist organization by the previous Liberal government was as a result of pressure applied by Conservative colleagues, not the desires of the member from Malpeque to do the right thing. Additionally, the matter raised by the member from Malpeque could not constitute a prima facie case of a breach of privilege. O'Brien and Bosch states quite clearly, if the question of privilege involves a disagreement between two or more members as to facts, the Speaker typically rules that such a dispute does not prevent members from fulfilling their parliamentary functions, nor does such a disagreement breach the collective privileges of the House. As Speaker Jerome concluded in 1975, a dispute as to facts, a dispute as to opinions, and a dispute as to conclusions to be drawn from an allegation of fact is a matter of debate and not a question of privilege. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I stand by my comments made in this House, April 30th, 2014, and I thank the member from Malpeque for allowing me this opportunity to further elaborate upon them. Thank you so much.
I thank the honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre for her additional comments on the matter. Resuming debate, the
honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise here in the House on behalf of my constituents to support the opposition motion from my honourable colleague. She does an excellent job protecting Canadians' privacy. And I'd like to announce that I'll be sharing my time with the wonderful member from St. John's South Mount Pearl, who reminds me that his riding is the most beautiful in the country, although I have to disagree because, of course, it's Pontiac.
The subject of this motion couldn't be more important: the privacy of Canadians. The good people of the Pontiac are as concerned as other citizens that the increasing technological world we live in should respect the privacy of individuals. Now, this privacy may be breached in all sorts of ways today, but governments as well as companies have a fundamental responsibility to ensure that they protect the private lives of Canadians. To me, the privacy of Canadians is sacrosanct, Mr. Speaker. We are a G7 country where democracy has been stable, and we have a duty to our fellow citizens in this regard. But we must remain constantly vigilant when the government begins to creep into the lives of Canadians. This is a slippery slope for any democracy, and certain inherent dangers exist in the sharing of private information with the government. This begs the question: what limits are imposed on governments today when they request information which is not voluntarily given by Canadians? We have learned recently that Canadian law enforcement agencies have begun to request massive amounts of information on Canadians from telecommunications companies. Because of advances in technology, it is the telecommunications sector and providers in particular who collect massive amounts of data about their subscribers. What is worrying, Mr. Speaker, and it's not the first time you hear this, is that in 2011, according to the Privacy Commissioner, telecommunications providers responded to 1,193,630 requests for the personal information of Canadians. That is an average of one request every 27 seconds. And this doesn't even cover it, since only 3 of the major telecom companies actually informed the Commissioner's office of how many times they granted the government's requests for consumer data. Of this staggering amount of requests, figures provided to the office in late 2011 show wireless telecom companies complied with the government's request for customer data, and the vast majority of these requests were done without a warrant or even a simple information sent to the individuals concerned. No consent was sought and no consent was given. The situation is so bad and so many requests have been made that one major company actually had to install a mirror of their data on a network so that it could send this raw data traffic directly to federal authorities that were requesting it. A concerted government response is clearly required and urgently needed to protect the privacy of Canadians. But instead, seemingly, in order to have increased amount of information on Canadians, the government has actually eroded the protection of the privacy of Canadians since they have formed government. Whether this has been on purpose or by accident, we can judge the consequences. For example, they have consistently refused to update any of the laws that keep the government accountable with regards to the privacy information of Canadians. The privacy laws haven't been updated since the 1980s. That's before Facebook, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Internet was in its infancy back then. We have to do better. The government has also consistently been incapable of adequately protecting Canadians' privacy within their own departments by allowing thousands of breaches of personal information, as we have seen with the recent Heartbleed situation, or one can recall the letter debacle at the CRA. Contradictions abound because under the pretext of protecting the privacy of Canadians and decrying heavy-handed government, the industry minister argued that the long-form census was intrusive and eliminated it. Yet this government sees nothing wrong with invading Canadian private information without a warrant and without even telling them. They have repeatedly introduced legislation that makes it easier for the Conservatives and the government to snoop on Canadians. For example, we can remember the Public Safety Minister's introduction of a bill, the infamous Bill C-30, known as the Online Snooping Bill. Fortunately, Canadians were paying attention. They were outraged, and the government was forced to back down. Since then, though, Bill C-13, the government's cyberbullying law, though well-intentioned, includes lawful access provisions that will expand warrantless disclosure of information to law enforcement by giving immunity from any liability to companies that hold Canadians' information to disclose it without a warrant. This makes it more likely that companies will have to hand over information without a warrant. As there are no risks, they'll face any criminal or civil penalties if they do so. We can also mention Bill S-4, the new so-called Digital Privacy Act, which will go even farther and allow private sector organizations to hand over Canadians' private information. This, again, can be done without consent and without a court order to any organization investigating a breach of contract or potential violation of any law. This can also be done in secret without the knowledge of the affected person. We may ask, quite reasonably, why, Mr. Speaker, is this government not taking the privacy of Canadians more seriously? Where is the libertarian zeal which motivated so many of my colleagues on the other side of the House? That government was too big and too intrusive in the lives of Canadians. The reality is that the government has creeped more into the lives of Canadians under the watch of this government than perhaps any other time in Canadian history. So many questions remain unanswered, and the citizens of my riding would like to understand why breaches to their privacy are happening with more and more frequency. The onus is on the government to prove that there is enough crime or potential terrorism or other matters of national security to justify 1.2 million requests for personal information in a single year, Mr. Speaker. But what concerns me the most is a lack of due process. It seems to me that at the very least, when law enforcement agencies decide that they want private information on citizens, that there should be a good cause to do so. Now, in our current situation, that determination is assured by the warrant process. If a request does not meet the requirements of a warrant, then it should simply not be made, Mr. Speaker. And since I'm short in time, I will skip ahead. Essentially, Canadians have a right to know. They have a right to know who is snooping on them and how they're doing it, Mr. Speaker. I just don't understand why the Conservative government just doesn't come clean presently with Canadians and give them the whole picture of what's really going on. On our side of the House, we want this information to be provided to Canadians as rapidly as possible.
Canadians understand that enforcement agencies need information to track criminals, but telecoms providing 1.2 million requests without mandate, without warrant, is completely unacceptable. This problem is obviously out of control, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it's clear privacy information has to be brought up to date in order to better protect Canadians' personal information and not weaken. We have to be able to crack down on criminals without treating law-abiding Canadians like criminals themselves and violating their rights, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that it's important that we recognize that we have had, through the Privacy Commissioner, a request that went in, I guess it would have been back in 2011, where there are literally hundreds of thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, where inquiries of some nature would have been put in place. And as a result, there would have been information about those individuals where information was requested that would have been given to, and we don't necessarily know what authorities actually had even put in the requests. And the issue that I would like to, or the question I would like to ask the member is in regards to how we can do more in terms of trying to get a lot of unanswered questions answered. And one of the suggestions I would make is being able to have a standing committee of the House take the issue and study it more in depth in terms of trying to get a better understanding of those hundreds of thousands of Canadians where inquiries have been made. And if, in fact, he would concur that this is an important issue that we should be further exploring at great length.
Député de Pontiac.
The member for Pontiac.
Which is very pertinent, and he'll find agreement, in my case, that this is something that should indeed be studied by a standing committee in great detail. What concerns me is that I think that this is perhaps just the tip of the iceberg. There may be private information being used across the board by this government, and abuses can easily creep in. So given the post-digital, we could even start talking about a post-digital world now that we live in, I think that the whole apparatus of government has to be looked at with regards to ensuring the privacy of Canadians, how we're doing that, if we're doing it well, where are we doing it, where aren't we doing it, which ministries are doing a good job, which aren't doing a good job. And I think the place to do that and to determine that is in a parliamentary committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague from Pontiac, who was right in all points in his speech, except when he said that the nicest riding was Pontiac, but it's actually Trois-Rivières. In today's papers, it says that the Prime Minister's office seems to have launched an internal investigation to measure the scope of information being collected by departments and agencies. And my question is very simple. It's for my colleague, and I was wondering whether he feels that this government seems to be unaware of the situation, or the government seems to be completely willing to ignore what the right and left hands are doing. The honourable member for Pontiac. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question, and he won't be surprised by my answer. And I disagree with the fact that the riding of Trois-Rivières is the most beautiful one. In fact, it is the riding of Pontiac. But perhaps we can have this conversation at another time. I am surprised by the Prime Minister's reaction to this issue. I think we are facing facts, convincing facts, which show that there is a systemic problem within the government when it comes to protecting the privacy of Canadians and their private information. We expect, and Canadians expect, a much more rigorous answer by this Prime Minister. I think the Prime Minister has to acknowledge there is a problem and agree that the matter should be studied in a non-partisan setting, such as in parliamentary committee, and that measures must be taken immediately to protect the privacy of Canadians.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand in support of this motion by the honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. This motion calls on government to make public the number of warrantless disclosures made by telecom companies at the request of federal departments and agencies. This motion also calls on government to close the loophole that has allowed the indiscriminate disclosure of personal information of law-abiding Canadians without a warrant. So, to simplify, Mr. Speaker, how many times have telecom companies handed out personal information about you and I without a warrant to government? And this government must find an immediate way to shut down that loophole that allows such personal information to be released. Mr. Speaker, we live in an incredibly connected world. Earlier this year, I traveled to Tanzania, Africa, to tour Canadian development projects with a group called Results Canada. Their mission is all about ending extreme poverty, Mr. Speaker. And I did see some extreme poverty. One of the images, Mr. Speaker, that will always stick with me is walking into a maternity ward at a rural hospital, what they called a hospital, Mr. Speaker. The maternity ward was crammed with 9 or 10 beds, but there were 2 women, Mr. Speaker, 2 women in labor to a single bed. The Tanzanians I met were the finest kind of people, Mr. Speaker, the best kind of people, a lovely people, but they were living with basically nothing. Still, Mr. Speaker, most every adult that I came across, they could have absolutely nothing but the second-hand clothes on their back. They could be sleeping, Mr. Speaker, under a tree, but they still had a cell phone. And they look at the screens, Mr. Speaker, as often as we do. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that from Tanzania to Mount Pearl, Newfoundland and Labrador, my neck of the woods, the dependency on technology, on the internet, on cell phones, is universal. Just this weekend, I read an article by Stephen Hawking, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist, on how artificial intelligence, because we're almost to that point, could be the worst thing to happen to humanity. More or less, Mr. Speaker, the rise of the machines. Now, a country being led by a robot. I can't even imagine that, Mr. Speaker. Oh, wait, yes, I can. Another article I read this weekend outlined how U.S. intelligence whistleblower Edward Snowden has warned that entire populations, rather than just individuals, now live under constant surveillance. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if it's to that point in Canada, but we do have some serious cause for concern. So let's look at the numbers first. In late April, we learned that government departments and agencies, like the RCMP, like Canadian Border Services, like CSIS, the Canadian Spy Agency, had requested personal information from telecom companies almost 1.2 million times alone in 2011. That is staggering, Mr. Speaker. It's a jaw-dropping rate. One request, as the previous speaker said, Mr. Speaker, one request every 27 seconds. But that number, the number of requests for personal information, is most likely greater than 1.2 million because 3 of 9 telecom companies told the Privacy Commissioner how many times they granted the government's request for customer data, not how many times that government asked for the data, how many times they gave the data. It's reported that wireless telecom companies complied with government's requests for customer data at least 785,000 times. Mr. Speaker, 2010 data from the RCMP shows that 94% of requests involving customer name and address information was provided voluntarily without a warrant. Now, here's another indicator of how often warrants are used or not used. Canada Border Services agency obtained customer data from telecom companies 19,000 times in 1 year, but they obtained a warrant in less than 200, Mr. Speaker, in less than 200 of those cases. Do Canadians have a problem with telecom companies handing out their personal information left, right, and center? Yes, Mr. Speaker, we do. This is not 1984, Mr. Speaker, or Brave New World. The idea of big conservative brother doesn't sit well with Canadians. That said, it's generally understood across the board that police need information to catch criminals, to protect Canadian society. There's no time to get a warrant, Mr. Speaker, when a life is in danger, when a life is in jeopardy. But this is beyond that, Mr. Speaker. At least 1.2 million requests for personal information, most times without a hint of a warrant, is a staggering stat. And this government, this Conservative government, is paying to access your personal information to the tune of between $1 and $3 for each request, Mr. Speaker. More than 2 years ago in this House, the former Minister of Public Safety, Vic Taves, introduced Bill C-30, a bill to expand police surveillance of the web. At the time, he said, and I quote, "You're either with us or with child pornographers." Now, that statement, Mr. Speaker, got the attention of all of Canada, and the immediate and appropriate backlash forced the Conservatives to back down, to walk away from the bill. Now, since that outrageous bill was dropped and Taves was appointed to the Manitoba bench, but that's another story, Mr. Speaker, this government has introduced other legislation to this House that it says will protect the privacy of Canadians. But, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the legislation may actually increase spying on Canadians without a warrant. Bill C-13, the first example, a bill aimed at tackling cyberbullying, is expected to expand warrantless disclosure of Internet or cellular subscriber information to law enforcement. Another example, Bill S-4, the Digital Privacy Act, would extend the authority to disclose subscriber information without a warrant to private organizations, not just law enforcement agencies. Mr. Speaker, this government has a bad habit of doing through the back door what it can't do through the front door. This government, Mr. Speaker, also has some hypocritical tendencies. On the one hand, the industry minister argued that the long-form census was intrusive, so they eliminated it. It was cut and dry. They eliminated it. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, this administration has no qualms, sees nothing wrong with invading the private information of Canadians and not telling Canadians about it, about what they're doing. They have repeatedly introduced legislation that makes it easier for Conservatives to snoop on Canadians. Now, here's another example of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker. This country's information watchdog has said that it's been flooded with complaints that this Conservative government is too often citing security to withhold documents requested under the Access to Information Act. So the Conservatives are using the security excuse to withhold public information at the same time that the floodgates are open on the personal information and security of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we live in an age where technology is advancing at an incredible pace, an incredible rate. Yet, the Privacy Act that's meant to protect the privacy of Canadians and keep government accountable has not been updated since 1983, Mr. Speaker. That's before the Internet. That's before Google, before email, before Facebook, before Twitter. Another act, the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, hasn't been updated since 2000, also before social media was born, Mr. Speaker. New Democrats believe privacy laws should be modernized. We also believe they should be strengthened, not weakened, Mr. Speaker, to better protect the personal information of Canadians. We also believe we can pursue bad guys and throw the book at them without treating law-abiding Canadians like criminals and violating their rights. Mr. Speaker, I end with another quote from Edward Snowden, the former U.S. intelligence contractor, who said last week that state surveillance today is a euphemism for mass surveillance. Quote, "It's no longer based on the traditional practice of targeted taps based on some individual suspicion of wrongdoing. It covers phone calls, emails, texts, search history, what you buy, who your friends are, where you go, who you love." End quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in so many ways, the Internet and social media are the new frontier. They're still the new frontier, Mr. Speaker. It's our duty to ensure that laws and security don't fall to big conservative brother. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me start by saying that Canadian privacy is certainly something that we should all be very concerned about as parliamentarians. I certainly am. But what we're talking about here today is basic subscriber information, and that is defined as their name, their address, their telephone number, their email address, or their IP address. It's not the content of their communications. So what is this information used for? It's used for authorities by things like investigating internet fraud or other online crimes, notifying next of kin after a traffic accident, addressing suicide threats over crisis lines, returning rightful property to stolen owners, investigating threats posted on or sent over the internet. So, Mr. Speaker, given the exact definition of basic subscriber information and what it's used for, I'm wondering if my colleague can name succinctly, with one word, one other jurisdiction in any Western country that needs a warrant to obtain this information.
Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member across the way for the question. Although I do take her up on the very first point that she made, Mr. Speaker, privacy should be something that all Canadians are concerned about. Privacy should be something that all Canadians are concerned about. All Canadians may be concerned about it, but this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, is definitely not concerned about it. I mentioned two bills, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-13, the bill aimed at attacking cyberbullying, and Bill S-4, the Digital Privacy Act. Both those bills, Mr. Speaker, expand warrantless disclosure of Internet or cellular subscriber information to law enforcement. There is no oversight, Mr. Speaker. This Conservative government does not have a grip on the laws of social media. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, you know, it's important. We recognize that the phenomenal growth in technology, in particular in the whole Internet area, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians are more and more concerned about issues like identity theft, privacy concerns. And you take a look at the issue that we're debating here today. We have numerous companies that were actually requested to provide information to, we don't know which agencies per se, Mr. Speaker, but what we do know is that we're talking in and around approximately 750,000 plus Canadians that were affected in 1 year, where information, private information, name, address, phone number, email address, was actually provided. To who? We don't really know. What happened with that information once collected? Again, we don't really know. Is this not something, and my question for the member is this not something in which the government itself should be taking more seriously and wanting to get more information as to what is happening to the information being requested? What is the circumstances around that information being collected, and so much more?
The Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for that question as well. When you have a statistic like the information on 750,000 Canadians was handed over, was released to the public, and there are no policies and there are no procedures governing the release of private information. Even if it's your name, your phone number, your address, there are no policies for government with the release of that information. It's obviously a problem, Mr. Speaker, and it's obviously a loophole, obviously a problem that needs to be addressed.
We have time for one short question.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we are to understand correctly, under the Conservatives' policy, even a mayor will be able to ask for information on a person. In that case, we wouldn't have to worry about Big Brother, but Big Mayor. Because if a mayor is looking for a compromising video or wants information on the owner of a video to get back at them, well, it spells trouble for all of us. I'd like my colleague to comment on that.
Short response, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think you bring a good example about being worried about Big Mayor, but I think most Canadians, all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are more concerned about big conservative brother. Again, this comes back to no policy, no procedure for the release of information, social media, from telecom companies to government departments. We need procedure, we need policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On April 23rd, I was pleased to attend the 2014 Intercultural Dialogue Institute's GTA Public Heroes Award ceremony in support of the brave men and women who serve our communities in police, fire, and EMS services. As the spouse of a Toronto firefighter and the daughter of a retired Toronto police officer, it was an honour to participate in this event and to present the first Lifetime Achievement Award to Chief Mike Ewell's Durham Region Police Services. In addition to this award, I would like to acknowledge all the recipients. From Toronto and York Region EMS, Glenn Gillies and Chris Barron. From Toronto and Central York Fire Services, Jeffrey David and Sean Mitchell. From Toronto, Durham and York Regional Police Services, Stephen Hicks, Terry Rayner and Colin Alexander. As well, a special honorary award was given in memory of John Zivzek, Toronto Police Services. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of the House to join me in honouring these remarkable individuals and thanking them for their service to our communities.
The honourable member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, keeping our food safe is the basic obligation of government. However, there's no credibility to the claim that horse meat in Canada is safe. Unlike the cattle and pork industry, horses are not raised or inspected from birth in an agriculture industry with the intention to produce food for humans. Due to the nature of the equine industry, the majority of horses in North America are administered drugs throughout their lives that are toxic to humans. No safe withdrawal periods have been set for many equine drugs, such as wormers, fly sprays, and anti-inflammatories, such as phenylbutazone. Mr. Speaker, I would never risk feeding horse meat to my family and friends. According to Canadian, U.S., and EU regulations, any administration of unapproved or prohibited drugs renders a horse's meat unfit for food, regardless of whether or not residue testing comes up negative. Mr. Speaker, my bill C-571 would make horse meat safe by requiring a lifetime record of medications for horses sent to slaughter. I urge my colleagues to help me get this bill to committee for a thorough debate on this important food safety matter.
That concludes the debate for this period of time. We'll now go to statements by members. Having now been brought up to date, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a great kindergarten teacher, but I can honestly say that everything I ever really needed to know to be successful in life, I learned from my mother. She taught by example. She taught by instruction. She taught through love and patience. I have found these same qualities of selflessness, compassion, hard work, laughter, and love in my wife, the mother of my 4 children. The most important thing a father can do for his children is to love their mother and to teach them to treat her with the utmost respect and reverence. Violence against women is not compatible with respect for mothers. True honor and respect for mother translate into respect for girls and women, daughters and wives. So I stand today to honor the 2 most important women in my life, my mother and my wife. Thank you very much.
Statements, the Honourable Member for St. Maurice Champlain. Mr. Speaker, in 1864, before Canadian Confederation, the parish of Saint-Luc-de-Vincennes in the Mauricie came into existence. Situated in the heart of one of the most beautiful regions of Quebec, the village carries on the agricultural traditions of the Chenaux and in that way faces the challenges of the 21st century. Yesterday's pioneers understood the importance of putting down roots so that our still young country could prosper. The years unfolded, sometimes through economic crises, others with percolating political changes. But the village itself has remained true to its rural values. We salute the work of the people who made Saint-Luc-de-Vincennes, but also those who today are committed to maintaining the vitality and its values. the elected municipal officials, parish council members, and community stakeholders, business people and farmers are all stakeholders that are essential to the prosperity of the village.
Statements. The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret.
Mr. Speaker, Ironworks is a micro-distillery located in the old port of Lunenburg on Nova Scotia's historic South Shore. Founded in 2009 by Pierre Gouvernement and Len McKay, the name Ironworks comes from the 1893 Heritage Walters blacksmith shop the distillery is housed in. Ironworks is producing rum, vodka, and brandies, where blacksmiths once produced everything from marine hardware to axes. At this year's World Drink Awards, announced in London, United Kingdom, Ironworks Distillery walked away with their hands full. Ironworks Blue Nose Dark Rum was named the world's best dark rum for 2014. Ironworks Pear Eau de Vie won the world's best brandy and best fruit brandy. The company's apple brandy received the world's best apple brandy and best design. Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia, we like rum, and as a matter of fact, we like it a lot. Now we have the world's best. Congratulations.
Déclaration. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Jean Lebert.
Last 2 weekends, I've had the pleasure of representing my riding at 2 important events honoring our veterans and their fallen comrades, spanning both world wars. The Battle of Ypres during the First World War, the war to end all wars, as it was known then, and the Battle of the Atlantic. I would like to note that Legion 4 in Verdun is the only Legion in Canada that still holds ceremonies honoring those who fought and fell in the Battle of Ypres, hosting many Montreal Island Legions, including Legion 127 in Point St. Charles, and boasting the proud presence of the Piper Corps of the Black Watch. The members of the Montreal Legions did their comrades proud. So too did the participants of yesterday's ceremonies at the Battle of the Atlantic. I was proud to represent my riding and the NDP and stand with our veterans. I was proud to let them know that they matter.
Yeah.
Statements. The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Rise in the House today to bring awareness to Canadian Mental Health Association's 63rd Annual Mental Health Week. First introduced in 1951, Canadian Mental Health Week has been raising awareness of mental illness and offers Canadians practical ways to maintain and improve their mental health or support their recovery from mental illness. Canadian Mental Health Week is an annual national event that takes place during the first week in May to encourage Canadians to learn, talk, reflect, and engage with others on all issues relating to mental health. We all have mental health, Mr. Speaker, just as we all have physical health. But we must remember that mental health is more than the absence of mental illness. It's a state of well-being. I encourage all Canadians to use this week to reflect on their own mental health or take advantage of the Canadian Mental Health Association's online mental health check to see if they are at risk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements. The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the 100th anniversary of the city of Pitt Meadows. Idyllically located between the Fraser, Pitt, and Alouette rivers with spectacular mountains to the north, Pitt Meadows offers easy access to downtown Vancouver while providing one of the most naturally beautiful places to live. But the best thing about this small but vibrant city is the people who care about one another and who have made Pitt Meadows a thriving community. That was clearly on display at the Centennial celebration 2 weekends ago. On the Friday, I was privileged to participate in a reenactment of the first Pitt Meadows Council meeting in 1914, and on Saturday I attended the Pitt Meadows Centennial Gala, all of us in 1914 attire, which was an overwhelming success. I'm very proud to represent the city of Pitt Meadows, and I ask my colleagues to join me in congratulating Mayor Deb Walters and Council and the people of Pitt Meadows as they begin their next 100 years as one of Canada's most livable cities.
Statements. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the International Day of the Midwife, I rise to show my support for these dedicated healthcare professionals. Midwives are primary healthcare providers who work as part of the healthcare system in most provinces and territories. They provide care to women during pregnancy, birth, and the postpartum period. Evidence from around the world demonstrates that midwives are essential to improving the lives of mothers and babies. However, only 2 to 5% of women in Canada receive midwifery care services. We are working with other members of Parliament and midwives organizations to have May 5th recognized as the National Day of the Midwife here in Canada, a move that would help increase accessibility to midwifery care for all women and families. We should treasure midwives' work by expanding their services and bringing birth as close to home as possible. I urge my colleagues to join with me in calling for a National Day of the Midwife.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too would like to recognize today, May the 5th, as International Day of the Midwife, and this year's theme is Midwives Changing the World, One Family at a Time. Canada's 1,300 registered midwives provide primary health care and are a vital part of the primary maternity care system. Our Muskoka initiative for maternal, newborn and child health has helped to train midwives and skilled birth attendants internationally. Increasing women's access to quality midwifery services has been a global focus. Healthy mums, healthy babies. Mr. Speaker, midwives have helped to save millions of lives. Today, on this International Day of the Midwife, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating midwives here in Canada and midwives around the world, and thanking all midwives for the health services they provide.
Statements. The honourable member for Davenport.
I was lucky to have had a phenomenal music education when I went to school. Played the clarinet, saxophone, the classical guitar, and the benefits of this experience have been immeasurable. And we know music education helps young people to learn, nurturing not only the soul, but also the mind. Music education is good for the brain. It also helps build confidence, focus, discipline, communication skills, empathy. It helps young people to see the world in a broader way. And perhaps most importantly, it nurtures stronger communities. But access to music education shouldn't be left just to luck and chance, Mr. Speaker. Fewer kids get any type of music training, as these programs are among the first to go when governments cut education budgets. This is the wrong way to go for our kids and our country. Music Monday met en lumière l'importance d'offrir.
Music highlights the importance of offering all of our children access to music lessons. I'm proud and honored to support this important campaign on behalf of all of the people of Davenport.
The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, today is the 10th anniversary of Music Monday, a nationwide event that brings Canadians in celebration of the gift of music in our lives. This year, a live webcast of simultaneous events across the country will be available. The webcast will feature events taking place in 10 cities across our country, representing different music programming from each of our regions. It will also feature performances by school groups, local musicians, and messages from Canadian musicians, politicians, and our country's leaders. The event will also feature a performance by Canadian astronaut Chris Hadfield. As an important event for Canada and our culture, Mr. Speaker, many prominent Canadians across various fields will be there. I invite everyone to tune in. Enjoy this great day as we celebrate the impact of music on Canada and the impact Canadian music has on the world, Mr. Speaker.
Statements. The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, we all have mental health just as we all have physical health. Mental health is more than the absence of mental illness. It is a state of well-being. Despite the advances in our understanding of mental illness and improvements in the discussion surrounding it, too many Canadians suffer in silence. People often claim to feel fine when they are not. The result, approximately 7 million Canadians live with mental illness, such as anxiety, bipolar disorder, depression, eating disorders, schizophrenia, or post-traumatic stress disorder. Many do not seek treatment because of the stigma and discrimination associated with mental health problems. This year is the first ever Be Mindful initiative, and the Canadian Mental Health Association is asking Canadians to tell them how they really feel. Let's all reaffirm our commitment to increasing our understanding of mental illness, increasing access to treatment, and ensuring those who are struggling know that they are not alone.
Well said.
The honourable member for Oakville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to the Liberal leader's proposal to legalize marijuana. At Health Committee last week, we heard testimony from leading experts, Dr. Harold Calant, Professor of Pharmacology at U of T, and Dr. Mel Kahan, Director of Substance Abuse at Women's College Hospital, that the serious harms and risks associated with marijuana would increase with legalization. We already know from CAMH that marijuana use amongst 18 to 29-year-olds has almost doubled to 33.5% since 1996, and that, sadly, the odds of this group experiencing dependence, work problems, financial, legal, and relationship problems are 6 times higher than users who are over 30. But that is the Liberal leaders' target voting group, and they are mostly unaware of the serious health risks, which include persistent psychosis, chronic respiratory problems, and long-term impact on mental functions. The Liberal leader should apologize to Canadians for his role as the Pied Piper of pot for our youth and abandon his reckless policy.
Déclaration. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, after having been mocked from coast to coast, the Conservatives finally stopped using the Kijiji information to calculate their employment data. This has shed new light on Conservatives' employment policies. So you remember the famous labour shortage, which they've used as a justification to expand the temporary foreign workers program, and that has been to the detriment of youth employment. Well, it doesn't exist, that crisis. It was completely fabricated by the Minister of Employment to justify the hiring of cheap labour instead of having a real immigration policy. Businesses had a field day with it. Why not, if the Conservatives are giving out licenses to exploit foreigners? We might think that the Prime Minister might want to correct the problem, but he seems to be too busy attacking the Supreme Court for another chapter in his big book of fairy tales. And the NDP, we believe that Canadians deserve better. They deserve a government that will create jobs here, for people here.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to mark the 69th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands. Approaching the conclusion of the Second World War, the Netherlands were one of the remaining countries German forces continued to retain as a stronghold. Due to the valiant efforts of many serving Canadians, German forces ultimately surrendered. This triumph led to the liberation of a country and ended tyranny across Europe. But it is a solemn one, with more than 7,600 Canadians giving their lives. Lest we forget the courageous Canadians who made the ultimate sacrifice for the freedom and the liberation of the Dutch. Thank you.
Question orale, oral questions.
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Can the Attorney General tell us whether he considers it part of his duty to ensure that there is never any attempt to intimidate the courts?
To ensure that there are never any attempts to intimidate the courts in our country.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, I would reject the premise of that question. What I can tell the Honourable Member opposite is that after being consulted on the vacancy of the Supreme Court of Canada by a special parliamentary committee, my office was contacted by the Office of the Chief Justice. After I spoke with her on that call, I was of the considered opinion that the Prime Minister did not need to take her call. And, Mr. Speaker, one thing I can assure the Honourable Member is that neither the Prime Minister or I would ever consider calling a judge where that matter is or could be before the court of competent jurisdiction. Well,
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Interesting answer, Mr. Speaker. It's entirely unrelated to the question, however, which was whether or not the Attorney General thought it was part of his role to defend the courts, to protect them from efforts of intimidation.
In a press release that got the sequence of events all wrong, the Prime Minister attacked the highest court in the land, suggesting the Chief Justice violated the principle of separation of powers under the Constitution. Is the Attorney General, whose role includes protecting the integrity of the court system, is he going to be an accomplice to this unprecedented attack by the Prime Minister on the Chief Justice?
Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the role of the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada is to uphold the integrity of the entire justice system. And, Mr. Speaker, what I can tell the member again is that in addition to the precedent with respect to appointments to the Supreme Court of Canada of Mr. Justice Rothstein, our department went out and sought an outside legal opinion from two former Supreme Court justices, the foremost constitutional expert in the country, and the legal advice was very much in the position that the government took with respect to Supreme Court appointments from Quebec, and we followed the appropriate course of action based on that advice.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Rothstein is a judge from Ontario, not from Quebec. I believe that our Justice Minister was trying to talk about Justice Nadon. The Attorney General's job is to defend the integrity of the court system in this country, not to help the Prime Minister attack the Chief Justice. Is our Attorney General telling us that he will be the henchman of the Prime Minister in this unwarranted, unprecedented attack on the Supreme Court and its Chief Justice?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, no. In fact, I was talking about Mr. Justice Rothstein, who the honourable member, I think, knows came from the federal court, albeit not from Quebec. And with respect to upholding the laws, with upholding the integrity of our justice system, of course, the Attorney General and Justice Minister will do just that, Mr. Speaker.
Wow, what a great...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Of Canada, our Justice Minister actually telling this Parliament and Canadians that he actually does not understand that there are specific provisions in the Supreme Court Act concerning Quebec. Est-ce qu'il ne comprend même pas?
Does he not even understand that in Quebec we have a legal system based on civil law, and that's why there are specific provisions about where judges representing Quebec have to come from? Is he really admitting that he doesn't even get that?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition seems to be a bit agitated for a Monday morning. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada, my office, took the position that we were proceeding not only within a constitutional manner, but on the advice, on the considered learned advice of two former Supreme Court justices and the foremost legal expert in the country when it comes to our Constitution. We were also, of course, acting on the advice of a parliamentary committee that had provided a list from which we were acting.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Supreme Court of Canada read the Supreme Court Act, something that apparently our Justice Minister has never done. The province of Quebec has a specific legal system. It is the only civil law jurisdiction in Canada. That's why the rules are different. Est-ce que le ministre de la Justice est vraiment...
Is the Justice Minister really telling us here and now that he doesn't understand the difference between appointing someone from the federal court, which is prohibited in the case of Quebec, and Justice Rothstein in Ontario? Does he really have that much confusion over how the law is supposed to be applied in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I went to law school too. I know the honourable member did, but I don't believe he's actually telling us that he thinks that the Supreme Court Act, prior to the ruling of the Supreme Court of Canada and the most recent reference, which was proactively referenced by this government, prohibited the appointment of a Supreme Court judge who had come through the federal court. That is not in the Supreme Court Act, Mr. Speaker. So I invite the honourable member to go back and read that legislation himself.
Order. Honourable Député de Saint...
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent. Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, in the beginning of this sordid affair, high-ranking and anonymous conservators told a reporter the Chief Justice was lobbying against Justice Nadon. How could they even claim to know what the Chief Justice may have said when the judicial appointment process is supposed to be secret, and only 5 Conservatives, the Justice Minister, the Prime Minister, and 3 Conservative members of the Selection Committee, were privy to that information? Which of the 5 breached confidentiality?
Of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, somewhere in that convoluted question was the suggestion that somehow I would know what high-ranking anonymous Conservatives might have told a reporter of the National Post. And I'm afraid I simply can't help the member with that convoluted question.
Questions? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, senior Conservatives insisted on confidentiality when they complained to the media in the course of an unprecedented smear on the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada. The Prime Minister then publicly breached the confidentiality of the selection process for Supreme Court judges. Does the Minister agree that the privacy of disgruntled caucus members merits greater protection than the Supreme Court selection process? Can he justify that?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, what I can tell the honourable member once again, Mr. Speaker, is that I can't comment on this suggestion that somehow disgruntled, unnamed Conservative supposed sources who spoke to the press would somehow bear any credence on the decision by the Supreme Court Justice's office to release a press release on this subject. And what I've told him and what I told the Leader of the Official Opposition is that we followed, in fact, the most open and inclusive process for consultation ever undertaken by a government with respect to a Supreme Court appointment.
Questions? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
All right, let's focus in on the confidentiality breach by the Prime Minister. He has undermined the confidence in the process for the appointment of judges. There is 1 vacancy now, and there's another approaching soon. How can anyone, including the Minister, have any faith in the process after what this Prime Minister has done? Will the Minister take any steps to restore integrity to the process, or is he perfectly happy with the present state of affairs?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, again, let's just set the record straight. This government undertook the most inclusive process ever for the Supreme Court appointment process. And going back again to the premise of this question, it wasn't until after members of the opposition in this place then began to somehow suggest that they were against the appointment of Mr. Justice Nadal. It was the official critic from the opposition for justice who suggested he was a very competent and able legal jurist.
Questions? The honourable member for Newton, North Delta.
We are now hearing more troubling stories from temporary foreign workers who have been mistreated, had wages withheld, were threatened with deportation and even violence. Government agencies have known about these complaints for months and did nothing. After years of Liberal failure to protect workers, under this government, things have gotten even worse. Conservatives even used make-believe Kijiji economics to justify their changes. Why is the Minister refusing to allow for an independent review?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in the matter to which the member refers, I understand that there is an ongoing RCMP investigation. We've also referred the matter to the Canada Border Services Agency. The employer in question has been blacklisted, is unable to access labour market opinions. It does point to the need for better information sharing between law enforcement agencies so that when one investigation is open and one in the police force, for example, that administrative agencies are made informed. But, Mr. Speaker, we take such allegations very seriously, and criminal sanctions are potential in this case.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have finally seen the light and stopped using Kijiji to assess the state of the job market. In so doing, the job vacancy rate suddenly dropped from 4% to 1.5%. Contrary to Conservative claims, there's no general labour shortage in Canada. The only shortage is a shortage of Conservative ministers capable of defending the interests of Canadian workers. When will they call for an independent review of the Temporary Foreign Worker Program.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, do you know who said there was no labor shortage? It was me, myself. There is no general labor shortage in Canada. But at the same time, it's clear that there are some industries in some regions where there is a shortage of certain skills. And so that's the reality. And that's why the government is acting to improve the training system to better prepare young Canadians for the jobs of the future. The Honourable Member for St. Lambert. Even the C.D. Howe Institute confirms that this program is creating unemployment. The unemployment rate for those under 25 is 13.6%, double that of the general population. By expanding the Temporary Foreign Workers Program to unskilled workers, the Conservative government is promoting the unemployment of young people with little or no work experience. Why does the minister refuse to have the Auditor General review this program and to measure its impact on the unemployment of young Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Employment. I don't refuse that kind of a thing. I refuse and reject government interference in the Auditor General's work. The NDP claims that this program is bumping Canadian workers out of jobs, but they want to make those temporary workers permanent. If they want them to become permanent, why would they want to permanently bump Canadians out of jobs? Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Mr. Speaker, Master Corporal Christian Wolodnik is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. He attempted suicide after the Army tried to fire him. Under public pressure, National Defence agreed to offer him an extended release in order to facilitate his transition. Curiously, once the media storm passed, the Conservatives reneged on their promise. They think he's healthy enough to work or go back to school, which is ridiculous. Will the promise made to this Master Corporal finally be kept?
Mr. Justice.
Mr. Speaker, what I can assure the honourable member and this House is that we take the health, the mental health of our soldiers, sailors, airmen and women, and their very well-being as a very serious obligation, a solemn obligation. With respect to this particular case, Master Corporal Wolodnik is a situation where there is an effort being made to help him to transition. And in fact, we are assured by the military that every effort is being made to respect his wishes, to respect those of his family, to ensure that this transition is as smooth as possible for him.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, we have a government pouring resources into commemorating Canada's involvement in Afghanistan, but refusing to provide soldiers with the basic support they need at home. Master Corporal Christian Wolodnik's story is heartbreaking, and he's sadly not the only soldier dismissed before qualifying for full benefits, and dismissed with total disregard for their well-being after they've served the country. When is the minister going to recognize that these men and women are also casualties of war and ensure that they too are provided with the support they need when they return home?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with the honourable member that this is, of course, an enormous obligation and priority for our government, and in fact that's why we have taken the extraordinary step of investing significant resources in improving the health care system, including the mental health professionals within the Canadian Armed Forces. We are now at around 400 full-time mental health professionals, Mr. Speaker. That is, incidentally, the largest soldier to mental health professional in NATO in terms of ratio. We will continue to make those important investments, work with the Canadian Mental Health Association to see that those numbers continue to rise and that the treatment that our soldiers, sailors, airmen and women receive is among the best in the world.
Honourable Member for St. John's East.
It's 40 less than what was recommended, Mr. Speaker. For 6 years, Corporal Stuart Langridge's family has been waiting for answers about his suicide. Losing a child is a parent's worst nightmare. Having the military prevent them from knowing what really happened is absolutely unimaginable. After many years and lengthy hearings, they still have to wait. We know that an interim report has been prepared and given to the Minister for his comment, but the family still has no access to it. Will he do the right thing and release the report to his family so that they too can participate in the final process?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, this is, again, a very tragic matter, and I have met with members of Corporal Language's family. But the reality here is that the Military Police Complaints Commission and the National Defence Act require that the report itself, an interim report, is not to be made public. It will be, of course, reviewed by the Chief of the Defence Staff, and then, Mr. Speaker, it will be made available to the family. But the honourable member, who is not only a critic but a lawyer, is surely not suggesting that the Minister of Defence would break the law by releasing an interim report. I hope he's not suggesting that. Well
Now, member for Terrebonne-Blainville. In response to our questions on personal data sharing between telecoms and government agencies, the Heritage Minister said last week Bill S4 was the answer. But the opposite is true. What's worse, La Presse is reporting today that the government has just launched an internal review to assess the scope of the problem. So the Conservatives have no idea what's going on in their own agencies. Will they at least release the results of that review?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, thank you, my honourable colleague, for the question. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Bill S4, of course, is an update, Mr. Speaker. This is what the Privacy Commissioner had to say about it. She said, I quote, "I welcome the proposals in this bill. This bill contains very positive developments for the privacy rights of Canadians." She went on to say, "I'm pleased that the government has addressed issues such as breach notifications, Mr. Speaker. It's a good bill, and I do hope that the opposition will consider supporting it."
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians were spied on 1.2 million times last year, and under this government, it's about to get a lot worse. Whoa. Under Bill S4, they will now make it legal for corporations to call telecoms and demand your personal information. Whoa. Under Bill C-13, peace officers or public officers who are defined in law as small-town reeves, fisheries inspectors and officers, and yes, mayors like Rob Ford will now be able to call telecoms and demand your personal information. It's like a massive fishing expedition. Why has this government declared open season on the private rights of law-abiding Canadian citizens?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. As you know, Mr. Speaker, information that is protected, personal information protected by the Charter, requires a warrant. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, this is what Rogers had to say when asked about this. Where, quote, "Where there is an immediate danger to life, we will provide information to law enforcement agencies to assist with 911 service, missing person cases, and individuals in distress," Mr. Speaker. That's what we're talking about here. I wish the opposition would support us. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? There is a bill before the House S4 that will help tighten this even further and make the bill even better.
The Honourable House Leader for the Opposition.
Only a government this bad would say it's okay for Rob Ford to access Canadians' private information anytime he wants. But let's get back to the Minister of Employment, who has repeatedly failed to answer questions. Today we learned of yet another employer mistreating TFW since 2011. Now, the employer never had his permits pulled, never had his name put on the blacklist, never faced criminal charges. Government failed to act for years. Why does the minister wait for front-page stories before acting to clean up the mess he's created?
The Honourable Minister for Safety.
What is provided voluntarily? They're changing their position from the past. Why not strike a balance between public safety and respecting people's privacy? That's what we're doing. And I would encourage the NDP to vote against their own motion. Thank you.
Questions? Order. The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, to justify their expansion of the temporary foreign workers program, the Conservatives inflated the job vacancy rate. They got their data from job postings on Kijiji, which of course are full of errors and duplications. Now we learn that Canada's real job vacancy rate is only 1.5%, not the 4% that the Conservatives had claimed. How could the Conservatives defend their decision to dramatically expand the number of temporary foreign workers in Canada when their decision was based on bad data?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I've been absolutely consistent in saying there are not general labour shortages in the Canadian economy, but there are certain skills gaps in various regions and industries, such as those regions with full employment. But I find this member intervening on this matter very peculiar because he said just on May 29, 2012, that, quotes, temporary foreign workers are an important part of the production chain and the value chain. He also said temporary foreign workers are an important part of our economy, and some of the best workers are temporary foreign workers. And he further said that reducing access to temporary foreign workers could actually threaten Canadian jobs. Close unquote, the member for King's Hants.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Markham, Unionville.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, in 2006, some employers only needed to advertise a job vacancy for 7 days on a government site no one reads. In 2007, the minister said, and I quote, "We've expanded the program very substantially and deliberately." Does the current Minister of Employment agree that this was, in fact, the policy of this government before he started tightening up the rules in recent years? Now, Minister of Employment, the government's policy is that Canadians should always get access to jobs before foreign workers.
Member for Markham just today said that the temporary foreign worker program, quotes, is a good program, and he actually criticized our moratorium on the food services sector because apparently he knows a restaurateur who can't find cooks in Canada, Mr. Speaker, and according to that member, his judgment is better than that of people at Service Canada. He says we should be bringing in cooks in from abroad, overturning this moratorium. Mr. Speaker, where do the Liberals really stand on the temporary foreign worker program?
The Honourable Member for Markham, Unionville.
Liberals have always said this is a good program when well managed, and it has not been well managed. Indeed, this minister was obviously complicit in this massive build-up to the point where he was praised for understanding, quote, how important this is from a business perspective. Given this history, no one believes his born-again pious concern for Canadian workers. Right. So will he at least adopt the Liberals' 5-point plan to clean up this monumental Conservative mess?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
So, Mr. Speaker, last week on Twitter, that member from Markham was saying that this program, quotes, gives foreigners Canadian jobs, a quote-unquote. Today he's saying it's a good program. The Liberals opened the low-skilled stream in 2002. Now they say it's been abused. They called for a moratorium on the food services sector. Now he wants an exemption for a restaurant in his riding. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, we're going to fix the problems in this program, but the last thing we'll do is listen to the incoherence of the Liberal Party of Canada.
Order. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, under the Elections Act, Canadians who are living abroad are, for more than 5 years, they're prohibited from voting. Working with Canadian expat Gil Frank, I put together a private member's bill to change this. And at the same time, Mr. Frank actually launched a legal suit, and he won. So the courts struck down the section of the Act. They say it's unconstitutional. Now that this section of the Elections Act has been struck down, will the government agree to fast-track my bill to ensure that these changes are actually made to the Elections Act?
Order. The Honourable Minister of State for Parliamentary Reform.
Mr. Speaker, we will study the ruling carefully, but what we will not do is accept the NDP proposal to allow people to vote without presenting any ID whatsoever. The Fair Elections Act requires people present ID when they show up to vote. They have to prove who they are, demonstrate who they are, and no longer will identity vouching be permitted under the Fair Elections Act.
The Honourable Member for Hull Elmer. Canadians should not lose their right to vote.
There is a solution to the problem, an easy one. Support the NDP bill. Mr. Speaker, at committee, the Conservatives voted down an amendment which would have allowed the Chief Electoral Officer to require that political parties submit receipts to justify their expense claims. Yet in 2012, the same Conservatives supported an NDP motion on that very issue. Why have the Conservatives come back on their word?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, we will study the ruling which has just been handed down, but we will not support the NDP motion to allow people to vote without ID. The Fair Elections Act will eliminate the use of vouching for identity purposes. The adoption of this bill, rather under the bill, people will have to provide ID to prove who they are. Canadians agree with this. The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, not only have the Conservatives broken their promise, but they're opposing a common-sense measure. Every Canadian province requires that political parties submit receipts. At every election, political parties are reimbursed $33 million without having to submit a single receipt to justify their expenses. Name me a single store, Mr. Speaker, which will reimburse you without a receipt. Will the government work with us to fix this problem, which makes it easier to commit fraud? The Honourable Minister of State. Mr. Speaker, parties already provide receipts after elections. First, there is a mandatory audit under the and the Fair Elections Act is going to add another audit, and parties will be forced to show receipts to the Auditor General. And lastly, the Chief Electoral Officer does not have to reimburse parties without receiving all the documents he needs to conduct his investigations.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After consulting Conservatives, the government rewrote the Elections Act to stack the deck in its own favour. Last week, we proposed many creative amendments and constructive. Indeed.
Creative.
We wanted to make political parties' expenses more transparent, but Conservatives said no. We wanted to give the Commissioner sharper tools to investigate wrongdoing, but the Conservatives said no. Indeed, we had other creative suggestions, but the government shut down the committee, so why? Why did the Minister refuse to allow over half the NDP amendments to even be debated?
The Honourable Minister of State for Parliamentary Reform.
Mr. Speaker, the member says the NDP tried to bring sharper tools to the Elections Act. I don't think Canadians want his sharper tools touching anything near the Elections Act. In fact, the creative ideas they came up with were, one, they're going to require volunteers like seniors and stay-at-home moms who make phone calls to invite people to pancake breakfasts to actually register those calls with a national telecommunications regulator. And there are other creative ideas to allow people to vote without any ID at all. Those are not the kinds of creative ideas Canadians are interested in.
Oral questions. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, during National Mental Health Week, parliamentarians are encouraged to reflect and learn about the issues that are faced each and every day by those with mental health challenges. By taking time to talk about how important good mental health is in our lives, we can better appreciate how we as a government can support those in need. Can the Parliamentary Secretary please update the House on the work that our government is doing to support good mental health? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for that question and for raising the importance of mental health support. And I want to thank him for all his leadership and good work that he's done on this file. Thank you. As he knows, it was our government that created the Mental Health Commission to share best practices to benefit Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We invest over $112 million annually to support community-based health promotion activities for families and invest in projects in over 230 communities across Canada. These all contribute to the mental well-being of youth and families and are important elements for reducing the risk for mental health problems. Thank you, and thank you.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
A Conservative deal to implement FATCA in Canada will hand over personal financial information to the IRS in the United States, violating the privacy of up to 1 million Canadians and exposing them to aggressive fines and penalties. Experts have warned that this deal may not even be constitutional, but the Conservatives are rushing it through, once again burying it in yet another omnibus budget bill. Can the minister explain why this complex bill must be hidden from proper scrutiny? Is it because he knows it's a bad deal for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
FATCA has raised a number of concerns in Canada. The new agreement addresses these concerns, relying on the existing framework under the Canada-U.S. Tax Treaty. The CRA will not assist the IRS in collecting U.S. taxes, and no new taxes will be imposed. In our negotiations, we obtained a number of concessions, including exempting certain accounts, such as RSPs, RDSPs, TFSAs, from FATCA reporting.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand the attitude of the minister. Canadians deserve more information about the implementation of the Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act. Financial institutions will now be required to identify their customers who have U.S. citizenship, in addition to monitoring more closely their non-U.S. bank accounts. It's clear that Canadians want to know if they are subject to this agreement and whether their private information will be protected. And we don't even know at this point if FATCA is constitutional. The question is really complex. Why will the Prime Minister remove FATCA from the budget implementation bill? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, without an agreement, our financial institutions would still have to conform with FATCA. And in that case, the banks would have had to directly communicate information to the IRS and refuse basic banking services to their clients. As well, the banks and their clients would have been subject to a withholding tax of 20%. But with the agreement in place, this will not happen.
Honourable member for Bulkley, Skeena Bulkley Valley.
The Conservatives are helping Americans target law-abiding Canadians, but the Conservatives are doing nothing to stop cheaters who are breaking the law by stashing their money in tax havens. Last year alone, cheaters hid away $170 billion. Canadians abide by the law and pay their fair share of taxes, but the friends of those in power are taking advantage of Conservative inaction. In their last budget, the Conservatives' promise to act is hiding $170 billion, part of their action plan.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Speaker, our government has a strong record of combating international tax evasion and getting tough on tax cheats. From 2006 to March 31st, 2013, CRA has audited 8,195 international tax cases, identifying over $5.1 billion in additional taxes that are being collected, Mr. Speaker. As well, Economic Action Plan 2013 introduced a number of new measures dedicated to offshore compliance activities and an investment of $30 million over 5 years in support of their implementation. Economic Action Plan 2014 proposes to do even more. Maybe that member should think about voting for it.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
$170 billion missing dollars, and these guys call that getting tough. Conservative economic mismanagement is damaging our economy and hurting Canadians. Household debt at an all-time high. Over 1.3 million Canadians still out of work, and Conservative mismanagement of temporary foreign workers is pushing down wages and taking jobs from Canadians. And yet the Finance Minister still clings to his Kijiji economics. Kijiji, it's a great place to pick up a used bike, not so much for running a G7 economy. Will the minister finally denounce his reliance on Kijiji economics and start using facts for a change?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Very clear that unemployment is getting better in Canada, and nevertheless, there are sectoral problems, particularly in the natural resource area, where there are hundreds of thousands of jobs which will be needed over the next decades. There are regions in the country where there are skilled labor forces that companies need to fill, and therefore it's critically important that we bridge the gap between the labor needs and the unemployment, and we're doing that through our job creation programs.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's earlier response regarding Master Corporal Wolodnik was simply shameful self-promotion at the expense of a wounded soldier. After attempting suicide over his impending discharge from the forces, the military offered the Master Corporal more time to transition to civilian life. But suddenly, that option's off the table. It seems like the minute the media spotlight disappeared, so did the government's commitment to him. Will the government fix this flip-flop and treat Master Corporal Wolodnik and service members like him with the respect and the compassion they deserve?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, our respect for Master Corporal Wolodnik and members of the Canadian Armed Forces could not be higher. And in fact, that is why we have not only made significant efforts to improve the mental health and overall health of our Canadian forces through enormous investments. We have also made enormous investments across the board. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we have seen every sector of the Canadian forces receive the support that they need, that they deserve, that they continue to earn daily in service of our country. I don't know why the honourable member coming from the Liberal Party would take issue with those massive investments that we have made to improve the lives and well-being of Canadian Armed Forces.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, this government had a real opportunity to make May 9th the day of honour for veterans of Afghanistan and their families. Unfortunately, this government's actions demonstrate that they think they owe the veterans nothing, fighting them in court, closing VAC offices, denying necessary benefits. Can the government explain to the thousands of veterans and their families across Canada why Friday's event is more about a photo op for the Prime Minister and not about veteran sacrifice for this country?
Order. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, this Friday, from coast to coast to coast, we'll pause and remember those who laid down their lives in Afghanistan. Over 40,000 Canadians, servicemen and women, served in Afghanistan, each day making Canadians proud. Thousands of schools, school boards, and teachers are on board with this particular initiative, with the tribute. Municipalities right across our great country are making plans. So I look to that member and the opposition party. Will you drop the politics and join in and pay your respect?
I would remind the Minister and other members to address the comments to the Chair, not to other members in the House. Questions? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, unlike Canada, the United States has sanctioned key political and economic allies of President Putin, including Igor Sechin, the head of oil giant Rosneft, who, it turns out, has a large investment in Canada. The question is, why are Canadian sanctions missing some big names that are being targeted by our international allies? And will the government, will the minister, now support strong, coordinated sanctions to support the people of Ukraine?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as recently as on Sunday, the Prime Minister announced further sanctions on individuals in Russia, Mr. Speaker. This government has taken a very, very strong stand in reference to Russia's position, Russia's actions in Ukraine, and we have listed, Mr. Speaker, not all the companies, but also individuals that we feel we target. We will continue working with our allies to do more and send a very clear message to the Russians that their actions were totally unacceptable to the international community.
The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, Not only has a close ally of President Putin been exempted from Canadian sanctions against Russia, but Canada still hasn't suspended its military high-tech exports to Russia, as our allies have done. Mr. Speaker, when will Conservatives suspend their high-tech military equipment exports to Russia, and when will they harmonize their sanctions with those of our allies?
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said it very clear. Let me quote what he said. We will not shape our foreign policy on commercial interests, Mr. Speaker. In line of that, Mr. Speaker, we have taken very strong sanctions against Russia. We'll continue doing the sanctions against Russia. We do not expect, Mr. Speaker, any Canadian companies to break our sanctions against Russia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has designated Friday, May the 9th, as a National Day of Honour to commemorate the efforts and sacrifices of our men and women in uniform who have served in Afghanistan. This Friday, we'll all honour the legacy of those Canadian Armed Forces members who served, and most importantly, the families of our service personnel who had to bear so much while their loved ones were deployed. Can the Minister of Veterans Affairs please inform this House about the Soldier on Afghanistan relay and how it will contribute to the events this Friday?
Very good question, Vlad.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the participants of the Soldier on Afghanistan relay are truly inspiring. I'm humbled by their ongoing determination and their courage. The relay began at Canadian Forces Base Trenton and will carry the last Canadian flag flown at our Allied headquarters in Kabul to Ottawa. The relay will soon reach the Royal Military College in Kingston, and I encourage Canadians to follow their progress on Twitter at SoldierOnCan. On behalf of this place, I would like to thank Soldier On for the important work that they do, helping ill and injured members of our forces. We are truly proud of their work and the participants in the relay.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, one of the key components to Cape Breton's economic future is the further development of Sydney Harbour. Now that the dredging is complete, it is vital that Cape Breton Regional Municipality takes over ownership of the harbour bottom to bring us new business. My question is to the Minister of Transport. We are waiting for this transfer. Port Day is next week. As a fellow Cape Bretoner, would you be willing to come down and announce this so we can move forward?
I appreciate the humour, but again, I'd direct the member to direct his questions to the chair. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Yes, he should be ashamed of himself. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from the honourable member. Indeed, we have embarked as a government on an ambitious agenda to ensure that we are putting to the hands of local communities those assets which are better managed locally. We have not gotten to the end of the process with respect to Sydney Harbour, but when that process is completed, I'm sure he'll hear about it from his Mayor Cecil Clark.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Mr. Speaker, yesterday on the TV show Tout le monde en parle, many senior officials from Radio-Canada's news programs denounced the upcoming cuts. Conservatives may well claim that everything is fine, but their cuts are squeezing Radio-Canada. Not only will Canadians have to count on fewer journalists, but those close to power. Will the Conservatives stop attacking the public broadcaster and reconsider their cuts, which are directly connected with the current crisis and the quality of programming content?
Order.
The Honourable Minister for Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everybody knows that decisions taken by Radio-Canada have nothing to do with government action. That said, we recognize that Radio-Canada plays an important role in Canadian society, and that is why we are giving significant funding on behalf of taxpayers to Radio-Canada CBC. It's up to Radio-Canada to decide on their daily operations. We have no intention of interfering. Thank you.
Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Multiculturalism.
Tonight at sundown marks the beginning of the celebration of Yom Ha'atzmaut, the 66th anniversary of the birth of the modern state of Israel. And Jews will be celebrating this date around the world. As we all know, Canada and Israel share very strong bonds of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. I was wondering if the minister could inform this House of the significance of this date to both the Jewish community here in Canada and around the world.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, tomorrow we celebrate the 66th anniversary of the founding of the modern state of Israel, which is a miracle of modern history, a state born out of the ashes of the Holocaust, which managed to survive multiple invasions, including one at the very moment of its birth, which has resisted constant efforts to destroy a Jewish democratic homeland, and has gone on with hope and confidence to create a democracy that is vital, prosperous, and innovative, a close ally and friend of Canada's. And so we celebrate with all Israelis and all Canadian Jews this happy day. We wish everyone a Yom Ha'atzmaut Sameach.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, today marks the first day in court which pits the federal government against CN with regard to the repainting of the Quebec City Bridge. In 2005, before even being elected, the Prime Minister was making fun of the previous Liberal government because it was incapable of getting the bridge painted. But 9 years later, the bridge is more rusted than ever, and the Conservative government still hasn't done anything about it. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the government get the bridge painted now instead of waiting for this endless legal saga to end?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, since 1995, CN has owned this bridge, and they're responsible for the operation, the maintenance, and the upkeep. Both the federal government and the provincial government at the time put into a pot maintenance money. Of that portion, the federal government indicated that it expected the bridge to be painted. It was not painted to the satisfaction of the government. As such, we commenced action in 2006, and we commenced trial today. We look forward to the outcome of this endeavour.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, Quebec airport authorities are concerned because funding for next year's projects eligible under the Airport Facilities Improvement Fund of Transport Canada seems to be compromised. Information has come to light, and it seems that there is no help available anymore under this program for 2014-2015. Further, it's impossible for them to fund projects related to safety and security for their operations under the Building Canada Fund. Can the Minister of Transport reassure airport authorities and confirm immediately that this program will be available this year?
Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from the honourable member. I'll take it up with them outside the House to ensure that I have the right airport that we're talking about. The Airport Capital Assistance Program is in place, and indeed it helps many airports locally in this country with respect to safety and security measures.
The honourable member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is the tax filing deadline for millions of Canadians. However, as the Income Tax Act is 3,206 pages long, most taxpayers will file without any regard to the complexities of the tax code. Now, this Conservative government has managed to add 631 pages, or over 200,000 words, since taking office in 2006. In fact, the government has amended the Income Tax Act 22 times, mostly to introduce boutique tax credits. Now, if the budget ever balances, we can expect even more boutique tax credits and an even more complicated tax code. When will the government simplify the tax code by eliminating boutique tax credits for special interests, reduce the number of tax brackets, and cut tax rates for all Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Mr. Speaker, it's the intent of the Government of Canada to make the tax code as simple as possible. We've moved in that direction since forming government in 2006. And it's also the intent of the Government of Canada to make sure that the taxpayers are represented fairly and treated fairly by the Government of Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Ahunsek. Mr. Speaker, it might be legitimate to save the life of a child, or if the case involves child abuse to request information of an internet service provider, yet it's also legitimate to ask who made those 1.2 million data requests and processed 800,000 data transfers in 2011, especially since taxpayers pay for them. Does the government understand that the lack of transparency undermines trust in our institutions and stands in the way of the fight against cybercrime? The Honourable Minister. Yes, I would like to thank Mr. Speaker, my colleague, for her question. Mr. Speaker, of course, as we know, this information is provided voluntarily or it is disclosed to agencies which fall under public safety, and we would be pleased to provide more detailed answers to my colleagues since I've already done so in the past. Thank you.
That brings to an end the period of questions. Is there a point of order from the member?
A clarification question.
Period for questions is over.
I'll give you that. That's
Sure.
the old one. Oh, get mixed up.
Order. If I could out daily proceedings, tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Do we have a problem with the mics? Good. Statements by ministers. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Présentation des rapports du comité. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on International Trade related to C-20, an agreement between Canada and the Republic of Honduras, an agreement on environment cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Honduras, and an agreement on labour cooperation between Canada and the Republic of Honduras. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment.
Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food in relationship to the order of reference recommitting Bill C-30, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act and the Canada Transportation Act and to provide for other measures. The committee has studied this bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Présentation des rapports.
Presenting reports from committees.
Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 11th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in relation to Bill C-23, an act to amend Canada's Elections Act and other acts and to make consequential amendments to certain acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. And if, Mr. Speaker, if I might add, with a great deal of work and a great deal of thanks to our professional clerks and analysts and all the help the committee had. The way the committee members worked together on a tough issue with over 70 witnesses and many briefs. I thank them all.
Présentation de rapport du comité. The honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled A Weapon of War, Rape and Sexual Violence Against Women in the Democratic Republic of Congo, Canada's Role in Taking Action and Ending Impunity. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you very much.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Première lecture du projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion regarding Bill C-30, which was just reported back. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practices of this House, Bill C-30, an act to amend the Canada Grain Act and the Canada Transportation Act and to provide for other measures, be deemed concurred in at the report stage and deemed read a third time and passed.
Minister, have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion. Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Adopté.
De ce projet de loi.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Hildone and St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have with me 6,621 petitions with names on it from all across this country, from constituents in ridings all across this country that are requesting the Parliament amend the criminal code to decriminalize the selling of sexual services and criminalize the purchasing of sexual services. That is, decriminalize the selling of sexual services and criminalizing the purchases of sexual services and provide support to those who desire to leave prostitution. Now, Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, which I cannot present to the House, I have 55,000 postcards on the same topic from all across this country. In addition to that, I have 1,238 petitions, or petitioners, I should say, from across the country that are asking the government to deal with require Internet service providers to provide a mandatory opt-in Internet pornography filter as a tool parents can use to protect their children from Internet pornography. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I have two petitions to table. The first is petitions from Canadians supporting Bill C-356, which provides for a call for a national strategy on addressing dementia in consultation with the provinces and territories, to creation of a standing roundtable, and to encourage greater investment to address Alzheimer's and dementia. The second petition, actually two petitions there, Mr. Speaker, from residents from High River, Calgary, Oshawa, Mississauga, and Winnipeg, and they are calling on the government to enable all healthy Canadians to be qualified to donate blood, bone marrow, and organs, and to not discriminate for sexual preferences reasons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. Petition. The honourable member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 92% of Canadians think it's wrong for gender selection abortion to be taking place in Canada, and yet we know this is happening. CBC Television did an expose where they pointed out that ultrasounds are being used to determine the gender of the unborn child, and then if it's a girl, often that girl is aborted. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call upon Parliament to condemn discrimination against girls occurring through gender selection pregnancy termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present two petitions. The first is in relation to the changes in Canada Post. I want to draw particular attention to significant cutbacks in service in Fulford Harbour on Salt Spring Island. Many of these petitioners are from the Gulf Islands, from within my own riding, asking for the minister to get Canada Post to have some creative solutions to remain profitable and provide the proper service. We might look to the state of Israel for some very, very instructive examples of what works. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is for health labelling. The petitioners urge that the minister provide clear right-to-know legislation so that Canadians know what's in the products we're using, so that Canadians can make choices to avoid products that contain carcinogens. The bulk of the petitioners are from Southern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to present a petition here signed by constituents of mine as well as people from across Manitoba, displaying their disgust with what's happening to Falun Gong practitioners in China, that there's allegations that they are being systematically murdered and their organs have been harvested for sale throughout the region. And they're calling upon this House to bring forward a resolution to make sure that this practice is ended, that we are cutting down on the forced organ harvesting, and that they are being not used as unwilling participants in the program, of course, and this is a persecution of the Falun Gong that we all want to see ended.
Petitions. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
I have the honour to present a petition from Nova Scotian citizens concerning the reduction in Canada Post services. The petition says that the undersigned citizens draw to the attention of the House the following: that Canada Post and the Conservative government are taking an axe to long-treasured postal services, killing good jobs, eliminating door-to-door delivery, closing post offices, and drastically increasing postage rates. 6,000 to 8,000 workers will lose their jobs and 5 million households will lose their door-to-door delivery over the next 5 years. These cuts hurt seniors and disabled Canadians in particular. Canada Post has failed to do necessary consultations and is effectively eliminating any opportunity for input from the people who will be most effective. Canada Post offers a public service that needs to be protected. Therefore, the petitioners call upon the Government of Canada to reverse these cuts to services announced by Canada Post and to look instead at innovative approaches, including potentially postal banking.
Petitions. Petition. Questions on the order paper. Question inscrite au feuilleton. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. So ordered. That's orders of the day. Oh, I'm sorry. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am rising to supplement my comments on a point of order in response to the point raised by the Honourable Member for Westmount, Bill Marie, on Monday, April 28th, respecting Bill C-31, the Economic Action Plan 2014 Act No. 1. And you will recall this was an issue of the elements of the legislation dealing with the, it's called the FACTA Treaty with the United States that has to do with taxpayers with an American association and its implementation. And his concerns were with the government's treaty tabling policy. Now, the Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition had indicated he would reply that afternoon, so I did defer making these supplementary submissions until I was in a position to respond to his as well, if necessary. But given that the NDP position has been set out, that no NDP positions, has been set out, I did want to put these comments on the record now in the event that the Chair was soon ready to rule. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, on the argument I put to you earlier on the jurisdiction of the Chair, I wish to offer a few citations. And this is on the notion that the treaty tabling policy is not a matter of the standing orders of this House or the procedures and practices of this House. Rather, it is a government policy relating to the government and the department's activities themselves. And as such, I suggested that it was beyond the reach of the Speaker or this House. There are several citations that support, in fact, that principle. Mr. Speaker Bosley, on May 15, 1985, ruling on a question of privilege, said at page 4769 of the debates, quote, "I think it has been recognized many times in the House that a complaint about the actions or inactions of government departments cannot constitute a question of parliamentary privilege," end quote. And our current Speaker ruled on February 7th 2013 at page 13869 of the debates that, quote, it is beyond the purview of the chair to intervene in departmental matters or to get involved in government processes, end quote. Both of these quotations were favorably cited in the ruling of March 3rd, 2014, in this Parliament, of course, this year, at page 3427 of the debates. On September 28th, 2011, that ruling on a question of privilege raised by a colleague of the Honourable Member for Westmount Bill Marie at page 157 of the debates, the following can be found, quote, this is in the ruling, of course, I know the member from Alpec does not expect the chair to monitor all internal processes undertaken by the government as part of its preparatory work in advance of proposing legislative measures to the House, end quote. On March 18th, 1981, at page 8374 of the debates, Madam Speaker Sauvé said in relation to a question of privilege on the awarding of grants by the Liberal government of the day, quote, in the words of the Honourable Member, the awarding of certain grants has been politicised. This has to refer to rules and conduct matters which are entirely in the hands of the government and for which it stands accountable, end quote. And that, of course, means not Parliament or the House, but rather the government itself. Of course, there is a long history of honourable members raising procedural objections about a government's actions and seeking to encourage the chair to expand its jurisdiction. One of the more eyebrow-raising cases was on October 26, 1981, when Madam Speaker Sauvé ruled at page 12162 of the debates that, quote, the fact that someone is not answering the telephone certainly does not constitute a question of privilege, end quote. This situation, Mr. Speaker, is analogous to the rulings which I just cited, in that you are being called upon to consider a government policy related to how the executive chooses to exercise the Crown's privileges. The question goes wide of the procedural role of the chair. Page 24 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, which was published in November 2009, almost 2 full years after the policy on tabling treaties in Parliament was announced, states, quote, the discretionary prerogatives are invoked rarely and only in the most exceptional circumstances. The overwhelming majority of the Governor-General's powers are invariably exercised on the advice of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, end quote. Footnote 124 associated with the passage opens with, quote, this includes the ratification of treaties, end quote. A role for the House is not asserted in that text. That may be explained by turning to the Library of Parliament background paper, which I believe was quoted by the Honourable Member for Westmount Bill Marie, which also states at page 3 that, quote, passing treaties through the House of Commons remains a courtesy on the part of the Executive, which retains full authority to decide whether to ratify the treaty after the parliamentary review, end quote. In fact, what the Honourable Gentleman quoted to the House, there was one sentence in the middle of the passage which he somehow omitted. It is important, so I will add it here. Quote, very little authority is explicitly laid out in the law or the Constitution. Much relies on royal prerogative, tradition, and policy, end quote. I would suggest that the standing orders could easily be added to the first half of that sentence, Mr. Speaker. This parenthetical note is attached to paragraph 6.6a of the policy on tabling treaties in Parliament, quote, the Executive, under the constitutional treaty-making power exercised by the Federal Crown under the royal prerogative, remains responsible for undertaking any international obligations of Canada, end quote. My second area of argument, Mr. Speaker, relates to my comments about the ability of and the experience of the House of Commons to consider this proposed international agreement. I have some details to add. Clause 99 provides for the enactment of the Canada-United States Enhanced Tax Information Exchange Agreement Implementation Act. Clauses 100 and 101 make consequential amendments to the Income Tax Act. Schedule 3 of Bill C-31 contains the text of the agreement between the Government and Canada and the Government of the United States of America to improve the international tax compliance through enhanced exchange of information under the Convention between Canada and the United States of America with respect to taxes on income and on capital. Those are all capitalized just because it is, of course, its proper name. On April 8th, the House adopted by a vote of 149 to 125 Bill C-31 at second reading and thereby concurred in the principle of the bill. What's more, Mr. Speaker, is that the House also that night defeated a reasoned amendment proposed by the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley at the second reading stage of Bill C-31. Paragraph D of the amendment related to the subject matter at hand. Moreover, this was a matter previously before the House during this year's budget process. Let me quote from pages 358 and 359 of the budget plan. that is the publication entitled The Road to Balance, Creating Jobs and Opportunity, which was tabled on February 11th. Quote, in 2010, the U.S. enacted provisions known as the Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act, FATCA. FATCA has raised a number of concerns in Canada among both U.S. citizens living in Canada and Canadian financial institutions. Without an intergovernmental agreement between Canada and the U.S., Canadian financial institutions and U.S. persons holding financial accounts in Canada would be required to comply with FATCA regardless, starting July 1, 2014, as per the FATCA legislation enacted by the U.S. unilaterally. In response to these concerns, the Government of Canada successfully negotiated an intergovernmental agreement with the U.S. which contained significant exemptions and other relief. Under the approach in the Canada-U.S. agreement, which was signed on February 5, 2014, Canadian financial institutions will report to the Canada Revenue Agency information in respect of U.S. persons that will be transmitted by the Canada Revenue Agency to the IRS under the Canada-U.S. Tax Treaty and may be subject to its confidentiality safeguards. This new reporting regime will come into effect starting in July 2014, with Canada and the U.S. beginning to receive enhanced tax information from each other in 2015. And that's the end of that rather lengthy quote from the budget document. On February 26, the House adopted Ways and Means Motion Number 6, which read, quote, that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government, end quote. So, in concluding on this line of argument, Mr. Speaker, this matter has not only been before Parliament, this House has actually voted on the issue reflected in this treaty 3 times. And that, of course, serves to fulfill, as I said, the principle that the House should have an opportunity to pass judgment on a treaty. This House has now already passed judgment through a vote on that treaty 3 times. With respect to my third area of argument, let me make some points respecting the actual terms of the policy on tabling treaties in Parliament. Paragraph 1 of Article 10 of the agreement with the United States provides that, quote, this agreement shall enter into force on the date of Canada's written notification to the United States, and that Canada has completed its necessary internal procedures for entry into force of the agreement, end quote. Meanwhile, paragraph 6.3b of the policy states that, quote, if an exception to the policy is granted, and you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that I indicated there was such an exception here, the Minister of Foreign Affairs will inform the House of Commons that Canada has agreed to be bound by the instrument at the earliest opportunity following the ratification, end quote, and I emphasize those words, following the ratification. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, no order in Council authorizing the agreement's ratification has issued. Therefore, Canada has not yet given that notification to the American administration. Accordingly, we are not yet at the point in time which could be said to be following the ratification, to borrow the phrase from the policy on tabling treaties. This ratification and notification have not yet occurred because necessary implementing measures remain to be adopted by Parliament. As the Library of Parliament background paper explains, Canada operates under the so-called dualist model of treaty implementation, and, quote, accordingly, Canada cannot ratify an international treaty until measures are in place to ensure that the terms of the treaty are enforceable in Canadian law, end quote. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, parliamentary support of this measure is essential in this case. Section 3 of the Canada-United States Enhanced Tax Information Exchange Agreement Implementation Act, set out within Clause 99 of Bill C-31, would provide that, quote, the agreement is approved and has the force of law in Canada, end quote. To conclude my submissions today, my argument hinges on 3 points. Firstly, the grievance of the Honourable Member for Westmont Ville Marie goes beyond the jurisdiction of the Chair. Secondly, not only does this House have an opportunity to consider the proposed international agreement, but it has already voted, not once, not twice, but 3 times on its principle, thus achieving the objective behind the treaty tabling policy. And thirdly, and finally, there has not been in any event a breach of the policy of tabling treaties in Parliament. It has received an exemption, and it has been treated appropriately under the policy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'll assure the Government House Leader that the submissions will be taken into account when the Speaker comes back with his ruling. We are orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion concerning the safeguarding of personal information.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just noting as well that I will be sharing my time with my honourable colleague, the member from Burlington. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today to rise and speak against the NDP motion put forward by the member from Terrebonne-Blainville. Many Canadians, including privacy advocates, may not fully understand law enforcement investigative techniques, and that is why I'm very pleased to talk about this issue and explain some of the myths surrounding it that are being put forward by the opposition and some members of the media. Let me begin by stating that Canada has a strong regime to ensure that the privacy of individuals is respected and protected. Electronic surveillance tools are used by law enforcement and intelligence agencies in limited and proportionate ways that respect both the spirit and the letter of Canadian laws. Indeed, the warranted interception of communications is a vital tool to law enforcement and intelligence agencies. It is of great value in complex criminal investigations, whether they involve threats to national security, organized crime, and in some cases, terrorism. However, our Conservative government agrees that transparency and accountability are critical to provide Canadians with confidence that law enforcement and intelligence agencies are using electronic surveillance tools appropriately. Given that the telecommunications environment is always changing, we constantly strive to determine whether or not we are striking the right balance between the government's fundamental responsibility for the safety and security of our citizens and an accountable, transparent national security system that ensures individuals' privacy rights are protected. Contrary to the suggestions of members opposite, it is important to note that only the most basic information about the identity of the individual, called basic subscriber information, can be released by telecommunications providers without a warrant. When law enforcement and intelligence agencies make requests for basic subscriber information, it should not be viewed as electronic surveillance practice, but a fundamental tool that these agencies need. As a spokesperson for Bell Canada said, and I quote, "Bell will only provide law enforcement and other authorized agencies with basic 411-style customer information, such as name and address, which is defined as non-confidential and regulated by the CRTC. Any further information or anything related to an unlisted number requires a court order," end of quote. Another point that I believe that has been lost in this discussion is that there is no need for the police to obtain court orders when individuals voluntarily provide this information. We expect that telecommunication service providers abide by both the law and by their agreements with their customers in terms of what they release to law enforcement and when they do so. Let's take a moment to outline exactly what information we are referring to by basic subscriber information. This is the basic information about a customer that is held by a telecommunications service provider. It comprises a subscriber's name, address, telephone number, and if applicable, email and IP address. It does not, and I want to make this perfectly clear, it does not include any information pertaining to the websites a person has visited, the contents of any of their emails or text messages, or phone calls that have either been made or received by that individual. We expect that telecommunication service providers only release basic subscriber information when it is for reasons of public good, such as to help police investigate a crime or, for example, identify the next of kin. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can see past the inflated rhetoric from the NDP. This is not surveillance, this is not spying, and this is certainly not snooping. Basic subscriber information gives law enforcement and intelligence agencies a very limited piece of information about an individual at a specific point in time. In fact, this is basic information that often proves vital to determining viable leads in an investigation. On to another issue, electronic surveillance, Mr. Speaker. The point that I wish to make is one that cannot be stressed enough. In order to access the content of private communications of Canadians, law enforcement absolutely requires a warrant. Another fact that cannot be forgotten is that key Canadian law enforcement and intelligence agencies, including the RCMP and CSIS, have review bodies, independent review bodies that are empowered to investigate complaints regarding the conduct of officials and check for compliance with the law. The activities of CSIS, for example, are monitored by the Security Intelligence Review Committee. This review committee is composed of members appointed by the Governor-in-Council from members of the Queen's Privy Council. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there is currently a former NDP member of provincial parliament that sits on this very same committee. I would further note that CSIS, the RCMP and CBSA are all subject to audits by relevant agents of Parliament, such as the Federal Privacy Commissioner and the Auditor General. But getting back to the issues of public reporting on electronic surveillance, we do agree that transparency for Canadians and for Parliament is also very important. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness presents an annual report to Parliament providing aggregate interception figures every year. That report is also available on the Public Safety Canada's website for everyone to see. We are extremely mindful of the fact that Canadians need to feel confident that investigative activities are conducted in an accountable and proportionate manner, and as transparently as possible. For now, what we want to impress upon the members of this House, and in fact all Canadians that may be tuning in today, is that our government will continue to ensure an appropriate balance between Canadians' privacy rights and the operational tools that ensure the safety and security of all Canadians. In today's online world, Mr. Speaker, requests for basic subscriber information are a necessity. These requests are made by law enforcement and intelligence agencies when there is a clear and demonstrated need to protect Canadians and Canadian interests. Requests for any further information that goes beyond simple identifiers, as I've just stated, must be done through judicial warrants. Mr. Speaker, every country in the world has a duty to protect and respect its citizens, and that's exactly what Canada's laws do. Our government continues to expect that all requests for information about users of telecommunications services are done in strict accordance with Canadian laws. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest and a little surprise at my honourable colleague. This is a government that seems to be talking out of both sides of their mouth. First, they tell us it's just basic data that you get in a phone book, but we need to do it immediately to stop all kinds of terrorist threats. ISP numbers, IP addresses. She mentions that. That's ordinary. It's like looking in a phone book. I'd like to quote Anne Kavukian, Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, who I'm sure my honourable colleague would agree is a vigilant defender of Canadians' rights, that getting government information on IP address is like the digital equivalent, she said, is not like the digital equivalent of using a phone book. Quote, customer name and address information ties us to our entire digital life, unlike a stationary street address. Therefore, subscriber information is far from the modern-day equivalent of a publicly available phone book. Rather, it is the key to a much wider, sensitive subset of information. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why this large subset of sensitive information will now be opened up under C-13 to so-called public officers, which should include reeves, wardens, fisheries officers, mayors, and under S-4, that this information will be also turned over to corporations who ask it through telecoms, and then the telecoms are given blanket immunity not to tell Canadians. Why is it that they're going to actually expand who has access to this sensitive subset of information on the private lives of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for that question. When it comes to talking, I just have to first address the speaking from the two sides of the mouth. They've put this motion forward today, but the very same member who's put this motion forward today actually said they were pleased with the measures that were in S4. So we need to clarify who's speaking from both sides of the mouth.
Order, order, order.
If she's making claims about what I said, she has to retract that, because that is a false statement. I wouldn't say it would be a lie, because I could never say that, but she cannot make false statements.
Order. It's not a point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, continue.
Speaker, what we're talking about with this particular issue today is basic subscriber information. We are talking about the name, the address, telephone number, and if applicable, email and IP address. We are not talking about anything that has to do with the habits of someone on the internet, for example, what websites that they visit. We're not talking about the contents of their email, and we're not talking about whether there's been phone calls made and what the contents of those are made or received. So I just want to also indicate in my speech, I did talk about the measures that are required by law enforcement agencies in this country, and the fact that this very basic subscriber informational can help law enforcement agencies deal with issues of national security, terrorism, and organized crime. But there's some other things that these types of subscriber information do to help police. They actually, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to list them for just a few that are here. They actually allow law enforcement to investigate internet fraud, something that all Canadians are concerned about. Next of kin notification when traffic accidents occur. And Mr. Speaker, we talk about this in the House, it's in the news. We also allows law enforcement to address suicide threats that individuals receive over crisis lines. I think all of those are important things that law enforcement need the tools for.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the Parliamentary Secretary just made a very good point. She talked about all the tools that law enforcement use to investigate crimes. Absolutely. They have to get a warrant to get that information. That is part of their duty, is to get a warrant. And the minister just blows off this IP address as it's something that is common. I asked the minister directly, would you mind providing me with your IP address right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that member is correct. You do need a warrant to get more information than just the basic subscriber information. Law enforcement agencies in this country, when they contact telecommunications service providers, they ask whether they can provide some basic information. That's all we're talking about here, Mr. Speaker. We're not talking about all the other things. The sky is not falling. Let's face the facts. The message is clear. We need to ensure that law enforcement agencies in this country have the tools that they have, that they can access, and might I say, within the parameters of the law. And there's no reason to believe that they're not. Mr. Speaker, this is what's keeping Canada, our national security. This is what's helping investigators lead to charges for organized crime. And I think that when Canadians understand what the real issue is here, they will be on the side of this Conservative government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Burlington.
I want to, first of all, thank the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Safety for sharing her time today. She gave an excellent speech on this topic, and it's an honor for me to stand today and talk on this issue. I do appreciate the New Democratic Party using their Supply Day, which is as we call them, a day that so the public understands that we provide the opposition, that not just us, but the government. It's part of the rules. Government provides opposition parties an opportunity every session, a number of days, to be able to put forward any item that they would like for discussion. And I'll be frank with you, in the past, some of the topics that have been brought forward on Supply Days I thought were very much a waste of important time that the opposition is allotted. But in this case, I think it's important as it is in the news. It's something that's been happening in terms of information that's out there, and I think it's important for us to have a debate on this, or have a discussion on what the facts are in this particular case and going forward. There is an important balance required, I think, between privacy and the ability of law enforcement in particular to be able to do their jobs. The party that I belong to, the government of Canada, the Conservative government, has put in up to around 30 measures since we've taken office to improve issues with privacy and access to information regarding this, and always important to have a balance. There have been a few misconceptions that have been propagated in the press or in the House here, and connections with what was in the newspaper and C4, which is a bill that's in the Senate to talk about PETA and a number of other areas. But I want to try to focus, Mr. Speaker, on what's really in front of us today. And so one of the main questions is, what type of information are law enforcement and intelligence agencies requesting from telecommunication service providers? The vast majority of those investigations were agencies requesting voluntary cooperation. So I think that's, even before we go any further, it's voluntary cooperation. They ask, and the service providers provide. No, they're not providing all the content of what is being an individual may be using, looking at through their IPS or through their service provider, their telecommunications provider, whether it's a cell phone or the internet. But they're providing the basic address information, the basic subscriber information, such as names and address. A simple example to me would be this. The police can look in the phone book. They know where I live. I know who's on my street, my neighbors. I've lived there for 16 years. They come to my door and they say, do you know if so-and-so lives next door? I say, yes. I voluntarily provide that information. And that is basically what they have been asking for, basic information, voluntarily provided. I don't give the police permission to go into my neighbor's mailbox, open their mail, and read their mail, Mr. Speaker. Oh, nice to see you, Mr. Speaker. That's not the permission that we're providing and that's being accessed here. That's not the information that's being accessed. I would not expect that the police or anyone else be able to go into my mailbox in my house. Happy to have them come and knock on my door and find me. I think that's information that's been out there for many, many moons. But they're not entitled to go into my mailbox and read my mail. They can if they get a warrant. And the warrant is, through the judicial system, allows that to happen. And that's exactly what is happening here. Now, we don't live in the same world. Like, the world is changing. Look, in the late 80s, early 90s, I was working for a company, and I had I think we used to call them car phones. I had this this phone that was attached to the floor of my car. It was on a post. You were able to, of course, you shouldn't do that now. Phone and drive at the same time, of course, that's against the law. But at that time, there were so few of us that had them that I had this phone that was attached to my car. But times have changed, Mr. Speaker. 21 million Canadians have access to a cell phone. They're texting. It's a different type of communication, and there's no reason why that we, as a government and as a police force and as an intelligence agency, shouldn't be able to keep up with the times. How are we going to do our jobs if we don't keep up with the times? Many of my constituents think that government is always behind the times, and some days here I actually agree with them. But it's not about the content, Mr. Speaker, that this information that is voluntarily being provided. And if a company decides that they don't wish to provide it in a voluntary basis, then the police force or the intelligence agency, whoever's asking for it, is required to go get a warrant or whatever legal document they need to be provided through the legal system to be able to have access to that information. So I have no particular issue about this. Why are they? Does any of this basic information require a warrant? Not if it's voluntarily provided. I would say that if it's in a further detail about exactly what somebody is accessing through their email, who they're emailing, all that larger data, even as it's grouped, that is not allowed either. You need a warrant for that particular information. So megadata is not covered in the voluntary aspects of those requests. So they will still need a warrant, and I think you will find that the information that has been asked for and was voluntarily provided is very simple address information. And the previous speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary, indicated a number of uses for that information. And I think that's appropriate. I can tell you that if I had a loved one who was missing or recently found, and they were able to contact me because they were able to find my on their phone who they were dealing with, and they had my phone number, so they could contact me to let me know that the police had found this individual. I would be very happy for the police to do that. Look at I've had my home broken into a number of years ago, and we had some property stolen, and we provided voluntarily provided the police the information for them to be able to contact us if they actually able to find some of our stolen goods. And in fact, they actually did. They found it at a pawn shop and were able to contact us, and they were able to track down the individual who was in our home, and were able to prosecute that individual for their crime against us. This is the kinds of information that's now available, that's required, that is address information, happens to be, Mr. Speaker, in electronic format. It's not on paper anymore, not in a phone book on paper. It's an electronic format, and they're able to do that. The committee that I chair, the Justice Committee, is presently looking at cyberbullying bill C-13, and that we are just embarking on that study. We will, as of tomorrow, we will hear from victims of cyberbullying. And we're going to hear from police forces. We're going to hear from agencies that protect children. And I will be interested to find out how they feel about basic address information being provided to law enforcement organizations to be able to help prevent this kind of abuse and tragedy that happens to our young people throughout the country. I see I'm getting the 1 minute note here. So what I want to do, Mr. Speaker, is to say I have great faith and trust in our law enforcement agencies. And I think most people, I think all of us actually do in this House. And I am confident, Mr. Speaker, that our law enforcement agencies are following the law that is on the books presently. They are gathering the information voluntarily that they're entitled to help them solve crimes. Information that is deeper and more informative that they need, they will get the proper legal documentation, whether that's a warrant or other devices that's available to the police officers to make that happen. I have confidence in our system. I have confidence in our law enforcement agencies, and I believe it's an important balance to balance the issues of privacy and the issues of protection of the public, and I believe our law enforcement and intelligence agency do an excellent job for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire de l'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I carefully listened to my colleague's speech, and I did so with pleasure because from the start of the day I feared that the Conservatives would actually be interested in this debate, which is of capital importance. Yet I have to admit that some elements leave me with questions. It seems that on the government side, they are constantly playing down the significance of this data. They're saying, well, these are only addresses and phone numbers. We're living in a digital world, so it's easier to get this information. And you can get someone's phone number by clicking twice on your mouse. So I'm just wondering whether this information, which seemingly is so insignificant, why is the government willing to pay between $1 and $3 for the information? And all the requests amount to millions of dollars when, in fact, this information could be available for free on the Internet. And they're also giving us very serious examples to justify this disclosure. National security, saving lives, and so on and so forth. That's fine. But these cases do not justify making 1.2 requests for data. So there's a paradox here. On the one hand, they're playing down the significance of this information, and on the other side, these extreme cases which would warrant disclosing information. Can I get some information on this ambivalence?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure what the question was. I don't think any of us on this side are saying that the information isn't important. Why would the police forces or the intelligence agencies be asking for it? It's just the question is it important, and is it voluntary, and does it assist the police in beginning the process of whatever investigation that they've started? Whether that's to help an individual or a family or in terms of whatever the topic that they need that information for. No one, I don't think, has said this today, that 1.2 million requests are frivolous. the police don't have time, and the intelligence agencies don't have time to ask for information and from IP and telecommunication companies for frivolous information. It's important because there's an issue that needs to be investigated even further, and it is just the start. And I remind Mr. Speaker of the House that this information that we're talking about has been provided voluntarily. Companies, if they feel so inclined, can refuse, and then a warrant and others would be required for that to have for further investigation.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Avon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the member, you're not getting it. This is the information that they're requesting. It's not.
The member from Avalon to address the comments to the chair, and I don't know if I'm getting it or not, but I think it's a bit rude to suggest that I'm not. So perhaps you could address your comments to the chair, not to other members of the House, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hear you, and I don't know if you get it, but I know the member for Burlington is not getting it, Mr. Speaker, when he talks about metadata and how the basic subscriber information is just your address and your phone number and that. It's also your IP address. And it's also, he talked about opening that mail from Canada Post and getting into his neighbor's mail. Well, part of subscriber information and metadata is the envelope. The mail that he just took out of his neighbor's box, he looked at who it came from and who it was going to. That is part of metadata. That is the part of this whole debate that is getting lost in the members of the government. It's metadata. It's not just your address. Don't code it over. It's just being your address. It's also your IP address and that information that's on the envelope, whether it's a mail envelope or whether it's your phone call or your phone record. You're missing the point. So my question is to the member, would he give up his IP address voluntarily for the House, since if it's not such a big, important piece of information? And does he have a problem with the outside of the envelope being provided as basic subscriber information?
The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do get it, contrary to my honourable member's question. And if the police came to me and asked me who I called and what I said to them, I'd be happy to provide it for them voluntarily because I have nothing to hide. No, I'm not sure about my colleague from the other side whether that would happen. So whether I have, on the voluntary piece, I have no issue with that. However, I do understand that once you get into that, it's important that people have the right and the privacy to say no. If you want to see who I've talked to and what we've talked about, if you want to see what websites I'm looking at and information that I'm passing back and forth using the internet, yes, you do need, if that's your decision, a warrant to get that information, and that is what is still and continues to be protected under the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
First of all, I would like to say that I'll be pleased to share my time with the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, because in a day that is dealing with such an important issue, and I'm just saying one day, not much time to debate such an important issue, it seems all the more important to me that the government hear from the most members possible and hear the most perspectives, number of perspectives, so that they can really hear and understand that beyond the telecoms, there are also people who have not necessarily agreed with this disclosure of their personal information. So when I was preparing for this speech, I couldn't help myself, and I don't know if it's if it was learning just the sheer numbers of disclosures. It brought me back to the day when I was younger, where I had read back in 1984 the George Orwell novel, and it was one of the great stories of emancipation. And he was talking a bit about what we're discussing here today. And obviously reading the book and not seeing the film, And I never imagined in the imaginary background in my mind that I think it would be Canadian. I didn't think of anything like that. It was in a futurist world. But what we see with the subject of today's debate is precisely that. And I would say that the government's inability currently to concretely identify the scope of the problem, the number of the data being transmitted, makes us to think that Big Brother's really in control somehow here. So what was in the book looks a lot like what's happening here. It was much more controlled, not more intelligent. So what we've heard from the government is how it's important to respect the private sector, that the federal government has no business getting involved in the business of private companies. Well, this position could ideologically be a sensible one if it was applied with some consistency. But what it seems is good for one person is not for the next, and so they don't particularly respect this rule, I see, particularly with it's an issue of getting involved with collective bargaining with people like Canada Post. But they're asking here for telecommunications company to provide them with this company. But the businesses aren't obliged to reply to them, and if they do, they should ask for a mandate or a warrant rather. But we're talking here about personal data of all Canadians, and I should be able to have some input in that. It shouldn't be a telecom that decides, as they see fit to do, to give my personal data on the pretext that I have a contract with them. The telecommunications companies have stated that they disclosed private information to the government 1.2 million times in 2011 alone. And if we can look at the exponential means that we have of communicating and the tools that the telecoms are selling us, we can imagine that 1.2 million times in 2011 has come to, I can't imagine what number, but it's certainly not a lower number than it was at the time. So not only is it not the place of a country based on the rule of law to get involved, to intrude on its people's private lives, but we wonder if this just isn't, in fact, a countrywide spying system for all kinds of reasons. I'd say that as a critic for employment insurance, when I look at the nature of the inquiries that are carried out by many of their investigators in the EI unit, this data, these numbers really scare me. So this information sheds light on the despicable approach of this government that forces telecommunications companies to disclose information, often without a warrant, as we were saying earlier. For a government that claims to be all about law and order, this is a terrible contradiction. But what, in fact, is happening? Well, since April 29th, 2014, you'll recall that the acting privacy commissioner, Chantal Bernier, revealed that telecommunications companies had disclosed huge quantities of information to government organizations, including the RCMP, CSIS, the Canadian Border Services Agency, and also to certain provincial and municipal authorities that we don't know, we can't even give their names, and the list would be very long if we could have that information. The data provided to the Office of the Commissioner in 2011 reveals that the wireless companies responded to, wait for it, 784,756 requests for data on their clients that the government sent to them. Very respectfully, I'm sure. But the government asked 784,000 times for information on Canadian cell phone owners, and alas, on many who don't own those phones. So most of these were warrantless, nor without any kind of legal oversight. So the telecoms refused to state publicly how, why, and how often they sent information to state organizations, and they claim that the government did not provide any instructions or guidelines on these rules. There should be somebody who has the answer to those questions, and I believe that today we might have some clarification on that, but rather what we're learning today is that the Prime Minister's office is indeed carrying out an investigation to try and determine the scope of the problem. So it's as though the cat doesn't even recognize its kittens anymore. People are doing what they want, and the right hand forgets what the left hand is doing. So that no one is accountable for anything. So the question that comes to mind next is, why is the government making these requests? I have a lot of difficulty understanding why the government needs so much data. What can he possibly do with all of this information? I mean, I can understand that certain government organizations, like the police, have some need for information. We could probably agree on that, to track down criminals, for example. But waiting for the government to require for telecoms provide them with personal information of 1.2 million Canadians per year, potentially without a mandate, and probably it was much more in 2013 than in 2011, that just simply doesn't make any sense. And once again, if I can make a parallel with what I would call the stigmatization of employment insurance, people receiving employment insurance before they've even looked at their files, well, I think that this way of doing things and seeing things and considering Canadians is really spreading, and people are the government seems to take for granted that people have something to hide. They decide that up front, and then they actually look into it later. So is the law so permissive that the government has the right to monitor Canadians and intrude so easily into their private lives? I'd like to have more information on that situation. Unfortunately, today, we have had no clarifications from the government. If they want to track down Canadians, there must be a good reason for it. And if there is, it should be properly framed in law. If that's not the case, well, they'll have to find some other way to better protect privacy and the Canadians' private information to counter the curiosity of the government. So without specific legislation, anything goes. This isn't my idea of a state based on the rule of law, nor of the way a democratic government should behave. I can see that you're telling me that I don't have much time. I never have enough time to say all the things that I would like to say, but that's the nature of the work here. So I'll go directly to my conclusion. What this motion is asking for today is really not reasonable. We're asking for the government to listen to the Privacy Commissioner. And right off the bat, that's a problem for them. Listening to the Commissioner will not be something they'll easily do. The agents or offices of Parliament are neutral entities, and it would be better to hear them, and even better to listen to them. So we're asking them to listen to her and to make public the number of requests that have been disclosed by telecoms to federal departments. We're asking the government to tighten up the rules that are intended to oversee these disclosures of personal information and to update the legislation in this regard. The NDP are of the opinion that we can certainly take criminals to court and impose the most severe penalties on them without treating law-abiding Canadians as though they were criminals and undermining their rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
5 questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and certainly I think everyone in this House here recognizes the need for balance between security and privacy. Striking that balance, of course, is an ongoing battle, always will be, particularly with the technological changes that are taking place and will take place in the future. We're very, very blessed, of course, in that we have a number of levels of scrutiny, whether it's the independent officers or the independent and accounting agencies and the independent, everything from ombudsmen, of course, to people who are dedicated to that duty. But as well, of course, we do have warrants. And from being a person who at one particular point was involved in the judicial field, I certainly can appreciate the necessity and, of course, the opportunity to, on many, many occasions, use a warrant, particularly trying to find that balance between protection of the privacy of the individuals and, of course, trying to secure the ultimate protection and the safety of our citizens, which, of course, to my mind, is probably our number one priority as a parliamentarian, the safety and protection of our citizens. But what I might say, I just might ask the honourable member, trying to put this into perspective, just how many other countries in the world require a warrant? How many other countries in the world? And I would just ask him to be mindful of that, because this could come back on him in a different little perspective than he might consider should he not be aware of this reality. Question, please.
The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his friendly question. It gives me the opportunity to say what I couldn't say earlier. I've been hearing since this morning in the mouths of several government members this idea of balance. And I have to say that I have a huge problem with this, because when you talk about balance, you're talking about scales. And for those scales to be balanced, there has to be as much on one side as on the other. So it's like saying that there would be as many reasons for asking for information without a warrant as there would be with. But it's the opposite, Mr. Speaker. What we have to put into place is the protection of private personal information and create the steps to be taken for the exceptions. And we'll agree on that quite quickly. But we understand very quickly that we're not balancing a scale here. The times that we would accept going forward and getting someone's personal information without a warrant would be the exception, and not some kind of rule that in terms of balancing things here.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my colleague is quite right. The Conservatives make no sense in the direction they're moving in. So we saw indeed more and more under this government that they are giving more and more access to the personal information, whether it's in the United States, that is to say Canadians' personal information to the United States, and in fact to almost anyone. So does this make any sense at all? So we can see that more and more the requests made of the telecoms mean that we really have to protect personal information. So I'm wondering if my colleague can talk about this a bit. We heard in the House that there were times when somebody wanted to go travel to the States and was refused entry because they had some mental health issues in their past, for example. They don't have, it's not a criminal record. We're seeing this kind of thing happen more and more often, and that's one of our concerns. So could he add to that, please? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. I thank my colleague for her interesting question that comes back to a case that I saw actually in my own riding with a person from Trois-Rivières who was turned down when he tried to go into the States for data, on the basis of data he'd never sent himself. And the first question he asked me in my office was, where did that come from? Who had access to my medical records? So I'm not certain that that's the case in all of the situations we're talking about here, but nevertheless, we're talking about a broad and broader scale here for the disclosure of personal information and people's own files. So if you look at Canada 411, I have the impression that now more and more organizations, even people working at customs on the border, have access to people's information through that kind of thing. And it's just unacceptable. Very often it has nothing to do with a criminal record or any kind of offense that would deserve to be revealed. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm really disturbed today to see what the Conservatives' government behavior is. And I don't know what they were thinking about this kind of of the government that's controlled by these people. I'm upset at this thought. The government was guilty on several counts of having been lacking in ethics, having cheated during the elections, and now it seems that the government's using the tools at their disposal to invade people's privacy. We'll recall the former minister, Vic Taves, who had tabled in the House of Commons a bill that was attempting to do more or less what the motion we're discussing today was. That is to say, when we talked about the problems with it, Mr. Taves said that we were siding with the child pornographers, which I found really offensive. And Canadians, I think, are really respectful of the law as a rule. We're considered internationally to be good guys. People even think that we're naively nice. And I think that Canadians are largely law-abiding citizens. So the government, without a warrant, therefore without any legal or police authority, is trading in data, personal information on our lives, on what we do on the internet, even though that might be completely legal activities. And until there's proof to the contrary or evidence to the contrary, no Conservative member has shown today that of the 1.2 million requests that were made for information, for private information of Canadians that they had made, that this great majority were the result of any kind of legal difficulty, or illegal, rather, activities or accusations in that regard. So I think the government might have made requests of my service provider, Videotron, and we know that this government likes to play on divisions and demolish their adversaries. You can just look at what they say about people who oppose their tough-on-crime legislation. So everyone who's against it is anyone who's against their environmental legislation, for example, gets slapped down too. So I think that we all have to ask the question here: has the government spied on me? Have they gotten confidential information that concerns me? When we look at the authorities who are responsible for protecting Canadians' privacy and ask the 9 companies that provide internet services, what happens? How much data was transmitted? What were the details? There's some kind of omerta that happens here. There are only 3 of the 9 internet service providers provided the Privacy Commissioner with information regarding the number of requests that the government had made of them, the government and various agencies. And I'm really wondering about all of this.
Because 1.2 million requests for information, that's a lot. That's a lot of Canadians affected. So what was the data for? We really don't know. We're not getting any answers on the other side of the House. They say it was to jail criminals or fraudsters. But I really wonder, because normally when the police or the RCMP investigate, they should have all the tools they need to investigate, and if they don't, then they should take out a warrant. But the government says there could also be issues of danger to someone's life. Well, we understand that. The RCMP, we want them to be able to intercept a distress message, someone who wants to kill themselves. Yeah, nobody's going to be upset about intercepting that kind of data because there's no time. The information has to be conveyed quickly so that the intervention can occur on time. But that doesn't explain 1.2 million Canadians. It's not like 1.2 million Canadians tried to commit suicide in 2011. So over 1 million information requests from government and its agencies for information from the internet. And those telecoms gave information to the government at a rate of about 750,000 requests were complied with for data from internet service providers, or ISPs. And we're to understand that only 3 of the 9 major players complied with the request, so we can extrapolate that the actual number of requests would be in the millions with an S. And that's why the NDP felt the need today to table a motion. My colleagues doing an excellent job trying to protect people against the Conservative government. I get the feeling that this is the far web as opposed to the far west. Those opposite are comfortable with the notion of the far west, and well, this is the far web that we're dealing with now. So my colleague's motion, I think it's quite reasonable. I hope the Conservatives will vote in favor of it. The motion reads that in the opinion of the House, the government should follow the advice of the Privacy Commissioner and make public the number of warrantless disclosures made by telecommunications companies at the request of federal departments and agencies, and immediately close the loophole that has allowed the indiscriminate disclosure of the personal information of law-abiding Canadians without a warrant. I can't see what's controversial about that. The Conservatives opposite, from what they're saying, I get the feeling they're going to vote against this. And I just want to point out that it's important for law-abiding Canadians not to be the subject of warrantless investigations. In the wake of 9/11 all around the world, including here in Canada, people trying to cross the border were turned back for various reasons, and that was worrisome. For those who've just turned their TVs on and are wondering what we're talking about, well, we're talking about the fact that 1.2 million requests for personal information about individual Canadians, 1.2 million requests were answered by the government, and the Privacy Commissioner revealed that astronomical amounts of personal data were handed over to the government and various agencies like the CBSA, CSIS, and the RCMP. For example, the telecoms gave 1.2, complied with 1.2 requests for information in 2011. Mr. Speaker, I don't have much time left, but I'd like to talk about IP addresses. It's a bit like a business card when you're on the internet. When anyone goes on the internet, whether it's a PC or a cell phone or a laptop, every time you use the internet, it's like you leave a stamp, an address stamp, and that information is shared with the internet service provider. So whatever you do on the internet, quite legally, that leaves a track. And unfortunately, it really worries me if the government is using that information, collecting and analyzing that information and invading people's privacy. So I hope the government will reverse its practice, reverse its decision, and leave people in peace.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
Minister of State for Western Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
times have changed. I mean, even in our lifetime, we've seen, how we interact with each other, with the world around us. This has changed with the internet, with the way that we do business. And certainly, as my colleague mentioned, when you go online and when you leave that footprint, yes, you are being visible. But he makes it seem like, this is the government that's doing this. The government's somehow hacking into our personal information. What do you think? What does he think happens when he goes on to Google? How does that little Google search button know what he's looking for? How does it predict what's in his mind on what it's searching for? When he goes on to Wikipedia to make a change, why do they track what our IP address? The point I'm trying to make is that there's also an onus on ourselves to be aware, much as we would in years gone past, who we're calling, where we would be physically. There's also an onus on ourselves to be somewhat aware of that. So I was wondering if he could comment first on our government's Get Cybersafe initiative, which aims to educate people on how to act online. And second, given that basic subscriber information is restricted to that narrow scope of focus that my other colleagues have talked about today, if he can name one other jurisdiction in any Western country where it requires one other jurisdiction, any other Western country where a warrant is required to get basic subscriber information. And if he can delineate between the use of the governments on that, as well as, say, Google or Amazon.ca, and if we should perhaps be stepping into that territory as well.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Thank you very much to my colleague for her many questions. I don't have much time to answer all of them. I think there were 6 questions in that, but I'll try to answer them in order. My colleague asked if I saw a parallel between if we're doing a search on Google or Bing. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there's a huge difference. When you are searching on Google, you're choosing the search engine you use, but when the government investigates our private lives to the tune of 1.2 million requests, well, we didn't have any choice. That's the difference. If you want my personal opinion, I trust Google more than the Conservative government opposite. I'd rather vote for Google than the Conservatives in 2015.
In comments, question commentaire, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I was somewhat surprised by the minister's question. It's almost as if the Conservatives want to, declare what it is people should be looking at on the Internet or participating with on the Internet. I'll have to reread exactly what it is that the minister said, Mr. Speaker. It's important for us to realize that we have the Privacy Commissioner, which is a parliamentary officer of the House, who puts in this inquiry back in 2011. We find out that in excess of over 1 million requests have gone out, affecting close to 800,000 Canadians. You listen to the government, and the government tries to give the impression that these are all, through warrants. Well, that is not the case. They are releasing hundreds of thousands of names, addresses, and who knows what else, Mr. Speaker. We really don't know. We don't know in terms of whoever's receiving that information, what do they do with the information after they've actually received the information. I think there's a litany of questions that could be asked in regards to all of the information that is provided, what happens when it is collected, what sort of safeguards are there. And maybe the member could...
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Okay, 50 seconds, I'll be quick. I think my Liberal colleague, even if the question is valid, I don't really see a big difference here because both Liberal and Conservative governments successively, for a number of years, decided to do nothing about this. I'll give a very concrete example. The Privacy Act that aims to protect Canadians' privacy hasn't been updated since 1983. So that covers both Liberal and Conservative times. And things like Google and Facebook and Twitter, those weren't really big back in the early 80s. So this applies to the Liberals as well as to the Conservatives. Nobody has been listening to what people want. And I think if people want to change, they only have one choice, and that's the NDP.
Order. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House of the questions that will be raised tonight.
The environment. Second, the honourable member for Windsor West, Canada-U.S. relations. Third, the honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North, the environment. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I begin, I'll just indicate to you that I'll be splitting my time with the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia. Certainly, with his experience as a former police officer, I look forward to hearing his perspective on this issue, Mr. Speaker. But I also, of course, welcome this opportunity to add my own voice to the debate today surrounding electronic surveillance and privacy. And I'll indicate as well, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be opposing the motion put forward by the NDP member for Terrebonne-Blainville. When Canadians hear that law enforcement and intelligence agencies are asking telecommunications service providers for customer data, a reasonable question to ask is, what are these agencies looking for, and how can we know that the government is balancing the need for tools for law enforcement with the rights of citizens to not have their privacy unduly interfered with by the state? And that's a reasonable question, Mr. Speaker. The answer, of course, is that oversight mechanisms are in place to ensure that both telecommunications service providers and law enforcement and intelligence agencies stay within the boundaries of the law in that regard. In my time today, I'll look at two excellent examples of how accountability and transparency sit at the very forefront of our government's activities. First and foremost, every year, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness tables the annual report on the use of electronic surveillance here in Parliament. And that's tabled in Parliament so that all Canadians can read for themselves how law enforcement agencies are using interception, one of the key electronic surveillance tools, to assist in criminal investigations. This annual report is an important accountability tool that paints a clear picture of when and why law enforcement and intelligence agencies are requesting authorization from a judge for a warrant in order to intercept communications. It includes information such as the number of applications made for authorizations, how many are granted and how many are refused, and a general description of the methods of interception used, along with plenty of other information, Mr. Speaker. This is a transparent and fully accessible reporting function that our government fulfills under Canadian law. Another example of transparent actions is the comprehensive response that Public Safety Canada provided to written question 233, which was tabled on March 24th of this year. The member from Terrebonne-Blainville requested that Public Safety Canada and its portfolio agencies provide thorough data on when and why law enforcement and intelligence agencies are requesting information from telecommunication service providers. Again, with this response being tabled here in Parliament, it is open and accessible to all Canadians to be able to better understand how these agencies are requesting and using electronic data. In fact, the government's response to Q233 provides a comprehensive look at how law enforcement and intelligence agencies work and why they need to request information from telecommunication service providers. The response provides clarity on what has unfortunately become a clouded debate about what is happening with the personal information of Canadians. In his response, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness was clear. Public safety agencies work within strict confines of Canadian law to strike an appropriate balance between privacy rights and public safety. I think it is helpful to have a look at the information provided by these agencies, as it helps to further clear up any misconceptions that are being put forward by the opposition parties and the media. First, let's look at the Canada Border Services Agency. For the year ending March 31st of 2013, Mr. Speaker, the CBSA made 18,729 requests for basic subscriber information from service providers. Again, to be clear, Mr. Speaker, this Basic subscriber information only identifies who the individual is. Things like their name, address, phone number, email address, or IP address, and nothing more, Mr. Speaker. The CBSA is authorized to make these requests when border service officers believe that the information is necessary to support an investigation into contraventions of legislation that the agency is responsible for enforcing. Next, Mr. Speaker, is the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, or CSIS. CSIS carries out a complex and serious mandate. Its job is to investigate and advise the government about suspected threats to our national security. Because today's world functions online, our intelligence agencies must also function online in their investigative work. Usually that means that CSIS would make requests to the telecommunications service providers for basic subscriber information. In some instances, this basic information isn't enough, Mr. Speaker. In the face of a serious national security threat, the service can go to a judge to request a warrant for electronic surveillance or intercepting private communications. But no matter the situation, CSIS conducts its activities in full accordance with the law. And indeed, it is subject to a number of checks and balances when doing its work. This includes full and independent review by the Security Intelligence Review Committee, as well as a review by the Privacy Commissioner, the Auditor General, and other officers of Parliament. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to turn to the RCMP. Police, of course, must have the proper tools at their disposal to investigate criminal activities. And those criminal activities are increasingly taking place online. These activities run the full gamut of whether they're trying to bust a drug gang or a human smuggling ring, when they're investigating a threat of physical violence, or when they're trying to identify anonymous child predators who are distributing child abuse images on the internet. That's just to name a few examples, Mr. Speaker. And police need access to basic subscriber information to do this critical work, to keep Canadians safe from these criminal activities, Mr. Speaker. And in some cases, this is the only avenue to advance a criminal investigation. For the most serious cases, the RCMP may make an application before a judge for an interception authorization under Part 6 of the Criminal Code to access real-time content of private communications such as emails and phone calls. But in doing so, the RCMP must first demonstrate that it has exhausted all other investigative avenues. And furthermore, the RCMP reports on its use of interception authorizations through the aforementioned annual report on the use of electronic surveillance in Canada. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the RCMP's collection and use of information gathered during an investigation, including basic subscriber information, is scrutinized for compliance with the Constitution during the trial stage. If the information is not collected in a lawful manner, Mr. Speaker, the trial judge could exclude the evidence. So, Mr. Speaker, these are just a few key examples of how our government is responding to the concerns of Canadians on why and when law enforcement and intelligence agencies are requesting information. And Canadians can rest assured that our Conservative government will continue to work to ensure an appropriate balance between giving police the tools that they need to do their job and protecting the privacy rights of Canadians. We will also work to ensure that we keep criminals behind bars where they belong. That is why we have introduced more than 30 tough-on-crime measures since coming to office. Unfortunately, the NDP have obstructed and opposed virtually all of these important measures. And Canadians know that when it comes to important issues of public safety, only our Conservative government can be trusted. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter today and look forward to any questions from other members.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Terrebonne-Denville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There seems to be a lot of confusion about what an IP address is here because everyone's saying, oh, it's just an IP address. Well, an IP address can tell a lot about a person. It can even, in some cases, tell where you've been, what you're doing. which computers you've logged into, which Wi-Fi ports have you logged into. If I sign into different Wi-Fi ports all day long, well, you can see where Charmaine Borg has been all day long. I don't know if I'm allowed to name my own name in the House, so I do apologize for that. But my question to the member opposite is, can he give me the definition of an IP address? Thank you.
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, I think what the member is trying to get at here, obviously, is the idea of the information that's considered the basic information that must be provided, and of course, when agencies, law enforcement agencies, and others are requesting other information that they seek to intercept communications, or they seek to be able to have access to private communications. Obviously, in those cases, there's a need for a warrant, Mr. Speaker. And I think probably the best way I could respond to I think the concern she's trying to raise here would be to quote from a spokesperson from Bell, when they indicated that Bell will only provide law enforcement and other authorized agencies with basic 411-style customer information, such as name and address, which is defined as non-confidential and regulated by the CRTC. Any further information or anything related to an unlisted number requires a court order. So I think that when you read that, it's quite clear, Mr. Speaker, that what we're talking about here, basic information, basic subscriber information, when you're looking at the ability to intercept communications and others by law enforcement agencies, of course, there's a need for a warrant to be obtained for that.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to the idea of this. Back in the Privacy Commissioner, back in 2011, put in a request. We find out that there's 1.2 million requests for private information. This is without warrants, of course. 1.2 million requests. The member made reference to Canada Border Control, saying, I believe it was 18,000 something in terms of requests from that one organization. He didn't say how many requests CSIS has put through or the RCMP. I'd be interested in knowing if he in fact has that information. I think that would be valuable to the debate. But also if he could provide us any indication of who else. Out of that 1.2 million, we know that 18,000 plus came from Canada Border Services. What about the other million plus requests? Can he provide us that sort of a breakdown? And further to that, what is done with the information once it's actually been collected by that party that's requested it?
The honourable member for Wild Rose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I don't have the exact figures at my fingertips, certainly, but what I can tell him, and I'll reiterate what I've already indicated, Mr. Speaker, I think to help to reassure the honourable member, is that what we're talking about here is, again, there's a process involved, and of course all government agencies that are requesting information must follow the law, must follow that process. In order to, what we're talking about here is obviously basic subscriber information, things like a name and an address, these kinds of things, things that are, in many cases publicly available on 411. But in order for someone to have access to private communications, etc., in order for the agencies to request that, of course, there must be a warrant obtained in order for that kind of. So I think that what that would do is assure the honourable member and reassure him on some of the concerns he identified there. In order to get anything but other than basic subscriber information, there of course is a need for a warrant.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands. A short question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then to the member, since his position was made very clear there, I suspect that he will be voting yes for this motion, because if there really aren't any disturbing warrantless access requests, there'll be no reason not to accept the advice of the Privacy Commissioner and to make public any number of warrantless disclosures. So I'm encouraged that the honourable member plans to vote for this resolution.
The honourable member for Wild Rose. Short answer, please.
Well, I think all I could do is obviously indicate to the member. I'm not sure what speech she was listening to, but certainly in the speech that I gave, I indicated I would be opposing the motion. I indicated the reasons for that. I would encourage her to listen more closely in the future, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today and highlight the measures our government is taking to protect the privacy of Canadians. As you and the members of this House are aware, the Personal Information Protection and Electronics Document Act, or PIPEDA, has been in force since 2001. I'd like to focus my comments on one area in particular, and that is the role of the Privacy Commissioner in promoting compliance with PIPEDA and increasing accountability among organizations that collect, use, or disclose personal information. First, let me begin with a bit of an explanation of how the Act works when it comes to compliance. Under PIPEDA, the Privacy Commissioner serves as an ombudsperson. Individuals who feel their personal information has been improperly handled by an organization have the right to complain to her office. The Commissioner has the power to investigate, enter premises, and compel evidence, mediate a settlement, make recommendations, and publish the names of those who contravene PIPEDA. In short, Mr. Speaker, the Privacy Commissioner investigates complaints and works with companies to make sure they comply with the Act for the protection of all Canadians. The Commissioner has a range of powers, but as an ombudsman person, takes a cooperative and conciliatory approach wherever possible. This encourages the resolution of complaints through negotiation and persuasion. At the conclusion of investigation, the Commissioner releases a report of findings that outlines whether or not the organization in question has contravened the Act and whether or not the complaint was resolved. This report also includes notice of any action taken or proposed to be taken by the organization. It may also include reasons why no action was taken. Mr. Speaker, under PIPEDA, as it now stands, the Commissioner or individuals can apply to the federal court for a hearing on any matter related to the original complaint within 45 days of the Commissioner's report. The court has the authority to order the organization to change its practices. The federal court can also award damages to Canadians when their privacy has been violated and they have suffered from some form of harm as a result. That is how compliance currently works. However, Mr. Speaker, as technology has evolved, we as members of this House must ensure the Commissioner is able to hold organizations more accountable for their handling of personal information, for the protection of Canadians and their privacy. It is for that reason that our government has proposed increased power to enable the Privacy Commissioner to better do her job. And it is clear from the remarks by the Privacy Commissioner that our government is on the right track. Before our government tabled Bill S4, she said, "I welcome the proposals in this bill. This bill contains very positive developments for the privacy rights of Canadians." We work with the Privacy Commissioner, Mr. Speaker. We protect the best interests of everyday Canadians, and we make sure that we move forward to modernize our digital privacy laws. This is why we are proposing in this bill 3 important changes to keep companies accountable when dealing with Canadians' personal information. First, we want the Commissioner to authorize the authority to negotiate compliance agreements. Second, we want to extend the length of the Commissioner or individuals having to bring matters before the court. Instead of the very limited time of 45 days, we are extending that time frame to 1 year. And third, we want to give the Commissioner greater power to name and shame organizations who are breaking the rules. Mr. Speaker, let me describe each of these changes in a bit more detail. Going to court to resolve a dispute can be costly both for the organizations implicated and the Office of the Privacy Commissioner. A compliance agreement is a powerful tool that provides an alternative to taking an organization to court. These are voluntary but binding agreements between the Commissioner and the organizations that recognize they need to take action to improve their privacy practices. These agreements benefit both sides. They can provide an organization with certainty and clarity about what specific steps they need to take and a specific timeline to ensure they are compliant with the rules. These binding agreements also give the organization the certainty that it will not face court action by the Commissioner.
Order. The member for Taillebonne-Glenville has a point of order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I simply want to make a brief point. We're not debating the Senate bill S4 at this moment. We are debating the NDP opposition motion, specifically dealing with more transparency with regard to the 1.2 million requests for information. And we are also asking you to close loopholes in the bill. This has nothing to do with S4. I'm sure we'll be able to debate S4 at a future point, and I'll be happy to take part in that debate, but now's not the time to debate that. Thank you.
As we are all aware, the range that we allow for debate in this House on any topic, including this one, is quite broad. I have to say I've been following to some degree the point being made. I think I know where the member is going from Kootenay, so I'm going to allow him to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These new binding agreements give the Privacy Commissioner more power to ensure organizations are accountable. Currently, agreements made between organizations and the Commissioner are non-binding. If a firm does not undertake the action it agrees to, the Commissioner has little power to hold the organization to account. But with a binding compliance agreement, the organizations know that if it does not abide by the terms of the agreement, the Privacy Commissioner can take them to court. Mr. Speaker, it may interest my colleagues to point out that compliance agreements are a common tool used by other commissioners to ensure that the rules are followed. That includes the Commissioner of the Finance Consumer Agency to enforce the Bank Act, as well as the Minister of Health to administer the Consumer Production Safety Act. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, we are also proposing an increase in the length in the time an individual or the Privacy Commissioner have to take organizations to court. Currently, complaints only have 45 days to file a court application. This time frame is a crucial window for the Commissioner to collect evidence or to negotiate an agreement with organizations. But, Mr. Speaker, 45 days simply is not enough time. The Commissioner often provides organizations with a reasonable amount of time to collect their privacy practices if it is often over 45 days, in some cases is up to a year. With the 45-day clock clicking having run out in most cases, the Commissioner is left with little recourse if any organization reneges on the agreement upon recourse. This is why we are proposing to increase the timeline to 1 year between the time the report is issued and the deadline for taking matters to court. The third improvement we are proposing is to give the Privacy Commissioner the ability to name and shame non-compliant organizations with the public. Currently, the Commissioner can only publicly reveal information about the way in which an organization handles personal information. The Commissioner cannot, for example, disclose that an organization is not cooperating with an audit or is otherwise acting in bad faith. And yet, for many organizations, this could be the most effective tool in holding them to account and encouraging them to improve their practices. It could be used, for example, against foreign-based companies that are otherwise beyond the reach of Canadian courts. If they refuse to cooperate with the requests for information, the Commissioner could publicly disclose this fact, which would send a signal to consumers of the privacy implications of the organization's practices. The organization would in turn have to explain their customers why they are not respecting Canadian privacy laws. Ultimately, this empowers Canadians. It gives consumers the information they need to make informed choices about the practices of the companies they deal with. Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action to give the Privacy Commissioner new power to ensure Canadians' privacy is protected and that Canadians play by the rules. This is just one of the ways we are providing Canadians with the confidence that their privacy and personal information are protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go back to the whole idea or the question in regards to just the number of times we hear about this 1.2 million requests, Mr. Speaker, and that is a large number of requests. And every time there's a request, there's identification that is provided to whoever happens to be making the request. And my question that I have for the member is strictly with reference to who is making the request. One of his colleagues made reference to the fact that there was 18,000 from the Canada Border Control. How many requests in 2011 did, and even if you can give us a ballpark number, did the RCMP put forward, CSIS, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, what other requests, what other agencies? Are there other agencies that we're not necessarily aware of that have put in this request that make up that 1.2 million requests in total? Does the member have any sense of who has actually put in that he could actually share with Canadians by stating that this afternoon?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And although I do play baseball, I can't give you a ballpark figure. I do not have them. But there were 1.2 million requests made, Mr. Speaker, and if the Privacy Commissioner found that any of them to be out of line, I'm sure he or she would have said so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question will deal with the answer that he gave in response to my colleague. And in answering, he said that if Privacy Commissioner had a problem with the $1.2 million requests, well, something would be done. But the problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the Privacy Commissioner doesn't have access to that information because the government or the telecoms aren't required to provide it. So that's the problem. So if they say that there's no problems here, well, it's because they need the information, the details surrounding the 1.2. We need to have transparency. The information needs to be made public. That's what we need, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand their opposition to today's motion. We want greater transparency at that level as well. Can the members who are opposite explain why they are opposing the motion?
Honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for a question. I believe that the way that this government is taking care of the privacy of Canadians is very good for all Canadians, and that this motion will not do nothing for Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I just actually want to touch base on the questions that are being asked from the Liberal Member of Parliament for Winnipeg North. He's actually brought it up twice with regards to a previous speech and Canada Border Services Agency, and he's referenced the 18,000 requests for basic subscriber information. Actually, I believe the total figure is 18,729 requests. But the important thing to note here, Mr. Speaker, is that the fruits of those particular requests have resulted in the removal of over 115,000 people that are here illegally in this country. These are people with serious criminality. So this is just one example, and I'd like to thank the member for Winnipeg North for actually bringing it to my attention. This is just one example of how crucial it is for different law enforcement agencies, including Canada Border Services Agency, to be able to obtain this information, to be able to investigate and to remove those people that are causing serious harm or threat to Canadian citizens. But I'd like to, the question I'd like to actually pose to my honourable colleague was with regards to concerns that there are any issues of privacy concerns and such. It is in fact true, Mr. Speaker, that here in this country we have independent bodies that oversee these types of agencies, and there has never been any concern, any issue brought to the attention that there has been any violation of the laws that govern these agencies. And I'd like to actually just ask the member from Kootenay if he could comment on that and whether there has been any concerns that have been come out of those independent bodies. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia. You only have about 30 seconds.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for a question. I have not heard from any other agency with regards to the release of information that should not have been released. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it's quite clear to also to be quite clear on this, that an individual's private information that is protected under the Charter cannot be released without a warrant. And police officers and other enforcement agencies around Canada are well aware of that fact. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to stand in support of the official opposition New Democrat motion introduced by our superb member, our colleague, the member from Terrebonne-Blainville. And I should point out, Mr. Speaker, as well, that I will be sharing my time with my honourable colleague, the equally commendable member from Beaches, East York. Mr. Speaker, the motion before the House today reads as follows: that, in the opinion of this House, the government should make public the number of warrantless disclosures made by telecommunications companies at the request of federal departments and agencies, and immediately close the loophole that has allowed the indiscriminate disclosure of the personal information of law-abiding Canadians without a warrant. End quote. And Mr. Speaker, if you just stop and think about those words, and I know Canadians are watching and will think about the text of this motion, and ask yourself, who could possibly not support this? Who could possibly oppose a motion of the House of Commons in Canada that the government should simply tell the public how many warrantless disclosures are made by telecommunications companies at the federal government's request, and close a loophole that allows the indiscriminate disclosure, that means the improper disclosure, of personal information of law-abiding Canadians without a warrant. Mr. Speaker, I would have thought that every member of this House would stand in support of such a motion that preserves and protects the very elementary privacy rights and expectations of Canadians everywhere, but that is not the case because Conservatives in this House do not support this motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this bill came to be. In summary, the motion addresses what we now have learned are rampant requests to telecommunications companies in Canada by various government agencies for Canadians' private information, often, in fact, normally and mostly without a warrant. We are calling on the government to listen to the Privacy Commissioner, an independent officer of this House, and make public the number of requests disclosed by these companies and to tighten the rules that make it happen. Now, Mr. Speaker, this came out of an access to information request that determined that at least one Canadian telecom was giving the government unrestricted access to communications on its network, according to documents from Canada's Privacy Commissioner. The documents were obtained by University of Ottawa digital law professor Michael Geist, and he cited at that time an unnamed telecom firm as saying that it had allowed the government to essentially copy the communications data moving on its networks. Quoting Mr. Geist, interception of communications over data networks is accomplished by sending what is essentially a mirror image of the packet data as it transits the network of data nodes. And then the Privacy Commissioner's document states This packet data is then sent directly to the agency who has obtained lawful access to the information. Deep packet information inspection, is then performed by the law enforcement agency for their purposes. Deep packet inspection is a method of analyzing internet traffic to determine the exact type of content. It can distinguish between emails, file sharing, and other types of internet communication, and can be used to build statistics about an internet user. Now, this statement appears in a document prepared by the law firm Gowling, LaFleur Henderson for the Privacy Commissioner. It summarizes 9 telecom firms' responses to questions about law enforcement access posed by the Commissioner. Mr. Geist called this, quote, an incredible admission, close quote. He asks, are there legal grounds for these disclosures? Who is doing this? Given the uncertainty and the enormous privacy implications, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada is surely entitled to investigate this admission using her current powers. End quote. Now, in documents subsequently released by the Privacy Commissioner, Interim Federal Privacy Commissioner Chantal Bernier revealed that the government made about 1.2 million requests for subscriber data about Canadians from Canadian telecoms in 2011 alone. Mr. Geist calculates that works out to 1 request every 27 seconds, and telecom firms complied with the requests at least 784,000 times, the Privacy Commissioner's report showed. Now, Mr. Speaker, this issue, I think, engages one of the most important values that marks our nation, and that is an issue, a value that marks our democracy, and a value that I think is cherished by Canadians, valued by Canadians, and expected by Canadians. And that is the value of privacy. Mr. Speaker, the government exists to protect its citizens, to safeguard our rights, our interests, our opportunities. So when the government is actually found to be the source of secret requests to private firms to try to get private information about Canadians without their knowing about it and without ever appearing before a judge in a court to demonstrate that the government has any lawful interest in that information, in my view, that is a violation of the most fundamental precept and obligation of a government. And that's what is happening under the watch of this Conservative government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to go through a few facts here. Canadian telecom communication providers collect massive amounts of data about their subscribers. And again, these are the firms that have been asked by this government, agencies, to disclose that information to law enforcement agencies. Now, I've said that in 2011, providers responded to almost 1.2 million requests, but the actual total is likely even greater, since only 3 of 9 telecom companies told the Commissioner's office how many times they granted the government's requests for customer data. Now, in 2010, RCMP data showed that 94% of requests involving customer name and address information was provided voluntarily without a warrant. The Canada Border Services Agency obtained customer data from telecom companies 19,000 times in 1 year, and it obtained a warrant in less than 200 of those cases. Significantly, one Canadian company has told officials that it has installed, quote, what is essentially a mirror, end quote, on its network so that it can send raw data traffic directly to, quote, federal authorities, end quote. Now, the Privacy Act, which is meant to protect Canadians' privacy and keep the government accountable, has not been updated since 1983, before the Internet, Google, email, Facebook, and Twitter were even invented. PIPEDA, which protects Canadians' privacy in the private sector, has not been updated since 2000, once again before Facebook, Twitter, and social media have really taken off in this country. I would think, Mr. Speaker, that if this government is really concerned about the values of privacy and protecting Canadians' rights, that they would spend time in this place modernizing those acts and doing so in a way that's consistent with Canadians' expectations. But instead, Mr. Speaker, they are doing the opposite. They have introduced Bill C-13, a bill that is expressed to be aimed at tackling cyberbullying, but which is expected to expand warrantless disclosures of Internet or cellular subscriber information to law enforcement. S4 has been introduced in the Senate, Mr. Speaker, called the Digital Privacy Act, and that would also extend the authority to disclose subscriber information without a warrant to private organizations and not just law enforcement agencies. It would also allow telecom companies to disclose the personal information of consumers without their consent, without a court order, to any organization investigating a contractual breach or possible violation of law. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are many validators of the New Democratic position, and the New Democrats say this: we think privacy laws should be modernized and strengthened to better protect Canadians' personal information, not weakened. New Democrats believe that we can and should aggressively pursue criminals and punish them to the full extent of the law without treating law-abiding Canadians like criminals and violating their rights. Mr. Speaker, privacy is something that must be judiciously and carefully guarded by every generation. We have people as diverse as Benjamin Franklin, who said that those who would give up liberty for a little security deserve neither. We have organizations as diverse as the Council of Canadians and the Canadian Taxpayers Federation who are joining together, who are concerned about the issue of violations of privacy and surveillance of Canadians' private interests on the internet by this government. And I say, Mr. Speaker, that what Canadians want of their federal government is for that government to protect their privacy interests, not be complicit in violating them, and for this government to allow 1.2 million requests to go to telecoms for Canadians' personal information without their consent, without their knowledge, and without a court order is something that I think every Canadian in this land would disapprove of. And I ask all my colleagues in this House to vote for this well-thought-out motion.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. He, on a number of occasions, referred to the term as warrantless search. My understanding, being a police officer for 20 years, there's no such thing as a warrantless search. You either have a warrant or you don't. And if you don't, then you can ask for voluntary compliance. But that's as far as it goes. And it's very minimal, the amount of information that you can be provided without a warrant. So my question to the member is, please define what a warrantless search is, because I've never heard one as a police officer.
Honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, this is fortunate to have a police officer asking a lawyer about the law, and I'll be happy to elucidate in a little bit. There actually is. Yeah, and it's too bad that he doesn't listen to lawyers, because he would know that there's the concept of hot pursuit, which is where police officers believe that a crime is in process at the moment and they don't have time to go get a warrant. So they, in those opportunities, are allowed to go proceed with a warrantless search, and I'm surprised that he doesn't know that. So there's two different possibilities of a warrantless search, and those are them. The point here, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians believe that our police officers and our law enforcement agencies need the tools that are required to catch criminals. They know that, and we all agree with that in this House. The question, though, is the general respect for our law and the general legal system that we have requires the federal authorities to go before a judge and demonstrate to that judge why Canadians' expectation of privacy should be violated before that's done. It's not up to a Canadian to have to justify why they deserve privacy. Canadians have that as a matter of right. It's up to the state to justify why it intends to violate the Canadians' privacy. And I would guess that if 1.2 million requests by this government on Canadians was done without a warrant, then many of those examples were probably done without just cause and violated Canadians' privacy, and that's wrong, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his very cogent comments on this motion. Always a pleasure to listen to him on topics involving legal issues. Plain view evidence, of course, the member is speaking to, and I know that from my engagement in environmental enforcement. And, of course, what you need is reasonable cause to seek a warrant, or it's plain view evidence. In this case, is it because they simply don't have reasonable cause, they're circumventing and trying to get at information that they couldn't even get a warrant for? I wonder if the member, Mr. Speaker, could speak to the contradiction that's going on in what the government is doing. They have denied the requests, repeated requests by the Commissioner for Elections to seek information in the investigation of election fraud. And the government has refused to give the powers to the Commissioner of Elections. And yet they are extending this power to persons who are not even police officers. In some cases, I understand, not even regulatory officers. Perhaps you'd like to speak to the contradiction that's going on in the government.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to commend my honourable colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for her outstanding work done in this House. And she's a lawyer as well, so is highly conversant with many of these concepts that I wish more of our friends on the other side of the House were. I mean, given their recent record before the Supreme Court of Canada, it seems that nobody on that side of the House is aware of the Charter of Rights or how the Constitution works in this country. And the contradictions are amazing. I mean, I heard an earlier contradiction earlier today that I think really summarizes the lack of coherence with this government, where this government justified its removal of the long-form census because it felt that it was invading Canadians' privacy by asking them how many bedrooms they had in their house. I heard Conservatives stand in this House and claim that this was a serious violation and justified removing what Canadians have relied on as integral data to plan all sorts of social programs and government policies in this country because it was invasion of privacy. Yet here they stand, Conservative after Conservative in this House, and justify and defend and backtrack on information that 1.2 million times their own agencies that they're supposed to be in charge of are sneaking behind Canadians' backs and getting Canadians' private information from telecos without telling them and without putting that information before a judge for a warrant. Now, the contradictions are I think, stark right there. And, Mr. Speaker, I would just say that, you know, as my honourable colleague just pointed out as well, police officers need and deserve and have the tools they need to interdict crime when it's happening. If there's evidence in plain sight, if evidence is at risk of being destroyed imminently, there's all sorts of opportunities in our law that justify and allow a police officer to act quickly without having to get a warrant, including telewarrants, which I neglected to mention, where we have 24-hour opportunities to get telewarrants, where it's impractical to get a warrant and wait that length of time. So, again, I would just say, Mr. Speaker, it's up to the police officers to justify why they need these extraordinary powers to violate Canadians' privacy. It's not up to Canadians to justify it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to stand in the House this afternoon in support of the motion on this great opposition day from my colleague, the MP for Terrebonne-Blainville. It's a day in the House, Mr. Speaker, to be talking about privacy issues. This morning I had the privilege of speaking to and in support of Bill C-567, an act to amend the Access to Information Act, put forward by my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. And this morning's bill and this afternoon's motion complement each other very well, Mr. Speaker. Together, they demonstrate to Canadians our NDP desire that it be the citizens of this country, not the government of this country, that be able to conduct their lives with reasonable expectations of privacy, and that it is the government of this country, not its citizens, that has the obligation to operate in a manner that is transparent, open, and accountable. If there is a simple conclusion to draw from the sum of the whole day, Mr. Speaker, it is that this Conservative government has it backwards, upside down, and twisted all around. They stand in support of government privacy, of, in fact, the necessity of the government to operate free from the scrutiny of the citizenry of Canada and those they elect to hold this government accountable. How they ask, in response to C-567, can they operate at once openly and honestly? If we are to tell the truth, it must be behind the curtain, they argue, in the dark, outside of earshot, away from the gaze of the public and opposition members of this place. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, they demonstrate no mere disregard for the privacy rights of Canadian citizens. They demonstrate an appetite, a voracious, seemingly insatiable appetite, Mr. Speaker, for the private information of Canadians. Much is made, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that we live in new and different times with new forms of information and new means of accessing that information. There is truth, of course, to this, undeniably. I think all of us in this case are alive to the ease with which information that we consider private is accessible to those who want to put some effort, and not much is required, Mr. Speaker, into accessing it. Our expectations of privacy are diminished as a result simply because we know the ease with which we are vulnerable. And so we see the narrative here being one of the need to modernize our laws to take these new circumstances into account. But, Mr. Speaker, that does not account for the conduct of this government. The problem before us is not simply one of a government that hasn't come up to speed, that has failed to respond in a timely way to these new circumstances, that has left exposed loopholes in the formulation of laws of this country. That, Mr. Speaker, is to paint a picture of an incompetent or slow but certainly benign government. No, Mr. Speaker, this government is anything but benign. Confronted with a loophole to access the private information of Canadians, a benign government may simply fail to close that loophole. This government leapt through that loophole, Mr. Speaker, fully, completely, headfirst, with great enthusiasm, with an obvious lust for what it would find on the other side. What we have before us, Mr. Speaker, is evidence of this lust. Very recently, the Privacy Commissioner of Canada, Chantal Bernier, revealed that Canadian telecom companies disclosed massive volumes of information to government agencies, including Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, Canadian Border Services Agency, as well as provincial and municipal authorities. 1.2 million times. That's the number of times telecom companies disclosed personal data to the Canadian government in a single year. We, of course, Mr. Speaker, concede that a balance is to be found between privacy rights and public security and other concerns, including immediate danger to life. But this must be, and this can be nothing other than, an indiscriminate fishing expedition of monumental proportions that the Privacy Commissioner has revealed to us recently. These volumes equate to information requests with respect to 1 in every 34 or so Canadians. The vast majority of these requests, Mr. Speaker, are made without a warrant. These volumes equate to a request for personal data coming from the federal government to a telecom company once every 27 seconds. So great is the volume of information requests that one telecom company has advised that it has installed what it calls, and I quote, a mirror on its network so that it can send raw data traffic directly to federal authorities. Michael Geist, a digital law professor at the University of Ottawa, says this of what is happening, and I quote, "This is happening on a massive scale, and rather than the government taking a step back and asking, is this appropriate, we instead have a government going in exactly the opposite direction, in a sense doubling down on these disclosures. And it is easy to find further evidence of this doubling down, of this appetite for private information. One can't help but note that C-13, which is purportedly to be about cyberbullying, is more about lowering the bar of government access to information. The reason to believe standard is being replaced with a reason to suspect standard, opening up much greater warrantless access to electronic information. Moreover, C-13 will allow a broader and lower range of government officials access to private information of Canadians. S-4 will also be coming before this House, we suspect. That bill will permit non-governmental organizations, corporations, access to information from telecom companies. FATCA, the Foreign Account Tax Compliance Act, buried deep in the budget bill, will expose the financial information of about 1 million Canadians to the U.S. government, and so on, Mr. Speaker. In light of all of this, Mr. Speaker, one could argue that there's a kind of naivete to the motion that I speak in support of today. Certainly the first part of the motion is easy enough. It is, in fact, all that the Privacy Commissioner has requested. And she has said, I'm not disputing that there are times when there is no time to get a warrant. Life is in danger. What we would like is for those warrantless disclosures to simply be represented in statistics so that Canadians have an idea of the scope of the phenomenon. It would give a form of oversight by empowering citizens to see what the scope of the phenomenon is. A modest enough proposal, Mr. Speaker. At least let me see what it is that you're doing here, federal government. But, Mr. Speaker, we are also asking the government to close the loophole that has allowed the indiscriminate disclosure of the personal information of law-abiding Canadians without a warrant. In so doing, we must recognize that we are asking the predator to restrain itself, to bind itself, to limit its own appetite for our private information, to guard itself. It has no such impulse, Mr. Speaker, no such sense of constraint as is obvious by the 1.2 million requests, by C13, by S4, by FATCA. Here, Mr. Speaker, is the very saddest part of this. As we engage with each other through the technologies of this modern world, we do so with some trepidation about how exposed we are to the prying eyes and interests of others. And part of what we need to be concerned about now, we find out, is the prying eyes and interests of our own government. Rather than being able to rely on our own government to support us to protect our privacy in this modern world, it appears that our government is itself cause for our concern. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to go back to the idea of the Privacy Commissioner's request. My understanding is that there was a request of some 13 companies. Out of those 13 companies, you had 9 of which responded anonymously, I must say, and there were 4 that did not respond. What we know is it included companies like Bell Canada, TELUS, Rogers, Shaw, SaskTel, other companies such as Twitter, Google, Apple, and so forth. So somewhere in that mixture, we understand that there is in excess of 1 million pieces of information that was actually released about Canadians that included, from what we can tell, things such as their addresses and names and phone numbers, trying to get a breakdown of where or who the people are that are actually requesting. We found out earlier that the Border Services was one of them, Mr. Speaker, and I had posed the question in terms of, well, how many from the RCMP and CSIS, and it's a blank face on the other end. We don't know how many have been actually requested from organizations such as that. Does the member not believe that that would be of some value, given the importance of today's debate, that the government should have come a little bit better prepared to be able to answer questions of that nature?
Honourable member for Beaches East York.
I thank the member for the question. Yes, I think it would have been the reasonable thing for the government to do, Mr. Speaker, to come more fully prepared to answer those questions. But I think what it reveals, Mr. Speaker, is the contradictions that I was speaking to in my speech this afternoon and this morning. This is a government that has no interest in shining light on its own operations and activities. Mr. Speaker, they're happy to stand behind the curtain and conduct the operation of government behind the curtain, but grasp as much of Canadians' private information as possible. So in light of these contradictions, Mr. Speaker, it is of course no surprise that they don't come to reveal that information to us in this House and through us to all Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague. It's been fascinating listening to the Conservatives because in their upside-down world, they're opening the doors for widespread snooping and spying on Canadians, somehow protecting their privacy. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about what we're reading in the National Post about this government's supposed fix, Bill C-13. Because we've been hearing from their tough-on-crime guys, it's all about the police investigation, the importance of investigations. We need to be able to investigate, go after the crooks and the perverts and the crazy terrorists. But under Bill C-13, their fix, they will take out the provision, the caveat, that means they actually have to be doing an investigation. So it's no longer that they will be investigating crimes. that anything that will help in, quote, administering any law in Canada. So the ultimate free ride for fishing expeditions, and not just for law enforcement, but for corporations, that's going to be under Bill S4, that the corporations can demand information on your internet use. Also public officers, which include, if you look up the definition, those are reeves, mayors, and even people who work for the Department of fisheries officers. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks this government is so intent on changing the law to allow widespread snooping. Is it possibly because this is what the standard practice has become under their watch?
A member for Beaches East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think this goes, I thank my honourable friend from Timmins, James Bay, for the question. I think this goes to what I was talking about here, that there's, in part, often some of us put forward this narrative that this is a government that needs to modernize law because things have changed. We're living in different times. But I think what one finds when one looks more closely at the evidence is that this is a government with its own appetite and impulse to dig up more and more private information of Canadians. And we are asking them, in effect today, to put constraints on themselves and to try and curb their own appetite. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I suggested that perhaps, as much as I support the motion today, there is a certain naivete to it. This is a government that is determined, Mr. Speaker, as evidenced by my friend's question, and the absurdity of the kinds of activities that they're going to allow government officials to carry on without warrants. This is a government that seems bound and determined to dig deeper and deeper into Canadians' private information without inhibitions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to promoting the interests of Canadian consumers and the protection of their private information. In an increasingly digital world, it's important that we have strong privacy protections in place to ensure organizations are treating the private information of Canadians appropriately. Mr. Speaker, as you know, many of these protections are already found in the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, commonly known as PIPEDA. But a lot has changed in the more than 13 years since PIPEDA came into effect, and our government is taking important steps to ensure organizations are accountable for how they handle the personal information of their clients and customers in today's digital world. Mr. Speaker, that's why on April 8th, we tabled Bill S4, the Digital Privacy Act. This bill introduces new measures to update our private sector privacy legislation, which sets out specific rules that businesses and organizations must follow whenever Canadians' personal information is lost or stolen. Recently, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a disturbing example of this problem south of the border with Target Corporation. Just before Christmas last year, Target learned that malicious software had been installed on the company's computer systems, allowing the personal information of some 70 million customers to be stolen, including 40 million payment card records. It is because of situations like these that we must continue to ensure Canadians' personal information is safe. Data breaches can happen in many different ways and to any type of organization, large or small. Data breaches can result from improper disposal, for example, paper documents sent for recycling instead of shredding, or computers resold without scrubbing hard drives clean, or it can be stolen through sophisticated cyber attacks like those experienced by Target. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this is a growing problem. Last year saw an all-time high for the number of data records lost or stolen worldwide. The Verizon Data Breach Investigations Report estimated that in 2012, Mr. Speaker, between 575 million and 822 million records were compromised in data breaches. Mr. Speaker, we know that cybercrime is a growing problem in Canada. Last October, a study reported that cybercrime cost Canadians some $3 billion over 12 months, up from $1.4 billion the previous year. That's why our government has already put a number of significant measures in place to combat cybercrime and protect our digital infrastructure, such as Canada's cyber security strategy. In addition to this, Canada's anti-spam law will begin to come into force July the 1st later this year. This law will help Canadians deal with unwanted commercial emails and will also protect Canadians from cyber threats like malware and fraudulent websites that seek to steal their personal information. Mr. Speaker, these measures are significant, but more is needed. We must make sure organizations have strong incentives in place to implement strong data security. Currently in PIPEDA, there is no obligation for businesses and organizations to inform customers and clients when their personal information has been lost or stolen. This means if a company loses your credit card information, that company is not obligated to tell you. Mr. Speaker, with the Digital Privacy Act, our government is proposing to correct this. Stolen data can be used to create false identities that are used in criminal activities. It can be used to hack onto online banking services. In the wrong hands, lost or stolen health information, employee records, even criminal records can create countless problems for those who've had their personal information compromised. Mr. Speaker, I also want to state, too, that I will be splitting my time with the member from Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we believe it's up to all organizations to put in place the safeguards to protect the personal data they have collected from their clients and customers. This is a responsibility that most take very seriously. However, with the changes we have proposed, Mr. Speaker, if a company has its computer systems hacked and it believes personal information has been stolen, or if that information has been lost inadvertently, the company will need to take a number of steps. If the company determines that the breach poses a risk or harm to individuals, it will need to notify the Canadians affected and make a report to the Privacy Commissioner of Canada. Organizations will also be required to document and keep a record of the event, including the result of its risk assessment. And Mr. Speaker, this would be required for every breach, even if the company does not think the breach is harmful. The organization would have to provide these records to the Commissioner upon request, providing oversight and holding organizations accountable. Let me provide an example, Mr. Speaker. Say that an organization determines that a laptop containing customer personal information has been lost. It will be required to make a record of this loss. And if this breach involves unencrypted sensitive personal information, such as credit card numbers, other financial information, or health information, for example, it would pose a real risk and potential significant harm to those involved. As a result, the organization will be required by law to notify the customers who have been impacted. The company will not only be required to tell customers when it has lost information, it will also be required to report the loss to the Privacy Commissioner. The Commissioner may then request a copy of the company's records to see if there's a history of similar losses that would be a cause for concern. Mr. Speaker, the Privacy Commissioner would then have the option of opening an investigation into the matter. Mr. Speaker, it should be clear to all members in this House that implementing a requirement for mandatory data breach notification is a significant improvement to our private sector privacy laws. Our government believes there needs to be serious consequences for any organization that deliberately breaks the rules and intentionally attempts to cover up data breach. The changes that our government has proposed will also make covering up a data breach an offence. In these cases of deliberate wrongdoing, an organization could face fines up to $100,000. To be clear, it would be a separate offence for every single person and organization that is deliberately not notified of a potential harmful data breach, and each offence would be subject to a maximum $100,000 fine. Mr. Speaker, the Digital Privacy Act addresses the concerns posed by data breaches and has received good reception so far. In fact, the Privacy Commissioners commented, "I welcome the proposals in this bill. It contains very positive developments for the privacy rights of Canadians." Even the NDP member opposite from Terrebonne, Blainville, said, "We have been pushing for these measures, and I'm happy to see them introduced. Overall, these are good steps." Mr. Speaker, our government is taking a balanced approach to the responsibilities placed on businesses and organizations while protecting Canadian consumers by giving individuals the information they need to protect themselves when their information has been lost or stolen. The Digital Privacy Act demonstrates our government's commitment to providing Canadians with the confidence that their privacy and personal information are protected. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, I question how Conservative members can get up and say that our private information is protected, because they don't know either. You know, I asked the minister at the committee the other day, was CSIS, the RCMP, and Canada Border Services Agency involved in the 1.919 million requests for information? They said yes. We don't know if they all had warrants, but we're the only country, Mr. Speaker, in the Five Eyes, so-called, that doesn't have parliamentary oversight. Even some of our own bodies, Mr. Speaker, that do oversight. If I looked at the Communications Security Establishment Commissioner, he said this in his findings and recommendation, and he said, quote, "However, a small number of records suggested the possibility that some activities may have been directed at Canadians contrary to law." End of quote. After in-depth and lengthy review, I was unable to reach a definitive conclusion about compliance or non-compliance with the law. End of quote. So, Mr. Speaker, it's this simple. Members on the government side, I don't know why they're just accepting the word of the bureaucracy. They don't know either. Why not have the review that this motion is asking for? That just makes sense in the interests of Canadians.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what the member brings forward is ridiculous. What this motion, what the NDP would like to propose, is something that would put Canada at a disadvantage compared to other countries around the world. And this member should know that the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Document Act was passed by the previous Liberal government in 1999 and in place since 2001. And the NDP even voted for voluntary disclosure when they supported the Act, Mr. Speaker. So let me be clear. An individual's private information that is protected under the Charter and cannot be released without a warrant. These companies, the telecommunications companies, have already said they're only release 411 style of information. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, like in the old days when we were younger, you had a reverse lookup for a telephone number. This is what the type of information that is being disclosed. And we fully expect these companies to comply with the law and play by the rules when handling Canadians' private information. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Beaudouin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting because I'd like to come back to a point that my colleague, that my Conservative colleague said, and I'd like to talk about some points that my colleague from Terrebonne-Blainville raised earlier. It's about the comparison of information under 411 or in the white pages. It is absolutely absurd, and it shows a lack of understanding of the file to compare numerical data in this era with an address or a telephone number. As my colleague from Terrebonne-Blainville said, when you have access to Wi-Fi, you can see someone moving around. So I'd like to know whether my honourable colleague, Conservative colleague, understands the difference and whether the government understands that in 2014 you can't just talk about simple information like telephone numbers. We've changed a lot. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There's always a little box that you check on, and you can choose to go into that Wi-Fi site or not. Same with location services. For example, many people today will look at Google Maps, MapQuest, and what they'll actually ask for location services on your device to let the company know where you are so that you can actually go from point A to point B without having to type these different things out. And Mr. Speaker, this is something that individual Canadians have a choice, and that's why it's very important, like with the Digital Privacy Act, it strengthens informed consent, because what we have out there, Mr. Speaker, we have young kids, and I think everybody would be in support of this. Sometimes they don't understand the implications of checking on these little boxes, and I think it's very important that the NDP understand that there is a certain amount of a way that you look at these sites so that you can choose whether you check that box or not. And it's very important. It behooves all of us to read some of those agreements that we're checking, yes or no, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy for the opportunity to rise today to oppose the motion put forward by the NDP, the member from Terrebonne Blainville. Public awareness of electronic surveillance practices has grown exponentially over the past few years. So, it's not all surprising that public concern about the balance between privacy and national security in the Internet age has also grown. It's a public policy challenge that all G7 countries must face. And our government certainly understands the concerns that have been raised by the media, by the official opposition, and indeed by the Privacy Commissioner. We certainly welcome the work of the Privacy Commissioner in this regard, but it is vital that the debate on this issue be an informed one, based on facts and grounded in a better understanding of how and when electronic surveillance practices and requests for basic subscriber information are employed. Due to the myths, misinformation, and fallacies put forward by the opposition, this is something that has been sorely lacking in this debate. I view this motion as an opportunity to set the record straight in these areas and to reassure all Canadians that our government always strikes an appropriate balance between giving law enforcement the tools they need to do their job and protecting the privacy of law-abiding Canadians. Everyone has the right to be secure against unreasonable search or seizure, and a robust safeguards exist to ensure that this basic right is followed. Indeed, the respect of domestic laws and policies governing how electronic surveillance and requests for basic subscriber information are used. Canada has a proud tradition of getting the balance between privacy and security right. Nevertheless, the recent debate has highlighted the area of our concerns among the Canadian public about how government is effectively balancing their security and their safety, and whether law enforcement and intelligence agencies are acting responsibly as they carry out their duties. So, it is worthwhile for us to step back just a minute and first make a very important distinction between law enforcement and intelligence agencies' requests to telecommunications providers for basic subscriber information and obtaining other areas of data that can be used more appropriately, consider electronic surveillance, such as intercepted communications or stored emails. I want to assure all members of this House and Canadians alike that these two things should be viewed in a completely different light, for they serve very different yet vital purposes of law enforcement and intelligence agencies. First, it is worth noting that the vast majority of information that law enforcement agencies seek from telecommunication providers is for basic subscriber information. For example, someone's name, address, phone number, and IP address. To be clear, basic subscriber information is not about tracking people's telephone calls. Absolutely no content of the communication is revealed. Basic subscriber information is also not a request for all telecommunications data. For example, data that would indicate who was contacted, the duration of the communication, and other related information such as the where, when, and how of the communication. A couple of important points must be made about this. The first is that this information is oftentimes obtained at the beginning of an investigation into serious offenses and is crucial to clearing people from wrongdoing or helping police determine viable leads. An example for an online exploitation case, police may only have the Internet protocol or an IP address attached to a picture found on the Internet. It would need to determine who the IP address belongs to in order to begin their investigation. In short, this information is critical to help police establish the identity of the person, and it can be sought without a warrant. And this is true for other countries as well. In fact, not one G7 country in the world requires a warrant to obtain this information. Imagine the enormous burden this would place on the justice system for the limited yet often vital information that can be obtained. Vital because warrants generally require police to know the identity of the person, exactly what basic subscriber information is supposed to reveal. So, it's only after receiving this initial information that police may seek a court authorization to obtain more sensitive information, such as private communications, or rule out the person from further investigation. As a former RCMP member with over 18 years' experience, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this information plays a key role in modern investigations of these types of cases. And my constituents understand this and are supportive of tools that can help catch criminals. In fact, a poll conducted for the Office of the Privacy Commissioner in January of 2013 found that 3/4 of Canadians are very comfortable or somewhat comfortable with the idea of law enforcement agencies requiring telecommunications services providers to disclose personal information to gather evidence in the investigation of a serious crime. Now, moving on to the ability to intercept communications, what we're really referring to when we talk about electronic surveillance. This ability is a critical tool for law enforcement and intelligence agencies to keep Canadians safe, whether it be from credible national security threats or major crimes. Indeed, these agencies cannot intercept communications to obtain transmission data without being authorized to do so by law. These investigation tools can only be used with a warrant, court authorization, or other lawful authority to target specific individuals in the course of specific investigations. Furthermore, the grounds for such targeting and the rationale for which individuals are to be targeted are subject to vigorous judicial oversight. Such safeguards enshrined in our laws are only some of the safeguards which Canadians should never lose sight. This judicial authorization is required to obtain communications because of the laws say that this type of information has a high expectation of privacy. For example, a judge's authorization must be obtained for real-time interception of communications. The requirement for a judge's authorization also applies to access to stored data, such as texts or email, stored on a server. This is set out in the Criminal Code and other statutes. I want there to be no doubt Canadians' communications are not regularly accessed warrantlessly. It's simply against the law, both for regular citizens and for our law enforcement to intelligence agencies. And additional safeguards do exist. Those whose private communications were intercepted in the course of the law enforcement investigation must be notified that interception was done. Further, full disclosure of information that law enforcement gathered is also required for cases that proceed to trial. Now that I have provided some accurate context and information about the safeguards that are in place, I'd like to conclude by acknowledging the calls we have heard about public transparency and reporting. Indeed, we are already disclosing some figures through Public Safety Canada's annual report on the use of electronic surveillance. Our Conservative government will always work to give police the tools they need to do their job and to ensure that the streets and communities are kept safe. That is why we have passed over 30 measures to keep criminals behind bars where they belong. We will not apologize for that, and we will take no lessons on this matter from the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to my honourable colleague, and I'm sort of surprised at his reluctance, given all his talk about oversight, to support this motion, which is about oversight. The person who does oversight for Canadians is the Privacy Commissioner, who's raised the alarm bells. And I'd like to also suggest to my honourable colleague that the proposals that this government's bringing forward to legalize what's been happening with the 1.2 million requests will actually vastly expand the ability of all manner of people to conduct any manner of fishing expeditions. And I'd like to refer to the National Post today, talking about Bill C-13, that will take out the caveat of the necessity to actually be investigating a crime when you call up a telecom and you want information about an average Canadian. That will be removed. And I find that staggering, that you won't need to have a reason to investigate someone. You'll just be able to investigate it, and it will be legal. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks that it's okay for this government to vastly expand who can make those calls. It's not just the RCMP or CSIS now. It'll be all manner of public officers. That would include tax agents, sheriffs, reeves, justices of the peace, reeves, people who work at fisheries departments, and mayors. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, if he's in a dispute with the mayor in his jurisdiction, does he think that the mayor should be able to have the legal right that's now going to be enshrined under Bill C-13? Perhaps they don't read their own legislation. I know they do what they're told over there. But that a mayor would have the right to call a telecom and ask for the IP information on an average Canadian citizen. Come on.
For Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
I'm not going to listen to the opposition member here lecturing me about irrelevancy. Coming from a law enforcement background, for a mayor, that's irrelevant, Mr. Speaker. For someone who's never had to do an investigation into criminal code offences, or anyone who's ever had to investigate serious criminal code offences, such as internet luring, that's the most hypocrisy. That my colleague also doesn't agree with that either about internet luring. Watching the sex offenders out there trying to attack the most vulnerable, our youth. Mr. Speaker, I want to give some quick facts here. Just one of the quotes from the Privacy Commissioner, Chantal Bernier. I welcome proposals in this bill. This bill contains very positive developments for the privacy right of Canadians. I'm pleased that the government has addressed issues such as a breach of notifications. Mr. Speaker, this has to happen. This is about protecting Canadians across the country from coast to coast to coast. But what this also does is assist police officers such as myself when we had to do the investigations for internet luring, being able to identify those offenders and have to justify ourselves in the court of law why we obtained the warrant in the first place. This is about protecting Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to attempt to get an answer from the member where I've tried previously with other members, and that is we know that there's, in 1 year, 1.2 million inquiries where information has been released. And we found out through one of his colleagues that 18,000 plus, I think 18,700, was actually released to Canada Border Control. I'm wondering if the member can provide us any sense in terms of the numbers in which the RCMP have requested and CSIS has requested, and if there's any other organization that has actually requested numbers and been provided those numbers. Does he not feel we should be entitled to that sort of information?
Honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, I think maybe the member from across the floor should make an access to information privacy request, which is obtainable through $5 and making the request, and he will get that information. But first of all, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also point out that as an RCMP member, I've also had to make requests for information to the local SaskTel, asking for information of the individual to assist myself in an investigation. I've done that hundreds of times throughout my career, and there's never been a problem. Once I obtained the information of the caller who had that phone number, then I proceeded to do a search warrant, which takes sometimes hours or could even take days or weeks to formulate a proper search warrant. Mr. Speaker, this is about trying to protect Canadians and also having to, for a police officer, have to justify ourselves in the court of law that we obtain these in a lawful manner. Thank you.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. Just to set the record straight, I just want to make sure that all Canadians and members in this House realize that there are actually oversight bodies that actually look into the work that our investigative agencies do across this country, and they make sure that they are working within the parameters of law. And to date, there's been no concerns, there's been no issues. They have confirmed that everything is as it should be. But I guess I have a question for my honourable colleague. The Minister of State of Western Economic Diversification asked an NDP member earlier today whether they were aware of any Western country where a warrant was required to obtain this very basic subscriber information. I'm not aware of any, Mr. Speaker, so I just want to know if my colleague is aware or whether he believes that, there aren't any. Thank you.
Honourable member for Desnathy, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware of it myself. But one of the questions I have is for the member from Terrebonne, Blainville, in which she mentioned, we have been pushing for these measures, and I'm happy to see them introduced. Overall, these are good steps. Why, Mr. Speaker? This is about the legislation that this government has introduced. Why would that member want to support our legislation in the first place? And you have the opposition of the NDP across the floor saying no. Like, it's either yes or no. What are they trying to prove?
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Gatineau. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to know that, in fact, unfortunately, I'll be wrapping up debate on this important motion. I'd like to start by reading the motions because, based on everything that I've heard here today, I'm starting to think that I wasn't going to be speaking to the right motion, because what the motion, in the name of the member for Terrebonne-Blainville, calls on the House to do is this: that in the opinion of the House, the government should follow the advice of the Privacy Commissioner and make public the number of warrantless disclosures made by telecommunications companies at the request of federal departments and agencies, and immediately close the loophole that has allowed the indiscriminate disclosure of the personal information of law-abiding Canadians without a warrant. Now, I can't believe, Mr. Speaker, on May 5th, 2014, that people on the Conservative benches will vote nay, will oppose this motion. That's incredible. Now, what we've heard from the opposite benches opposite address important issues such as safety and security and whatnot, but they've sidetracked the debate. The debate under this motion simply calls for putting in place what the Privacy Commissioner is asking for, to disclose information, to close the loophole. Now, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that we couldn't have a better day to be in the House here this morning. There was C-561 in the name of the member for Winnipeg Centre. That dealt 567, which dealt with access to information. Now, we're on a motion that is justifiable in the context, and we're being told a couple of things. And I'd just like to make an aside here, because the member for Timmins, James Bay, put a question to the last Conservative member who spoke, and he laughed at him. He laughed at the question that was a very pertinent question with respect to the notion of peacekeeping officer. Not according to a newspaper, but under the criminal code itself. And I'd like to give a little course to the members opposite. In Section 2 of the Criminal Code, a peace officer means, and this means that C-13, the cyber government intimidation bill, which is much more than cyber intimidation, or the disclosure, says that a peace officer deals with A, any mayor, sheriff, deputy sheriff, etc. B, any officer of the Correctional Services of Canada designated under Section 1 of the Correctional Services Act, as well as any director, deputy director, instructor, guardian, or other jailkeeper, guard, or any other officer or permanent employee of a prison other than a penitentiary as defined in Part 1 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. C, a police officer, police constable, bailiff, constable, or other person employed for the preservation and maintenance of the public peace, for the service or execution of civil process. D, any officer within the meaning of the Customs Act, the Excise Act, or the Excise Act, or a person having the powers of such an officer when performing the duties in the administration of any of these acts. And blah, blah, blah. It goes on. D, any officer authorized under the Excise Act, a person having the powers, etc. So that's a definition of a peace officer, Mr. Speaker. And I could, if I went on with this, it could take me right until 6:15. Now, so when the member for Timmins, James Bay, said Mayor Ford could request certain types of information, well, it's completely ludicrous to make the comment that the member opposite made. Now, in the NDP today, we've been criticized for requesting this motion, but when I looked at a clause, or in fact an article that came out today in La Presse, written by Jean-Denis Bellavance, where he said that this information, the information that is being sought through the motion put forth by the member for Terrebonne-Blainville, was also made by the Privy Council. The Privy Council office, it was put to all departments to try to determine who are these people who have asked for information 1.2 million times, information on Canadians. 1.2 million Canadians were affected by these requests. So listening since this morning to these Conservatives saying, oh, it's so terrible, this is crazy what they're asking for, that the NDP doesn't know what it's talking about. I even heard one of the Minister of States, a junior minister over there, say,
time has changed. Je pense qu'on en est tous conscients.
Well, I think we're aware that times have changed. Information circulates much more quickly. However, notwithstanding times have changed, legislation applies in this country. We've also got the past performance by this government. They like to, in fact, say that they don't care about certain pieces of legislation, and if there are problems, then sometimes they're mortally offended, and they come back with what I call their tactics that are like a Trojan horse at getting around the issues. Now, we all remember Bill C-30 that I was going to say something that wasn't very nice, but I'll stop myself there. But my favorite former minister, the former Minister of Public Safety, Vic Taves, with that infamous Bill C-30. Thank goodness the Canadians woke up, and through conjoint effort, concerted effort, and to show that ridicule never killed anyone. It can kill a political career, but anyways, oftentimes they end up with a posting as a judge. But now, having said that, the government had to step down from that bill because everyone said, addressed the issue. So it was ridiculized to such an extent, and oftentimes that's what we have to do with this government. Now, suddenly, we saw C-13, S-4, C-13 that deals with cyberbullying, which is designed to protect the victims. Everyone in this House wants to protect victims, and to say we're taking this action following on the heels of suicide, etc., but it's a bit problematic, in fact, to rise in the House and say, well, I'm going to vote against it. I'm in favor of cyberbullying. No, but they can put forth 4 or 5 pages that are good, but in addition, they add page upon page upon pages of other aspects in the same piece of legislation. Now, luckily, the Minister of Justice confirmed this morning that at committee we would have time to do our due diligence and look at these provisions on C-13. Now, as member of the Justice Committee, maybe we're not the best committee to look at it. Fortunately, we'll have a lot of specialists and experts who will come in and speak to it, because from my view, I still believe that the motion that I introduced made the most sense, to split that part off the bill, to focus on the aspect of the criminal code, to ensure that the new provisions with respect to the distribution of intimate images would be governed by parameters, so that the criminal code would be taken into account. But no, now we're going to have to focus a great deal of our time on aspects dealing with privacy, with how certain providers, service providers, will in fact not necessarily have a mandate or without a mandate, but based on a lesser type of evidence, etc. But all I have to say, Mr. Speaker, is that what the government has shown us since the outset is that its credibility is zero on these issues. non-existent, because each week there's a new drama that showcases some person who on that front benches over there, or at the end of last week, and it's continuing this week, and now it's the Prime Minister with his brilliant insinuations. In his insinuations, he attacked the Supreme Court of Canada. So those people there on those Conservative benches wonder why we don't have confidence in them. When we get bills like S4, C13, why, in fact, we're suspicious and we wonder what's hiding behind the provisions of it. And when I listen to the speeches being made by the members opposite on a motion that is crystal clear, Mr. Speaker, that talks about following the recommendations of the Privacy Commissioner, who could be opposed to disclosing the number of warrantless disclosures made by telecommunications companies when the Privy Council office is doing the same thing as we speak? I think they're simply afraid of doing things and making this information public to Canadian taxpayers. I don't think they want anyone apart from themselves to have this information, and that's why they're doing everything they're doing behind closed doors and hiding on the slide. That's why we're putting questions. I'm sure that my colleagues have received questions, and I'm sure that members on the Conservative benches have received questions from people, from Reform members, Alliance members, who now called for this information, but now they're afraid to stand up. They're sitting silently on those benches opposite, and that makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. It makes absolutely no sense. At some point, we need to wake up, go back into our ridings, and tell the people what is happening with this data. Who's got access to this data? When do they have access to this data? Why do they have access to it? Why is it that, do we have 1.2 million Canadians who are criminals in this country and that this information needs to be disclosed? Or is it because we've loosened up all of the rules to such an extent, Mr. Speaker, so that everyone, distributors, whether it be telecom companies and others, simply feel justified in releasing the information? They know that they won't be punished if they share the information freely with anyone and everyone. And that's where the danger lies, Mr. Speaker. When there are people in this House who say times have changed, yes, I can too say that times have changed, and quickly. I haven't memorized all the clauses and articles of the criminal codes, but in 2 seconds I was able to search the net, and I think it took me 0.2 seconds to enter the criminal code online and find the definition I was looking to. For future lawyers, you are simply lucky, because in my day, Mr. Speaker, when we had to look things up, and this ages me, but I had to go to the library, the law library. I had to open up 18 books sometimes to find a definition, and now it's instantaneous. But because the information is in circulation so quickly, that doesn't mean that the guarantees and protection that needs to be provided to all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, protection for privacy, should be taken advantage of a government that doesn't give a hoot about protecting constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It being 6:15, it's my duty to interrupt deliberations and to put forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of this motion. The question is as follows. Ms. Borg, seconded by...
Moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should follow the advice of the Privacy Commissioner and make public the number of warrantless disclosures made by telecommunications companies at the request of federal departments and agencies, and immediately close the loophole that has allowed the indiscriminate disclosure of the personal information of law-abiding Canadians without a warrant.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tout ce qui s'y...
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les no, là.
In my view, the nays have it.
Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members. Mr. Speaker, the NDP would like this vote to be deferred until tomorrow at the end of government orders.
En conséquence,
Accordingly, the recorded division shall be deferred until tomorrow at the end of time set aside for government orders.
Government whip is rising on a point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would request that we see the clock at 6:30.
We see the clock at 6:30. Agreed? Okay. The House will now proceed. La Chambre procédera.
The House will now proceed with the deferred recorded division on second reading stage of Bill C-33. Call in the members.
Order. La question est la
The
suivante.
question is as follows. Mr. Valcourt, seconded by Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North, moved that Bill C-33, an act to establish a framework to enable First Nations control of elementary and secondary education and
Funding and to make related amendments to the Indian Act and consequential amendments to other acts be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. O'Brien.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Gossal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Middles Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kitty South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Ablonsey.
Mrs. Ablonsey.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mr. Brown leads Grenville.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Trost.
Mr.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Allen Tobik Mactaquack.
Mr. Alan Tobic McTaquack.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leeson.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mucab.
Monsieur Mucab.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Christofferson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davis Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Madame Leblanc La Salimar.
Madame Leblanc La Salamar.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Thibault.
Mr. Thibault.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Monsieur Ravignac.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Grogouet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Piclet.
Madame Piclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe Bagotte.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-Labelle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scroll.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May. Yeas pour, 144, 144. Nays contre, 118, 118.
I declare the motion carried. En conséquence, le projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill is sent to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
I'm going to wait for a few minutes.
Order. I'd ask all honourable members who wish to carry on business to take their conversations to their respective lobbies. We are on adjournment debate, and we're starting with the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Order.
Speaker, in beginning the adjournment proceedings this evening, I turn my attention to a question that I asked numerous times. Tonight's adjournment proceedings deals with the time I asked the question of the Prime Minister, and that is found in the Hansard from April 2nd. But I've asked the Minister of Environment as well, and I think part of tonight's adjournment proceedings will bring this issue up to date, because to let you in on maybe a spoiler alert, Mr. Speaker, you'll find that I was able to get a response through the efforts of a journalist, having failed to get a better answer here in the House. And I'm hoping that we can pick up in these adjournment proceedings about Canada's climate target with the advantage of the additional information brought into the picture by Aaron Weary of Maclean's magazine. But just to recap, on April 2nd, I asked the Prime Minister if, in light of the IPCC most recent report of the severity of the climate crisis and the clock ticking very rapidly towards a point where Canada's actions would cease to make much difference. We still have time to act, and that's what the IPCC is urging us to do, as are other nations around the world. And I asked the Prime Minister, given that we now have Environment Canada's estimates of where this country will be in terms of greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2020, when the Prime Minister's Copenhagen target falls due, and again to underline, this Prime Minister adopted that target, and Environment Canada says that by 2020 we'll be nowhere near it, not even close. So I asked the Prime Minister if, given that information, that we were headed towards a 100% failure rate on current commitments, was this administration, this government, still committed to reaching the Copenhagen target of 17% below 2005 levels by 2020? Now, the Prime Minister's answer wasn't, well, it was on the same topic area, but it didn't answer the question. The Prime Minister said at the time, quote, "As you know, the government remains committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions while doing so in a way that obviously respects Canadians' jobs and protects our economy," etc. But there was no reference to the Copenhagen target, nor whether the government regarded itself as still committed, nor the Prime Minister. In questions to the Minister of Environment, I had a similar response, not expressing any firm commitment to actually reach the target that was adopted in 2009 by this Prime Minister. Subsequently, as I suggested, Mr. Speaker, it was the work of a reporter, Aaron Weary, with Maclean's magazine, who, curious about my various attempts to get an answer, pursued the matter himself, contacted the Minister of Environment's office to ask if they were still committed. Initially, an evasive answer was received, but surprisingly, on his second effort, came this response from the Office of the Minister of Environment, quote, "Absolutely, we are committed," close quote. Again, to verify it a few days later, Mr. Weary contacted the Office of the Minister of Environment with this question: does the government intend to fulfill its commitment? Again, referring to Copenhagen. The response, quote unquote, yes. Now, I'd like to pursue with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary what steps are currently planned, when will they be rolled out, and when will we see a plan that will allow the Prime Minister and his administration to keep the commitment that they've now confirmed publicly to Maclean's magazine they regard themselves as committed to? When will we see a plan to get to 17% below 2005 levels by 2020?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government is committed to addressing the challenge of climate change and is following through on that commitment with concrete action both domestically and internationally. Domestically, our government is implementing a sector-by-sector regulatory approach and has started by addressing emissions in two of the largest emitting sectors of the Canadian economy, the transportation and the electricity sectors. Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with the United States, our government has developed emission standards for passenger automobiles and light-duty trucks, as well as heavy-duty vehicles. With these regulations, it is projected that 2025 light-duty vehicles will produce 50% less greenhouse gas emissions than 2008 vehicles. With our government's coal-fired electricity regulations, Canada became the first major coal user to ban the construction of traditional coal-fired electricity generating units, Mr. Speaker. In the first 21 years, the regulations are expected to result in a cumulative reduction in about 214 megatons of greenhouse gas emissions, equivalent to removing roughly 2.6 million personal vehicles per year from the road over this period. As well, our government will build on these actions by working with the provinces to reduce emissions from the oil and gas sectors while ensuring that Canadian companies remain competitive. Our government has also made significant investments to transition Canada to a clean energy economy and advance this country's climate change objectives. Since 2006, Mr. Speaker, our government has invested over $10 billion in green infrastructure, energy efficiency, the development of clean energy technologies, and the production of cleaner energy and fuels. And our approach is getting results. It's estimated, as a result of the combined actions of provincial, territorial, and federal governments, consumers, and businesses, greenhouse gas emissions in 2020 will be 734 megatons. Mr. Speaker, this is roughly 130 megatons lower than what we would have had under the Liberals. I make this distinction because, in contrast to the Liberal climate change policy of international rhetoric followed by domestic inaction, our government policies are achieving real results. Internationally, Canada is playing a constructive role in the United Nations negotiations towards a fair and effective new post-2020 climate change agreement. At the latest UN Climate Change Conference in Warsaw, Canada demonstrated leadership in helping to achieve a breakthrough in an important initiative to help developing countries reduce deforestation and forest degradation, which account for nearly 15% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Canada is also taking a leadership role on a number of collaborative international initiatives outside the United Nations to combat climate change. For instance, our government is taking meaningful actions to address short-lived climate change pollutants such as black carbon and methane through active engagement on the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, of which Canada is a founding member, and through its current chairmanship of the Arctic Council. Mr. Speaker, due to their short lifespan, reducing these types of pollutants can achieve more immediate climate benefits, particularly for the North. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought we'd made some progress with the responses that were given to the Maclean's Magazine reporter, and that we would be agreeing upon the fact that this government is committed to the Copenhagen targets. Unfortunately, the notes given to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, who is a lovely person, I don't take any of this personally, but the notes are all about the rhetoric of doing something about greenhouse gases and doing nothing towards reaching the Copenhagen target. We've just had the Parliamentary Secretary confirm that by 2020, Canada's emissions will be at 734 megatons. That's exactly 3 megatons below where they were in 2005. His own government's commitment, the Prime Minister's commitment, was to reduce them by 130 megatons below 737. In other words, 3 megatons is an abysmal failure and a total abdication of any commitment to meet the target. We need a plan to reach the target, not a lot of rhetoric blaming the Liberals.
Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the evidence speaks for itself. Our government's actions have resulted in a constant decline in emissions intensity and emissions per capita. Both of these trends clearly demonstrate that our sector-by-sector approach is achieving real results in terms of reducing greenhouse gases while fostering economic growth. Mr. Speaker, and if we can compare that to the Liberal approach, remember what their approach was to reduce greenhouse gases? What they did is they signed an agreement named Kyoto, and then they named a dog Kyoto. That's about it, Mr. Speaker. Our approach is getting results, and we're committed to that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rose in this chamber to ask a question about the Windsor-Detroit International Crossing that's being built, in particular the $250 million that's required for the U.S. Plaza. This crossing is very important as this area currently contributes to about 35% of all international trade, or American trade that goes into the United States on a daily basis, and we have an old, antiquated structures, and hence we're trying to build a brand new project with the NDP supports entirely, but what we're calling for is greater accountability. The problem, Mr. Speaker, is that the Canadian government has had to come to the table significantly, and all of us have been supporting that. In fact, in 2010 budget, there was a $550 million commitment by the government to actually pay for the border crossing, so the U.S. didn't have to come up with that funds. Now, the problem is, right now, the U.S. hasn't committed to a single nickel to this project, and right now they have failed to actually provide $250 million in their most recent budget, and Canada would have to come up with that money based upon the agreement that we actually signed with them. The Speaker, Mr. Agreement on the border crossing has a clause in it, clause section 4, I'm going to read it. Except for the extent of the U.S. federal agencies agree to be responsible for the design, construction, finance, and maintenance of the U.S. federal plaza, the crossing authority shall be responsible for the design, construction, finance, and maintenance of the U.S. federal plaza, subject to the agreement with the appropriate U.S. federal agencies and in compliance with applicable laws persistent to U.S. federal plaza public-private agreements and consideration produced by the crossing authority. So what we have right there is basically we're playing poker with our cards facing the other way. So we put it ourselves in a situation where at the end of the day we have to pay for that or the whole project can collapse. And we've spent billions of dollars and with regards to a parkway, roadway to the actual project, and that's a problem, Mr. Speaker. Now, the government claims it's never been done before, but they're wrong again on this. They're wrong on their file because we did some research, and we found this with regards to the customs booths on the U.S. side of the Blue Water Bridge. According to an official from Blue Water Bridge Canada, the $1.7 million that was awarded by the authority to its American counterpart for the construction of customs booth was a grant without any terms of repayment. To put that in perspective, Mr. Speaker, we put $1.7 million over into the U.S. for customs booth when at the same time the Blue Water Bridge annually only brings in $1.4 million in profit. So it's going to be a long time for us to recover that. Now, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we asked basic questions to the letter to the Minister. They include what is the anticipated repayment dates, how much does Canada stand to profit from this loan, what will be the interest rates, are there penalties for late payments, who would be penalized. We're looking for whether there are going to be delays, and all we're asking for, Mr. Speaker, is accountability. Canadians deserve transparency when it comes to their money, and what type of planning and financial management systems have been employed to see if their model is actually going to work.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and pleased to rise in the House today. I want to note that the member for Thunder Bay Superior North will be up for a question very shortly, and I hope he takes the opportunity to apologize on the record for the smear that he perpetrated against Conservative members from our New Brunswick caucus at his first opportunity. Speaker, to the question at hand, this House will know that new international crossing between Windsor and Detroit is an absolute necessity. Our trade relationship expanding. We are focused as a government, of course, on building long-term prosperity, economic growth. With our trade deal with the European Union, there are opportunities for the United States through Canada to benefit from that. That will only expand the use of that type of a facility, Mr. Speaker. The construction of the project, between 10 to 15,000 construction jobs, Mr. Speaker. Canadian, U.S. steel side by side. Canadian, U.S. workers side by side, building this bridge which will secure prosperity. Of course, for those of us in Windsor-Essex County, we know how important it is, how critical it is for long-term business investment that the border no longer be unpredictable or a cost of delay for businesses such that they locate their investment on the U.S. side of the border instead of right in Windsor and Essex County, Mr. Speaker. This is very critical. Now, Speaker, there's only one party that actually not only says they support this particular project, Speaker, but there's only one party that when the time comes to actually stand and be counted on this particular measure, stands continually to vote for the legislation that's necessary, that stands and votes for the funding allocations that are necessary, Mr. Speaker. In fact, there really is only one party that's on the job on this file, and that's the Conservative Party. It's this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. I note the member opposite, when he had a chance to in budget 2006 with all that funding for the Borders and Gateway Crossing Fund, they said no to it, Mr. Speaker. That's what his vote said, not mine. I voted in favor of that. Speaker, when we made a significant down payment on what is now the Right Honourable Herb Gray Parkway, budget 2007, that member voted against it. We voted for it, Mr. Speaker. The funding to purchase the Canadian Plaza lands, Mr. Speaker, that member voted against it. We actually voted for it, Speaker. When it came to the inter-country agreement that was signed in 2012, right in the shadow of that agreement, that agreement between Canada and Michigan, Mr. Speaker, the Bridge to Strengthen Trade Act. One member was in Guatemala at the time, Mr. Speaker. The rest of us were in here voting. His colleagues voted against it. We actually voted in favor of that, and that's to insulate this from any frivolous lawsuit by anyone seeking to delay, Mr. Speaker, this particular project. And of course, Economic Action Plan 2014, $631 million, putting muscle behind the commitment to accelerate this particular project forward. And how did the member vote, Mr. Speaker? Well, voted against it, even in the face of so many benefits for the Windsor-Essex region, Mr. Speaker. Now, that intercountry agreement, obviously, not only was it historic, Mr. Speaker, but it was between the governments of Canada and Michigan. So obviously, in an agreement, we could not obligate the government of the United States to a financial commitment in the language of the document, Mr. Speaker. That's why it was written the way it was, subject to an agreement by the U.S. government to pay for the inspections plaza. I note, after the minister visited in March 25th with Department of Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson, for reading the Windsor Star Speaker, Secretary Jay Johnson has said this is something they're actively working on. He goes on to say, and I quote from the Windsor Star, "The Canadian government and the state of Michigan have done a remarkable job supporting the region. It's up to us as the federal government to do our part as well, and they expect to do so, Mr. Speaker. We're getting the job done, unlike the member opposite."
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find that a reach from this member. I was actually in Guatemala at the request of the Governor General, and this member was not at the meeting where Jay Johnson, which just took place. I was at that meeting. This member has also voted against border monies and border budgets in the past, as well as other investments, and people don't even understand that, see it as a childish game that's being played. And I would also point out, Mr. Speaker, that this member supported the DRTP, another private border project. He actually brought in members and pranced them around to see the project at the expense of trying to create a public partnership, being this process right now. He was very much against that. And then I would also say, Mr. Speaker, today, the minister at the Canada-U.S. Border Trade Alliance conference mentioned they're looking at the possibility of putting all the customs and plaza on the Canadian side. That could have significant consequences for Ojibwe shores that we're trying to protect, and this member has been very quiet about that. He promised to get back to the community and never has done that. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to accountability, New Democrats have been there since day one, since the year 2000, pushing this issue. They haven't been here.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, Speaker, I'd only point out that a customs plaza or a toll plaza, Mr. Speaker, should be located on the Canadian side. We're the ones who are going to recoup as a basis of the agreement, the intercountry agreement, Mr. Speaker. We're the ones who are going to be repaid for that. That only makes absolute sense. But it's the inspection plaza that is the one that has not been accounted for, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the funding. But we heard Secretary Jay Johnson, Mr. Speaker, as a direct result of a March 25th meeting with the Minister of Transport, a Speaker who is actively working on this particular file. And Speaker, you know, the member can say what he will, but look at the record, Speaker. I'm happy to put my voting record against that member's voting record any particular day on this matter. It's his voting record that's a shame, Mr. Speaker. If the Governor General asks the only member who left the House that day to go and vote, to go on a trip to Guatemala, so be it. But you know what, Speaker? I was here supporting that particular measure. This government's going to get that job done in spite of the New Democrats, Mr. Speaker, because it's important. It's the #1 infrastructure priority, according to this Prime Minister, and we're going to get it done.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rarely have I had the opportunity to ever stand in this place and celebrate a victory for reason and science under this regressive government, but that's exactly what I have the honour of doing here tonight. Just over a month ago, with its interim life support agreement set to expire at midnight that day, I stood here and asked if the Conservatives were again attempting to finish off the experimental lakes area. Operating since the late 60s, the chain of 58 lakes in northwestern Ontario that make up the ELA has been responsible for breakthrough science on acid rain, eutrophication, mercury contamination, and climate change. It has deepened our understanding of the impacts of human activity on freshwater ecosystems and the boreal forest. Well, I'm relieved to report that it is still alive, albeit needing intensive care for quite a while yet. The people of northwestern Ontario, along with the rest of Canada and the world, will continue to benefit from the science done at this remarkable facility. It's been saved by the efforts of scientists from around the world, citizens from across Canada, the minority government of Ontario, and the superhuman efforts of one special young scientist. Dr. Diane Orahel has led this charge from the beginning. She deserves immense credit and respect for keeping the ELA alive. Dr. Orahel's work stands as a testament to what one informed, passionate, and determined person can achieve. All Canadians who believe in science owe her a debt of gratitude. As she wrote in the Globe and Mail on April 1st, quote, "This is potentially an exciting new chapter in the history of the ELA. Inhibited by years of abuse and neglect under successive federal governments, the ELA could finally realize its great potential. But it should never have come to this, Mr. Speaker. We are grateful to the IISD for taking over operations at ELA. Mr. Speaker, since these Conservatives came to hold 100% of the power in 2011 with only 39% of the vote, literally thousands of science jobs have been eliminated, with thousands more pending on the chopping block. The cuts to scientific programs and research facilities are too long to list tonight, although the blog called, quote, "The Canadian War on Science, a long, unexaggerated, devastating chronological indictment," close quote, has done a great job of bearing witness. When this administration is finally run out of Ottawa in 18 months, we will begin the job of fixing the mess they've left behind. Environmental laws will have to be rewritten, the power of the PMO reined in, and a balanced and sustainable 21st century economy created. Scientific evidence, consultation with Canadians, and respect for science must be brought back into policy making. The Conservatives' most lasting legacy may well be the destruction of federal scientific capacity. Respected publications like The Economist, The New York Times, and Nature are all criticizing our administration for muzzling, cutting, and outright eliminating what were world-leading science programs. It could take a generation to recruit, train, hire, and otherwise reacquire the scientific expertise that the current Conservative administration has so foolishly discarded. And this is a tragedy, Mr. Speaker. When economic competitiveness in the 21st century depends on leading the way with scientific and technological expertise, how will these Conservative members explain to their constituents and to all Canadians why and how this administration has set Canada's scientific and economic competitiveness back a full generation?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was hoping to hear that member, when he got on his feet, actually do what my colleague from Essex asked him to do, and that is to apologize for what he said about our New Brunswick members. But I guess, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to, the Green Party talks about how we treat each other, but when it comes to an opportunity to actually make it right, I guess playing politics is more important. But I am happy to answer his question factually, Mr. Speaker, because on March 31st, 2014, the Government of Canada announced that a new operator for the Experimental Lakes area had been secured. And I'm pleased to say that the Government of Canada finalized agreements with the new operator of the ELA, the International Institute for Sustainable Development, as well as the province of Ontario. These agreements, Mr. Speaker, mean that the federal government has fulfilled its commitments to ensuring that research at the Experimental Lakes area can continue under a new operator. Fisheries and Oceans Canada had been leading the negotiations with the International Institute for Sustainable Development and the province of Ontario since the spring of 2013. Parties committed to reaching final agreements by March 31st, 2014, and Mr. Speaker, we have met that commitment. The Government of Canada has signed 4 agreements in total, and these agreements address a variety of topics. We have reached 2 agreements with Ontario. The first agreement establishes that the main research site at ELA is in a safe and clean condition for return to Ontario. Over the fall, Fisheries and Oceans Canada undertook a variety of remediation activities to ensure that the site was in good condition. The second agreement with Ontario describes Fisheries and Oceans' plan to remediate the surrounding land and the watersheds. The Government of Canada will undertake remediation activities to clean up remnants of past scientific activities. These cleanup activities, Mr. Speaker, will include removing unneeded wooden platforms from lakes and removing boardwalks and docks that are in poor condition and not required by the new operator. In addition, the agreement with Ontario describes the lake monitoring required to demonstrate that lakes have recovered from past scientific experiments. While the lakes do not require active remediation, the Government of Canada will be responsible for monitoring their continuing recovery. The Government of Canada's agreement with the International Institute for Sustainable Development includes several elements that ensure the Institute is well positioned to begin operating the research facility and scientific research program. For example, the agreement includes funding for over $1 million over 4 years for the Institute to maintain the long-term environmental data sets. The agreement also includes the transfer of movable assets formerly used to operate the ELA's research facility and scientific research program. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the agreement describes the lake recovery monitoring program that the Institute will conduct on behalf of Fisheries and Oceans Canada. Finally, all three parties signed the scientific data sharing agreement. Through this agreement, Fisheries and Oceans Canada will make available all of its ELA scientific data for the new operator. The scientific data set is unparalleled and includes lake ecosystem data collected over the past 45 years, Mr. Speaker. Our government will also be introducing the ELA Research Activities Regulation very shortly. Once finalized, this regulation will authorize the new operator to continue making deposits of scientific research purposes at the experimental lakes area. Our government has always said that we are committed to finding a new operator for the experimental lakes area. The International Institute of Sustainable Development is well suited to operate the ELA and has the capacity, expertise, and international reputation to take on this important job. And the agreements and regulations I've described will ensure the effective and efficient transition for a new operator, and we wish them well in that endeavor, Mr. Speaker. While the International Institute for Sustainable Development embarks on its new science program at the ELA, Fisheries and Oceans Canada will continue its diverse freshwater research program in other locations across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To reiterate what we've just heard, is that the Conservatives will claim that they've been working hard to preserve the experimental lakes area when nothing could be further from the truth. People from across Canada, and especially in the Kenora riding, know very well that the Conservative efforts to kill off the ELA ran into a solid wall of public and scientific opposition, and they are now attempting to spin to do damage control. Saving the ELA will go down as one of the few times in the life of this government that science and reason actually prevailed, despite this administration's best, perhaps we should say worst, efforts. Mr. Speaker, very soon a new government will work to restore the damage done by this administration and recognize that building a sustainable 21st century economy depends on the innovation and expertise that begins with science. Then hopefully we will resume having policies based upon facts and real science rather than policies based upon blind faith and trickle-down pseudo-economic theories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, science is about facts, and I've just reiterated the facts of this situation to the member, and unfortunately he can't take yes for an answer, because the reality is the Government of Canada led negotiations to secure a new operator for the ELA, and we are pleased that the International Institute for Sustainable Development will continue the work of the ELA. Over the past year, we have worked in close collaboration with the Province of Ontario and International Institute for Sustainable Development to ensure that the ELA site is in good condition and that the new operator is well positioned to begin operations. As we move forward, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will continue to invest in freshwater science across the country. Fisheries and Ocean Freshwater Science Program is an active and a diverse program. Departmental science conduct cutting-edge research in lakes and rivers across our great nation. And Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will continue to make wise investments in priority science areas that directly support conservation and fisheries management. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.